I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 10th, 2026, the day after a very historical move yesterday. Oil up 30 to down 10, and right now oil is down 6, but you'll probably notice the S&P 500, it has barely moved so far on the future. So as far as continuation, the back and forth with whether or not the war is pretty much complete, as Donald Trump would say, there's still a lot of question marks on that. So you did get a little bit of escalation last night. A couple of refineries shut down in the UAE. A lot of back and forth between Iran, the United States. Even Pete Hegseth this morning said they're going to have their biggest round of attacks today. So it's all leaving kind of people in the air. You did get to hear from airlines as well. There's a couple of updates on individual stocks. Otherwise, everyone is going to be looking for Oracle earnings here after the bell. But now we are looking for escalation. The way I explained yesterday, Donald Trump is on a shot clock. His timing and bringing that up there, that's kind of how he moved things around. And I just told the guys on Locked In, the oil up 30 to down 10. And right now, the way that I described today, or even the last couple of days, you know, you've heard of Operation Epic Fury. I believe this is the mission of Operation Epic Fury. I think this is mission buy time. And pretty much it bought time, slowed some things down. If you didn't look at it yesterday, and we're going to get the G7 here today, but the G7, that brought down oil $19 a barrel. Trump's comments brought it down another $15 a barrel. So the jawboning, it bought you some time, and that's why day by day we're going to be looking for escalation, either expanding or pulling back. Again, you got those headlines last night. Otherwise, the only good news is that the activity of ships in the Strait of Hormuz, it did increase. So we're going to see how it all plays out, but I think we're in store for either a crazy 7 hours or at the very least a crazy evening to see whether or not Operation Buy Time is a success, my friends. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. Happy Tuesday. Happy daylight savings. And now, my friends, before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. Just look at the news, my friend. There is people all around this world fighting for your interest in freedom. And again, I mean, just like you, bro, not everybody really agrees with it. And I'm sure even those soldiers out there, some of them, a lot of people come home asking the question of why. You know, they don't even agree with it at times. So above all else, man, regardless of how it all plays out, I pray for everybody's safety. And at the end of the day, bro, I can never take away, and I hope you know that too, you can't either. You can never take away the honor for some of these people who have chosen to serve their country, have done it with dignity and honor, bro. It's one of the most amazing things. And above all else, bro, we have a freedom here that is rivaled around the world, and I hope you never take it for granted. It is a very, very good thing. So at the very least, man, I'm very grateful for all the vets, everybody who has chosen to put others ahead of themselves, fought for our freedom, and done so many other things that we don't even notice, my friends. So for real, veterans, active service, past service, the families, God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service and commitment to this country and all of us here. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, Cheddar. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? Good morning. Are you tired still, bro? Are you tired? Bro, I like daylight savings now. You know that? I didn't realize it. I like it. I like it. I like this one, bro. You know, it feels so early. Oh, a lot of energy. Even at nighttime, bro. Even at nighttime, I'm like, oh, it's still sun out. Oh, I like it now. I like it. Maybe I'm just optimistic, but I'm hyped, bro. So, Chad, let's see what today brings. Like I'm saying, It may not be too crazy intraday, or it might. I mean, head on a swivel, man. These volatility events are always bunched up. So that's the thing about living through history. But other than that, I'm going to be watching oil, airlines, Cisco, Adobe, Albemarle, a couple of material plays, and then biotechs. There's going to be over like 300 or 400 events today at these little biotech conferences. So watch SRPT, BBio. They already kind of had something, cytokinesis, and then ARVN. These are the ones I'm going to be keeping on watch. So let's see where it leads us, my friends. But Chatadonia, are you ready? Are you ready? Game time. The day they halted oil price. I mean, yesterday was, bro, that was yesterday. Again, it was for a little bit, but it's crazy too, though, how kind of calm it stayed. That's what I'm saying, man. Head on a swivel. You are still, it says 6% just given the close of where we were at, but yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of room, and you're just a little bit below Friday and then in the middle of where we were on Thursday. And then again, watch for the bell too. They like to drop news around there. But 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. There's a couple of updates too with Tech and IGV. And then Oracle, watch what happens with the premiums there. Like we talked about. Oh, they won't give you those cheap premiums. They hate you. Let's see. Why did they do this one? Oh man, some of these are jacking up already? Why did they do that? Yeah, biotechs are kind of on fire, bro. They said good morning. Good morning. They won't feel it. Alrighty. Hold on, I'm trying to get, man. This has been happening every morning, bro. Every morning, these premiums, they don't want to play along. All right, let me see. Oracle's still up too. Watch if the premiums get, again, Oracle's pricing in 12. So watch how that plays out. Right now, NASDAQ's the only one in the green. SPY barely red. Russell down 0.05. And then NASDAQ is chilling. They won't fill. I'm gonna have to wait. Yeah, Him's got 2 upgrades today. VRT, all those dude, every single one of those biotechs just ripped up. So SPY's I have futures on. Let me throw up the SPY. And then watch IGV. I mean, Oracle just made a big move again. Microsoft Plant. Those are the ones to look at. AAOI. Hold on, I'm trying to get filled on something right now, but it's not giving me any love, bro. Like, these premiums are actually disgusting. All right, let me try 2 more, and then we'll see. I got a partial fill. Boo. won't give me any more. All right, well, we're going to have to wait on it. I have one. Applied Optics. They're up 7. I don't know. They might be at one of those events. Reserve. CNC's down 6. Dang. My feelings on Oracle is gonna be big, to either direction. I mean, they have a lot riding on the table. I mean, it's gonna be a very high stakes game. Essentially, Oracle does bad, and then hypothetically, any of their last bad earnings, they've dropped like 13 to 20%, and then the good earnings, they've done 36%. There has been one earnings where they only moved around 3 or 4, and that was like off something neutral. But given the data centers, what everyone's expecting, the debt, the purchase obligations, there's a lot. Capper, bro, what is this? Yeah, bro, all of these started going crazy. Is Camps halted? Then VKTX again, AAOI. You brought that just went 2%. I did see the Meta one. They didn't buy Moltbook. I thought that was OpenAI. Meta created Manus. They pretty much created their own little Moltbook, essentially. And then just because it has Parkinson's, so not a recommendation, but be careful. That chain is absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Oh, someone got a good fill on that, actually. So yeah, I would like this one. Let's see, SanDisk up 2. There's one more today as well. Again, Biotechs, I think, are going to be the one on fire. Just because the events, and then depending on whether or not we move or not, that'll be the next one. Let me check one more, and then we'll come back to that. Oh, where is this? SPY barely moved. You're only up at 0.15. Again, a lot of these Biotechs are moving. Intel. Again, IGV kind of dumping. I mean, Shop, Coin, that's either Microsoft and Oracle, or they're all kind of going down. Yeah, Microsoft, Oracle, they both took a candle, hence your reaction there. Yeah, any of the good Biotechs, bro, they're hoeing it. You could tell. Any of these decent biotech plays with like a deep chain, they're not they're all putting the same bids in there. So it's going to be very hard to get a good price, and then remember, any of these biotechs, if they say anything bad or good, I mean, that will be the difference maker. Dude, these crackheads. They don't want to feel me. Is this a joke, dude? That's crazy. Yeah, so even on the... All right, filled me. I just had to submit to them. Right when I raised the ask to one of the prices, they filled me substantially lower. I was like, this is bullshit. X Money will launch next month. No, NVO could be reacting to VKTX. Bro, what is up with software? Down 1.7. I mean, you got a lot of the updates from Anthropic today, but most of them would have benefited software. But I do think this is a mix of Microsoft and Oracle. But yeah, I mean, software is actually kind of mollywopped right now. Team and a couple of others are dying. There's actually a lot of them. Meta has acquired Moltbook. You guys are you sure? Oh, wait, Moltbook? I'm so confused. So they bought this social media site for the bots? I don't know if that's real, because again, OpenAI bought Moltclaw or whatever it's called. So yeah, that one's interesting. I don't know if that one's it or not, but you do have IGV. I don't know if they're reacting to that. Meta's still staying up. And then the other ones, I'm going to wait to see how they kind of move. So not a recommendation. But good luck. The market crash. I mean, it's kind of been crazy the last week, but now we've came back up to... yesterday was like the first chill out day. I mean, even last week at some point, the SPY got to where we started on the February 27th. So other than that, though, I mean, we're kind of looking for signs of escalation or de-escalation at this point. Who's the other one? UNH on the low. I know you guys said, what's it called, was down. But what is this? That has to be the spread. Yeah. So much molting. Japan Minister Akazawa says discussed energy situation and possible oil reserves with G7 ministers on Tuesday. So get ready. The G7 comments are going to start coming in. So yeah, and then Oracle, bro, software. I feel like this is your biggest software sell-off that you've seen the last week or so. So yeah, software. I mean, you hit a high in the pre-market. That was looking great, but then Oracle, Microsoft gapped up, and now there's just a lot of software on the low. Microsoft, TTD. I mean, essentially, Microsoft is into the lows of yesterday. Same thing with your boy, yeah. And then Adobe is down 3%. I don't know if it's off of this Moltbook stuff. Again, I'm under the impression that OpenClaw got purchased by OpenAI. I mean, that's why they call it OpenClaw now. But I don't know if they, unless Moltbook was created by somebody else, that could make sense. Yeah, I see it. Moltbook, Meta acquires Moltbook, the social network for AI agents. It will be joining Meta's super intelligence lab units. Financial terms are not reported. Deal expected to close in March. So that could correlate with some of it. See if Meta even comes down. But literally, software and tech are getting clobbered. But then also, too, where's Staples? Keep in mind, if Staples or if all these tech names start to go down, it might be a little bit different. And then Novo issued FDA warning letter over adverse event reporting. Street Insider. That's coming out now, too. So that's the reason. Someone was just asking about Novo. That might be your reasoning. But yeah, in a weird way, if we're kind of going on where people are rotating back into Staples, maybe it goes down. So it could either be this meta news, or people are rotating back to Staples, or software kind of getting the jitters ahead of Oracle. I mean, again, IGV is heavily concentrated. Microsoft, Palantir, Oracle, Adobe. That's like almost half of the IGV. And then again, Adobe's down 3. Now, yeah, crowd. I mean, remember there was some other, yeah, crowds even down. They're all, dude, they all just got wiped. So again, a lot of software is really, really selling off here to start. Where's Palant? Palant's actually doing a little better, but they're all into the lows. So just imagine how the market moved yesterday. You know, you have a lot of these names actually just trading into their low right now. Nike dumping. Why? Let me check the equal weight. Because SPY's holding up pretty good. Yeah, equal weight's only down by 0.8. Equal weight's coming back to when the Trump comments came out, but then a lot of tech and software, they are below that. Dizzle. Yeah, AMD's killing it. NVIDIA's killing it. Intel's up 3.5. So today is going straight to chips and then software down. You did get an update from TSM this morning. They gave their little earnings update. It was decent. At Whirlpool, I would look at Whirlpool once some of these software and cheaper names kind of go away. Or again, right now, a lot of staples have came down recently. So I would try to pick up a higher quality one. And then Walmart's ripping. So yeah, I think you're kind of rotating a little bit. It's a mix. There's like a couple of news things in software. I can't tell how important they are just yet. But at the same time, it does seem like some of the equal weight chips, those are getting a little bit more love here than software to start off. More Kimberly if we come down to 100. Yeah, I already grabbed some. I mean, so pretty much around 101, and where I bought it at, the dividend, I'm like $1 down from my last purchase, factoring the dividend cost basis. But you know, by next deposit, we'll see where ORCL and Kimberly are. But I've already stacked up a little on Kimberly. If that ever got cheaper, I would still be very down with that. So we'll see. I mean, they're not gonna have earnings for a minute, but yeah, I would be very down. Or depending then if like a Procter Gamble or somebody else got cheaper by that time, I would love to get a very cheap staple. All right, Walmart. I mean, Walmart's ripping. Again, a couple of biotechs on the high still. I mean, XBI is already up a quarter. China, Baidu is kind of taking off. And then Iran, Bitcoin's actually still up. So they kind of had that little software sell, but they held. I mean, again, software came back to yesterday. Software is lower than yesterday, actually. Habibi. Yeah, so think about it. Software in that first 10 minutes here was worse than all day yesterday. So as damn oil was up 30% or down 20%, it's literally software moves more off of this open. So definitely either a bigger rotation or people are reacting to all the headlines. Rivian got an upgrade in the morning. Now IBM, that's going to clap software again too. Again, Baidu, China, AVAV, the drone names. What's that other one? Paladine? PYDN? I can't. PDYN? There it is. Yeah, drone plays are going up. There was some headline about it. Yeah, NVIDIA, they're not making their own OpenAI. That could be part of it too. NVIDIA, that could be the news with software. NVIDIA's making their own like OpenClaw or, you know, CloudBot essentially. They're creating their own little network there for all these little bots. Net's actually not doing too bad, yeah. Again, crowd in the again, all of the UMAT, all the drone plays are going up. I mean, oil's still near the low. SPY is barely budging here to start, man. You don't even have any gaps to fill or anything. Let's see on the SPY. Yeah, nah, you're moving hella slow. And then LYB on the high, a couple of others. Was Trump live? I'm not too sure. We had Hegseth early in the morning. There's an Israeli-German conference, or press conference. The G7, I mean, we just heard from the Japan finance minister, so we'll see. And then Syria Defense appoints Kurdish People's Protection Unit, so I'm sure we're going to get them coming in randomly. But again, yesterday was around 8:30, so you're past that time. Oracle earnings today. Chips are ripping. So software down, chips up. I mean, again, there was a mix of software news. I forgot about the NVIDIA Moltbook thing. And then where's the other biotechs? All right, a couple of the biotechs are breaking out. You just can't get any good deals, dude. All of these premiums suck. And they have no bid. Did it fill these? I don't even know what's happening. Okay. Citadel lost 2% last week. Exodius Point erased year-to-date gains. Double dip IGV, they're all still up substantially. So just like I said last week, man, y'all you got to make your decision. So I still have IGVs like deep in the money, so I'm not thinking double dip yet. But I think if you want to play IGV without playing IGV, pretty much Oracle earnings today, and then Adobe this next week. I mean, Oracle and Adobe make up like 20% of the top holdings. And then oil still near the low. SPY is shockingly pinned here to start. I mean, it's only been 20 minutes. It seems like biotech and software, those have, and then a little bit of XLP, but it's definitely a case-by-case basis. Gap is up by 2.8, and then now a couple of the oil plays, PBF and DYN, they're starting to move up. Tesla's even going up, and then Lucid, you had Rivian too, all of these EV companies. And then where are the airlines? Airlines came back, but they're still a little higher than the little Trump thing yesterday. What's up with Longeveron? Oh, I have no idea, man. They're up 62%. I don't know if they're at one of the... There's a lot of biotech meetings today. That's why I've been saying it here, and that's why I said I'm looking at them. They announced a private placement. The preferred shares have a conversion price of $52 a share, or 52 cents. So yeah, that's the new. I don't know if that's the best one. But again, there's a lot of, what's it called? There's a lot of these little events this week, or even today. I'd like Costco, but they're a little bit up there. If Costco ever came down. Again, Tesla and these autos keep going up. Very fascinating. And then IBB, Biotech, those are still going. Sarepta, Circle. Let's see crypto. And then SPY right at VWAP. Yeah, Mama Hananalin's birthday? Hey, yo, bro, send her a horn. Say, happy birthday, Mrs. Hananalin. You got to explain to her the Hananalin. She'll be like, what does that even mean? It means your son's amazing, and we wish her an amazing birthday, too. Amen. Hey, man, you got to explain the lore. You got to, man. That's it, man. You got a long term? I hope you all get a long term. That's it. You make mama long term. That's what you need. Bloom Energy. Again, energy plays are coming up individually, but oil's not moving. Now Core Weave. That one's actually breaking out. Again, anything chip related has actually done very well. I mean, SMH is already up by 0.8. Oracle. I think Oracle earnings is going to be it's going to be a big one. So you guys don't let me influence you. But you got to decide, go price it in. They're pricing in about 12, but if that changes throughout the day, I mean, it's already moved 4% from open to right now, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, you know, that Oracle, Adobe, those are going to be the big ones. And then software operated a little different today. I don't know if this is from the Meta, NVIDIA news or not, but you got things kind of moving around. It does seem like we are waiting for news. I mean, again, I'm expecting a little bit more volatility to be bunched up. But yeah, the open is slow. Oil hasn't done much since that headline. Again, Operation Buy Time, my friends. I think it's really buying time because this slowed it down. The SPY's doing good because of the broadening out in tech and chips. But yeah, a couple of these others, couple industries that went down. ACXP. Is this a bio? I'm saying, if you start seeing any biotech run, you just, Accurix Pharmaceuticals. They just might be at one of these events. They announced the clinical trial yesterday. App Lovin' now on the low. It's another software. Watch as software comes down. Airlines are dropping. Software's dropping. Chips are on the high. And then one by one, the staples are going up. The video settings are working. Good. You guys didn't get lagged out. I think it's all just been on 720p. Oh, banks as well. That's the thing I don't think is going to disappear just yet. Banks are actually coming down. So, again, I mean, you can see the Trump level on almost everything. It's just a giant stick. So, SPY is doing considerably well. But, yeah, and then chips are helping you out. But now you have software, and then banks are about to go below it. Ironically enough, banks are bad yesterday. Software was the one that did good. So, yeah, we're going to see. But, yeah, NVIDIA's chilling. AMD, Intel. They're all having a ball. SPY under 670. I don't know about today, or I don't know when, but I don't think the volatility is over. Pretty much, I don't know if you guys know the 72-hour rule. I commented that a lot on a lot of the videos yesterday, where just 72 hours, we'll find out what's really true and really material from what we got or not, and whether or not that remains. But essentially the next couple of days, yesterday was a big day. Even overnight, you didn't really get as much escalation. You did get a couple of ships moving through the strait, but it's buying time. That's all it did. Again, the best way I could explain it, oil's on the low right now, USO. The best way, you guys saw it in real time. It was actually insane. Think about it. In the morning, you're up 100, or late last night, you're up 119. White House spokesperson says she'll be hosting a press briefing at 2 p.m. today. So there you go. That's your first little update. 2 p.m. But yeah, like yesterday, last night, the night before it, you're up 29% on oil. Right when they start talking G7 ministers and SPR release, oil drops $19. And then after that little Trump comment at the end of the day, you dropped another like $15. You see what I'm saying? So jawboning was worth $19 a barrel for the G7, $15 a barrel for your boy Donald Trump. So that's kind of how it all played out there, where it's just like now after that, day by day, we're going to see if the jawboning is going to stay effective. You need the story to follow along. You need there to be a lack of escalation. You need ships to start moving, which they did a little bit, but not a lot. And that's why it's like day after day, you know, the still sensitivity, the back and forth, it's still going to be there. I mean, it's just more shocking. We're only moving 0.3 right now. Oil has been like this for what? All night? You've had maybe another good 12 hours or 10 hours at least of oil not really moving. SPY only at 0.3. So regardless of all of it, regardless of even what Trump said, I just don't think the volatility is going to go away. But then again, it's like day after day, week after week. If all this stuff goes away, you'll be good. Damn, home sales just ripped. 4.09 million versus 3.8. So yeah, home sales came in 1.7. Estimate was decline of 0.8 versus minus 8.4 last time. Remember, minus 8.4, that last existing home sales was terrible. But then again, you all have been buying cribs, so maybe that's it. But yeah, February real estate data came in hot. That probably will kill bonds a little bit. And again, bond volatility is still high. That's the other risk with all of this. Even if you don't get stock volatility, oil volatility is high. The other one might be the other problem. IGV on the low now. Palantir taking a dump. This is all software selling off. Microsoft, Palantir, Oracle. So yeah, think about it. Like I'm saying again, IGV, it is trading below yesterday at any point. So, you know, you got to brush off a lot of yesterday, and software brushed off a lot of things. And now the day you're not getting escalation, that's the day software is coming down. It is ahead of earnings. And then, yeah, you just got the good real estate data for now. Bonds didn't really move off of that. And then oil didn't budge. SPY's coming back down. You're into like the first leg now. This is like the first couple minutes after that Trump post on the SPY. Is NASDAQ still green? No, NASDAQ's down a quarter. Dow's down 0.5. Russell down 0.09. Let's see. Dow Jones, 7 in the red, or 7 in the green, 23 in the red. NASDAQ, 35 green, 66 in the red. And then SPY, 387 in the red, 115-ish in the green. So yeah, majority of names are down right now. I mean, I didn't think that many names were down on the SPY. Because you're holding up pretty good. Israeli foreign minister cites Trump as saying the war will not end this week. Huh? So yeah, now Israeli foreign minister says the war will not end this week, citing Donald Trump. So see if the market reacts. I mean, again, Trump said what? Soon. Ahead of schedule. But yeah, they're saying not ending this week. See if you get a reaction to that. Let's see. IGV, there's a couple of things. NVIDIA made like an open claw thing. And then Meta bought Moltbook, which is another one of these agent things. And then if we are rotating back a little bit into the other stuff, that could be it. And then Oracle earnings. France Lescure asked IEA to work on scenarios for oil stocks. That's one of those G7 ministers. UCO, Boyle, they're on the high right now. So oil's kind of tweaking around. See, this might be a delayed reaction to the Israel comment. Score, we have asked International Emergency Agency to elaborate scenarios for a potential oil release. We need to be ready to act at any moment. So again, you got an Israel comment saying Trump says it won't be over this week, and then you're also getting French G7 minister talking about oil reserves right now. Is the real estate data bearish because people are selling the top? No, I would not say so. I'd say last month's real estate data was bearish. It came in very, like, existing home sales was extremely low. So it kind of just shows the consumer. People are moving around a little bit, but I wouldn't say, a slight beat on the existing home sales. I wouldn't call that really anything except the economy just chugging along. And then watch staples. I have TLT up there. But yeah, because see, even if software keeps selling off, see if we move back into staples a little bit. Otherwise, I think you're still just kind of shuffling the board with everything that happened last night. Obscure asks IEA to study oil stock volumes for possible release. XPEP, dude, all these like EV companies, and then even China EV, and then Kroger on the low, and then Alcoa. Kroger sold off a decent amount. So I'm saying some of these other ones are, some of these staples are like getting clobbered, and then some of them are doing good, like Walmart. It's a really weird mix. Sipping on some reserves. I like it. Sit. G7 wants to be ready to use oil stockpiles if needed. Israeli foreign minister declines to comment when asked how long Israel anticipates war with Iran will continue. Yeah, I wouldn't call Ionic 10 years hold is the long term. But if you're going to buy like super risky, lower quality stocks, I would make sure you've built out your long term prior. That's my view on it. Get you some diapers, get you some Kimberly-Clark, get you something. I mean, again, I took risk on Oracle, but I'm at least going for one that's, 500 billion market cap with like 24 billion net profit or something like that. So that's the only risk with some of the smaller ones, is that you're still in the developmental stage. It's funny, actually. Today's philo relates to quantum. Would you guys like to learn about quantum today? I have a philo related to quantum. SGML, dude, another one of these little battery stocks, or lithium. And now materials. Yeah, Albemarle. Let's see, MP. They're all kind of going up. It's a very, very interesting mix today of what's moving. Not to mention, you still got almost 400 names in the red right now. And then Dow's almost, it's a little bit 50-50, 1812. NASDAQ 64% in the red. Would the release be oil or bullish? It would be both, because if you, it would bring down oil for a little bit, 3M. It would bring down oil for a little bit, but then the fact that you're actually dumping reserves like that would actually imply that there's kind of more of a serious problem with oil supply. That would pretty much acknowledge it. And then Kohl's is coming back up. They had bad earnings. They were down. And then 3M rocketed up. SPY's coming down near its low of the day. Oil hasn't moved. The SQQ, NASDAQ's dumping, and then IGV getting rocketed right now. You got a quantum computer in your brain. Hey, man, the next step is the IEA governing board begins in a few minutes at 3 p.m. Is that French time? Yeah, it's already 3:08. So yeah, France, en français. If FXN. Spotify, that's another software name. They're all getting clapped. Let's see. So, yeah, that's your, is this your biggest down day since the war? That was like in between that one day when we had that bigger gap down and then he went back up. So, yeah, you're going to either need something that you either need more conflict for people to go to IGV, or Oracle is going to have to do good because software is getting clobbered. Again, like I'm saying, I think it's a mix of the war effect, but also all of these NVIDIA updates, like NVIDIA, OpenClaw, all of those kind of combined. Yeah, and then XLP going up. So it's a little bit more of that rotation once again. The XLP bag is kind of mixed, though. But, yeah, I think, yeah, you could kind of see it. It's starting to get a little clearer. The first part in the morning, they both were down. But now it does seem like the more software goes down, it's probably going to go to XLP. Israeli SAR, we are not looking for an endless war. Yeah, and oil ain't make a move off of that. EWY, yeah, they're slowly... Everything's just slowly fading to the Trump zone. Let me zoom this out so we could see it. So, yeah, that was the first candle. Now you're at, like, the first 3 or 4 minutes of that. Remember, this extra part was just insane. But, yeah, that was after that first big candle. I haven't looked at Amazon. Amazon's not doing too bad. Like, big tech isn't that bad. They're kind of holding up. Meta's giving up now. I mean, NVIDIA and chips are doing great. So it's not like this isn't risk off right now. You're just getting a little bit of a bigger movement. I mean, oil stocks aren't, like, overall indexes aren't moving that much, but like software selling off big. Staples sold off and now they're getting it. Chips are the leader. And then financials as well. Financials are already pretty much coming back to where they started. Asked about when and how the war could end. Israel foreign minister says we'll consult with Washington when the time is right. Index of S&P down 0.5. Where's NASI? NASI's down by 0.3. So NASDAQ's not, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Max 7's kind of holding. Where's equal weight? Yeah, equal weight's pretty much unwound all of it. So equal weight is now back to where this Trump move last night or yesterday, end of the day, started from. And then healthcare. Low ticker is pretty active. Dow is on the high. Let's see the biotechs. Biotechs are in la land, but they are coming down a little bit, but still up. Owl yeah, Owl sold off big again. Well. It's funny though, HYG still a little bit green. And bonds, but yeah, the private credit has not disappeared. And then Adobe, 84.90 now. So, dude, IGV sold off 5% top to bottom today. Pre-market, you were up at 88. You're down $4. 88.70 to 84.90. It has been 45 minutes. Hi. And then Apple. Again, Apple Big Tech is chilling. Now CLX, Walmart's still going, so Staples are starting to get a little bit more active. They're about to fill the gap. And then SPY's getting a little candle. Hezbollah has fired over 800 missile drones at Israel. German foreign minister, we still have a regime in Tehran that seeks to eliminate the state of Israel. And then 3M, add that to the list. DuPont, Dow, those chemical plays are still going up. Where is Korea? Oh, who else was there? Oh, there's another biotech thing. Was it cytokinesis or B-Bio? Yeah, B-Bio got an upgrade, and then they're going to be at the event. They already took off. Tencent joins AI race with top secret WeChat project. I think that was earlier. So yeah, a lot of software events. Again, now, I mean, China to Nvidia to Meta. And now Path on the low. Visa and MasterCard. I do think it is. Owl's dumping again. Is this a new low in the cycle? Yeah, Owl's even. This is the lowest Owl has been. I mean, check BlackRock too. Remember the other day they had that gating of the funds, but if that starts to develop, this is no good. But I don't know if this overall SPY is reacting to that. The war is pretty much over. Now I think the rally is pretty much over. Not really. You're halfway through. So half of this was the other ones that kind of had safe haven. The other half is the ones that are holding up. 7 in the green, 23. There's a dude. The SPY has like almost 400 names in the red. I think 380 in the red right now in the SPY. Nasdaq's not too bad. I mean, again, there's a couple of like Biotech, WDC, Applied, Tesla, Meta, ARM. Again, chips are the very good area of the day right now. Oh, gold. Gold's holding up. I mean, silver was up 5% to start. There's SanDisk now. Bitcoin came down. They were leading. Yeah, look at SanDisk. SanDisk, WDC, Micron. They are in a world of their own right now. Alrighty. Might have to be, you're going to be patient today until this shit fucking boils off. But like I was saying, it's either we get activity intraday or you might have to wait, like, again, towards the end of the day or even overnight. We just need to see what happens escalation-wise. I will say this, though. You haven't had anything crazy to open up the bet. Like, you haven't heard anything crazy out of Iran. Both yesterday, you were hearing more about G7, but even this morning, we heard about one refinery, and then that was about it. But this is what I keep talking about, too. When I'm telling you the ships are moving, this came out yesterday. But yeah, here's some of the data. Essentially, you had the most amount of ships moving through the Hormuz, at least since this conflict began. So it's like you're getting stuff like that, but I don't think it's it's still kind of quiet. It's like eerily quiet, but yeah, I hope you have patience. You're gonna need that one until we actually pop off. This might be your calmest day of this whole entire cycle, I guess. Last Wednesday? What was that? But last Wednesday you had a bigger pop. But yeah, you haven't started off a morning, I guess Thursday, and that's where it got a little uglier by 9. So remember, Euro close is going to happen later. We might have to wait for that then. Not Euro close, but like right ahead of it. ABX. Your pops have been a good indicator of boomer sentiment. First time he said we need to get out of Iran soon. But yeah, it's oil, man. I think the fact that the oil moves so much, people felt it. And yeah, like I use my mom as a sentiment indicator. But my mom, I told you, she'd be reading those like Middle Eastern zero hedges. So my mom was like, "You don't think that World War III? You don't think they're going to cause World War III?" I'm like, "No, Mom. I don't think so. I don't think they, I mean, maybe, like I said yesterday, I think the only way you get crazy conflict is if they're all secretly fighting over them, China, Russia, if everyone's fighting over the God AI and trying to get their hands on the super AI. DYN, is DYN energy or biotech? Energy. A lot of those are going up. And then more China. Baidu again. Actually, China had good economic data yesterday. Do I believe the war is over? I do not. I think you're going to still get volatility. I mean, so this is, good morning. You probably weren't here in the AM. But I think this is Operation Buy Time. That's what I'm calling it as. I coined, Operation Epic Fury. There is now Operation Buy Time. And I'm telling you, yesterday was truly fascinating. And you could see it. They literally, G7 was $19 a barrel. And then Trump's comments were $15 a barrel. So I still think you're going to get more volatility. I talked about it last night on the watch list. I still think, and then sure enough, I think private credit and some of these other things are still going to be remaining. But yeah, I think just like I said from last week, you should take this weeks at a time. I wouldn't look at this as a daily occurrence. Like it's not you're not going to find anything out in one day. It'll take even 72 hours to really confirm or deny things. And then it's week by week. Last week was all about this thing getting worse than expected. Now, if this narrative could hold up, it'll be about it getting better than expected, but it all depends. All right, oil's starting to dump. If we could get a big meeting, IEA to hold meeting of member governments on supply, Barol. That's, again, another one. That's the director, Barol. So they're talking about the meeting starting with G7. So that's a first oil. You need to break a new low. If oil could break below like 82, 81, I think people will get excited again. But yeah, you're moving around a little bit. Him's on the low. Maybe you just have to move around some shit from yesterday. Big hangover. Yeah, him's still up. Damn, him's up 7. IEA meeting to inform whether oil stocks release needed. So they're just hyped. They're doing the same thing as yesterday. They're just, this is what we have to talk about. Oil. Maybe we release, maybe we don't. We must be ready. We are willing to do everything. But not now, not now, not now. Maybe later, but maybe immediately, but not now. So yeah, they're going to go back and forth with that. But those comments, I mean, again, you needed to like fucking hit oil through the low of the day. Otherwise, you have been here since literally close. FPS. Lowe's, Meta. There's a Meta headline, actually. Something on the claw. Meta Spock's Moltbook team joining Meta Super Intelligence Labs. That's funny. So Moltbook, I think Moltbook is just separate from Moltbot, essentially. Because I think it was just created by someone. And then SPY, now you're getting back to that high there where VWAP is. Oil coming down. I mean, if this trend could continue, that'd be awesome. And then we'll see. Again, watch Staples as well. Staples are starting to come back up there. You want to see if that rotation... A rotation wouldn't be bad. I mean, you don't want to go through a risk off and slowly losing one industry after the next. But, yeah, if you could get a good rotation, it'll be probably Staples and chips today. Those are the ones moving. And then, again, oil down, stocks up. People will chill out a little bit. It'll rip. Well, that's the thing. It's going to be very volatile. Day by day, things don't happen. The market's going to clearly have the ability to move. Any signs of good news, it'll move up. And then one of these days, I mean, if we wake up to bad news, it's going to get killed. Otherwise, if it kind of holds up the next couple of days or even the next week, and then nothing bad happens, and then you actually do get a resolution, then yeah, I mean, that's setting up for a lot. But just get ready for volatility. That's the best way I could explain it to you. Just yesterday was a clear definition of volatility. You know, you gap down, oil was up, snap of a fingers, that all changed. Before you know it, one comment, even though it seemed just a random comment from Trump saying the war is almost over, that was able to turn things around there. So same exact thing. If we find out ships get blown up, other things happen in the Strait of Hormuz, or we find out tomorrow that this pattern continues and the ships double in the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to cause back and forth. The point is week by week. But like I was telling you guys, in the last, 50, 60 years, I mean, 4 weeks later or 8 weeks later, usually these geopolitical conflicts, the stock market is higher. So now you're just on week 2. So there's just going to be a lot of back and forth with all of these things going on. So I would just prepare for volatility. I mean, the best way you're going to do it long term, and think ahead, but at the same time too, be positioned small, light, and like I was telling you all last week. Do you guys not remember? I gave you guys a warning on last Thursday, and then even Friday before we left. It was a warning that I gave a lot last year. Does anybody remember what it is? It's the one thing that'll kill you. IEA's Barral has convened an extraordinary meeting of IEA member governments, which will take place later today to assess the current security and supply of market conditions. Haha. Indeed, brothers. Certainty. That is what's going to kill you. That's it. So the moment you're certain, you're like, oh yeah, this shit's over, you're gonna die. The moment you're like, oh yeah, this shit's over, it's gonna be a war, oil's going to 200, you're gonna die. That's it. It's certainty until we smooth out this volatility in the next coming days and weeks, but mainly weeks. That's the only way you're gonna get crushed. You're like, it's gonna rip, it's gonna die, it has to. Look at this, look at that. The certainty, that's what's gonna murder you in volatility. Most people make their mistakes via certainty. So as long as you have a healthy amount of doubt, if you're not too certain and you position in that sense, you keep it light, be nimble, be ready to adjust, you're going to be fine. And you gotta have a little bit of patience. I mean, yesterday was a crazy day, but it still required a lot of patience. So you're going to have to see even today. I think the same exact thing is going to play out. Not necessarily exactly how it played out, but yeah, you might have to take some time. So NVIDIA, is this all chips? Yeah, Micron, SanDisk, NVIDIA. Again, a couple of China names too, bro. Pinduoduo, Baidu. They're pretty hyped. You're certain it could go either way? No, we're actually going nowhere. So see what happened? You see what happens when you're certain? So yeah, man, I was certain. It's funny how it works, man. It's funny how it works. NVIDIA.com. Hey, happy Honda days. We're here to let you know the war's pretty much over. Or maybe it's not. But you could save 50 miles a gallon with our new Honda Prelude. The fuck? Alright, IGV. Everyone's kind of catching a bid now. Look at the high ticker. 30 second, 1 minute, 5 minute. They're all going. So whatever that, you had $1 drop on oil. That's what also sucks too. These are big drops on oil. I mean, $2-3, bro. But at the same time, I mean, it just feels like nothing compared to yesterday. Amazon, now Apple too. So, okay, now big tech is taking off. All of the other mid-tier equal weight stopped dumping. So look, equal weight finally got a move. And now chips are just, they're leading heavy. Like I'm telling you, bro, the NVIDIAs, Micron, Intel, AMD, that's your bigger gain, not to mention the rest of the shit's not dying. Constellation moving. Now Coca-Cola, you're doing the staple wave. So staples are about to fill the gap. And then SPY is right where we closed practically. 1/10%. NASDAQ and Russell back to green. Oh, I have an old chart of uncertainty. It was substantially higher, but yeah, that uncertainty has kind of been the word. I had a chart that I showed last week. Where is it? It's a different uncertainty index that hit the highs. Oh, where is it? Was like the RGV index or something like that. Well, I had a chart of it from last week. China plan to offer subsidies on open cloud development. Yeah, bro. Dude, today is a software open claw day. Oil coming down again. British Airways, we've canceled all flights to and from Amman, Bahrain, Doha, Dubai, and Tel Aviv until later this month. And then Malaysia's Prefchem crude unit shut since last week on limited feedstock to halt more derivatives this unit. Exxon Singapore refining trim refinery runs on crude delay deliveries. It's weird. Oil's going down. You just had two headlines that wouldn't really feel like yesterday they would have killed you. So yeah, I think even the oil market's in a fucking hangover right now. You just had British Airways cancel flights, and then Malaysia, and then you have China and OpenClaw, dude. All I've heard today, Nvidia OpenClaw, Facebook and OpenClaw. I feel like they're trying to bring back the the software freak out. And then again, but the Anthropic too, they're gonna get that executive order signed today to clap them. USO going down. Like I'm saying, I think if you break 84 to 82, that's where it opens up a little bit more. Again, Mag 7 and chips ran you up there, but yeah, you got an interesting set of headlines that came in, but very minimal reaction today. Who's this? Market CEOs speak at FIA conference. Speaking of which, Owl 2, that one's still low. That's the one I don't like. The credit is still lingering. Is that Korea moving? All right, SPY still going up. I mean, a lot of the memory, Korea is starting to break out. Oil dropping again. VB. Yeah, Apple, dude, Apple, Amazon, Meta was already up 1%. So big techs, and then again, Nvidia is literally up 1.2 right now, or 1%. So yeah, and then SanDisk, Micron. All right, you're getting back to the highs of the day. You might break out. High ticker is still extremely active, and then the low ticker is just all oil. USO now red. I mean, oil futures are down 9.5. There's 85.70. So yalla. All right. And then myself, we're here for an hour. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I didn't go pre-market, bro. You know, we're just locked in. So, yeah, you're moving up here. High ticker hasn't slowed down. I mean, be on the lookout for headlines. They are at the G7 meeting right now, or they said they're going to have another one later. So we'll see where that plays out. But give me a second. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Even The Trading Fraternity YouTube. I got those. Well, you have a gift there. We'll see if you use it.
Happening at CME when it comes to energy just in the last few days.
I will, and I think when you look at my colleagues down in Atlanta, I think they traded over 11 million contracts in their energy complex, so they also had a very busy sessions over the last several days too. So the oil markets in general have been very active. You asked a question a moment ago about geopolitical risk, and oil has a lot to do with that, and I don't think too many people are talking about this, and it concerns me a lot. When you look at what we did by going into Iran, which I support what we did because of the way the rulership was going there, and I think that was detrimental for the people. After 47 years, something needed to be done. So I commend President Trump for going in there and doing it. The problem is, what does that mean as far as the derivative, since we're in this conference, for Russia finishing off in the Ukraine? What does that mean for President Xi going into Taiwan? I don't think anybody knows the answer to those questions. We just went into Iran, where they can now maybe potentially in their minds justify going into other countries just like we went into Iran. And we could say, no, we went after, you know, a really bad guy. What are you guys doing? And they could say, well, we think they're really bad guys. So why are you yelling at us? So I think that's an issue. So if you think oil can go from 118 to 87, which was your question, like it did, I can see it going back to 150. If in fact some of those other things happen. So I don't think the geopolitical risks to marketplaces between oil, interest rates, every other asset class is out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination.
You can make predictions on
That
policy
was
about
Terry
where you
Duffy,
can price
the
oil.
CEO and chairman of the CME Group. He is in discussion with Tim Stanovic of Bloomberg Business Week at the FIA Global Cleared Market Conference. The panel also includes Deutsche Börse Group Executive Member Thomas Book, NASDAQ's Chair and CEO Adina Friedman, SGX Group CEO Boonchai Lo, and Kalshi's CEO Tarek Mansour. Let's go back to the conference taking place in Boca Raton, Florida.
Considering intervening in oil futures markets. The idea is the government would use its huge balance sheet to trade futures contracts to push down the price of oil.
That's the
He's already
CME guy?
laughing, and I haven't even finished the question.
He literally he said he's going to go back to 150.
Are you going to ask Tarek again? Prediction markets are saying about this.
The U.S. Treasury has traditionally stayed away from commodities markets. Is this
All
a
right,
good idea?
you're
And look,
moving.
it's still considering this, but I saw this.
So
and I
what's
was like,
important about this, Tim, is that the U.S. Treasury Department, in the rumor that you're suggesting, and it's a rumor, I have not heard it substantiated by the administration, there's two ways they could go about this. Would they be buying calls on oil because they're concerned that this is not a short-term deal and the price could go up exponentially, and they want to make sure that the American people are protected? So nobody says that part of the equation.
No, high takers from E-Trade. We have the ghetto E-Trade, power trade, or whatever it is. All right, man, you're back. You're higher than where we opened, and then you have not hit the high of yesterday. Where do we need to get to? So what was this? Is this March 1st? Yeah. So you got to get to 685, but you're at the low of the day after the attack, and then you're still a little bit lower than those first couple of days. But oil's just dumping. I mean, right now, the only real update on it, I mean, nothing has happened. You've got a couple of these smaller updates on what's going on in other countries. I mean, we heard from Malaysia, and you just heard the British Airways stuff, but at the same time, there's also that G7 minister meeting. So they haven't said anything. They said a couple of comments earlier, but I think this is just going to be it's all going to be slow until we actually get a headline. Somebody said building confidence. I mean, I think that's a good way to put it, but day by day, we're going to still have to, it's going to be a log 7 hours. It's going slower, though. That's the thing. Bigger in chips, bigger in tech. Big 7 is holding up. Staples are quietly trying to catch up now. They're back to green or at break even. Actually, everything just went green. SPY 0.07, Russell 0.27, NASDAQ 0.2, and even the Dow. Let's see your checkup. 17 names green on the Dow. So Dow flipped. 10 more names went green on the NASDAQ. 56 red. That's 50-50. And then almost 100 names or 70 names went green on the SPY. So yeah, 679.05. You're about 1 point away from yesterday's high. Slow and stable is good, but this isn't going to make, for any of those like short-term plays to the upside, they're not going to hit the same way. I'm pretty sure all daily calls are smashed. Yeah, so if you go look at the option chain on the daily or even tomorrow, all of the contracts are red on the last close or on the last trade. So this is moving way too slow compared to yesterday. So you could work up, but if it moves slower now, I mean, even then, they just knocked off IGV3. It's back 2, but... And then again, you're going to have earnings, too, with ORCL. Let's actually see how Homeboy's doing. CN are more biotechs? Yeah, XBI, IBB, those are starting to go again too. Yeah, VKTX. Who's the other one? B-Bio and then Cytokinesis. Cytokinesis went down. B-Bio kept going from the morning. All right, 69.17. Oil coming down, 85.23. We're getting there. Oil output in Venezuela reached 1.16 million barrels a day. Rocket Lab and then Mountain, that was a bad earnings. Rocket Lab on the high. Again, Pinduoduo and China plays are coming up here too. Yeah, MTN, they were down like 4 or 5%, I believe, earlier. That was bad earnings. REIT and Vail. REIT and skiing. A skiing REIT. I don't know. Are they considered a REIT or is it it might be. It's either a REIT or hospitality. And then Domino's on the low. Water on the low. AWK, surprisingly. So, yeah, this is the lowest you've been since, like, 7 o'clock at night yesterday on oil. You hate them? I hate them, but I like them. Like, I don't know. Last time they came down here, it would have been a great purchase. They're very volatile, but again, they just haven't. They're getting clapped on the lack of snow. I mean, if you cut the price 50%, Habibi, I think you'd get a lot of people. All right, NVIDIA up one. Again, I don't think any Mag 7 is in the red except Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft's down 1%, but everybody else is just slowly melting away. It's the slow melt up after a quick move yesterday. You're looking at CPI for tomorrow. They aren't forecasting inflation up. Do you think that is strange? No, not at all. I think that's why I said it yesterday. I don't think the CPI is going to matter, or if anything, it might be good because everybody is so bearish on it. But the reality is that CPI is unaffected by oil for this next one that comes out tomorrow. So everything that happened with oil, that's going to show up on the next CPI. So this CPI tomorrow, that one's probably going to be normal or what it's kind of been like. Other than that, the one next month, that's the one that's going to show, you know, gas prices going up $1, all those other factors with oil. So it's actually, I would say that's right smack dab in line. That's why I think a lot of people are going to be bearish coming into it because they're going to just overestimate the impact of what we went through when it's going to just show up on a different reporting. All right, chips are still going up. SPY is half a point from the highs, my friend. Half a point from the highs. And then oil back to 85 right now. So like I'm saying, it's the lowest it's been in a while. Just keep your eyes up. It's weird. You kind of ignored it, and then that bigger drop there, I mean, that was a $6 drop on oil. So if you're wondering, even with the market here, that was literally a $6 drop. Intelligence Ministry says foreign national conducting espionage on behalf of U.S. and Israel acting as a proxy for 2 Gulf countries was arrested in Iran. They just say a spy got arrested? Oh? Again, bro, China is on fire today. Again, I think their import data rocketed up. And then again, they even started pumping some stuff with OpenClaw developments and all that. But yeah, that was a $6 drop, you guys. $6 drop on oil correlates with this, but the market took a second to get jump started. It's still mad slow. There's USO on the low. Yeah, they're saying that a spy got arrested. I said 30 people captured. Jeez. Sherwin-Williams now. Watch Staples, see if they get... Staples are still kind of... They're holding. But yeah, this is still all tech. All big tech mixed in with now some of the mid-tiers. Not software. Software is still lagging. If software comes back up, that'll add a lot more steam. But this is kind of everybody else. But equal weight has now... Pretty much you did that whole equal weight move. It just did that Trump reaction. I want to say in the same amount of time. Yeah, give or take. You just really replicated that whole entire Trump move again. Just this time, just without like the crazy excitement. Oil at 83 now, so get ready. Again, if oil keeps plummeting and now you're at the high, I mean, this is going to support holding up. I mean, again, we've got little baby headlines. I think you need to hear if anything gets substantially better or worse right now. But now you have China going up, big tech. But yeah, oil on its own right there is pretty good. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oracle. Oh shit, those Intel options are still up. That one from last week, I forgot about that. No shit. I thought those died. Habibi. I guess it's still only Tuesday. IGV at the VWAP. SPY's still going. All right, new high. You are now higher than yesterday. Oil's lower. I mean, yesterday when you printed this high, it was off of oil. This would have been 10%. So like I'm saying, you are now into Thursday's level, or you're like $1 away. But yeah, now 83 to 82. This is where it gets a little bit more important. All the software is doing really bad. Palantir, Oracle, Microsoft, the big leaders. The IGV. I think IGV, there's just a lot of software news. I mean, you had good stuff with like Anthropic and all of that, but then the other part was like the Moltbook and Facebook, Nvidia coming out with Nemo Claw, and then China even announced something there too. And then also I think it's a rotation. I think people feeling a little bit better if this feel good attitude is going to continue. I think they're going to take a little off software and go back to staples. Just remember, during this whole freak out, software did not go down. So if you're telling me everything's going back up, I think some of this is the money moving out of the safe haven and then moving back into a little bit more risk on that people got out of just in the last week or two. Circle. Okay, high taker man, 30 seconds still going. If oil keeps continuing down like this, that's gonna, I mean, again, it's core. Actually, oil's is slightly higher than that low yesterday, but it's up there. So is it dead if that happens? I don't know fully, but it just depends how it kind of plays out. But I think software still has a lot more left in it, depending on how it plays out. But this is exactly why I decided to make things free. We left a little on the table, but we had some pretty good sells. And that's why I've been trying to tell y'all at this point, it's just about managing your trade rather than, you know, a lot of people are trying to get in. A lot of people want it to be dead. But yeah, we're still just kind of riding it out. It depends on what happens. We got to take this week by week. You are going to get a lot more volatility. So long story short, there might be room for everything rally or everything dump, but that's going to depend on how some of these other factors play out. We're still just 12 hours off of the first set of relief from last week. And Oracle earnings today, too. That'll be big for both of those. Amen, baby. Time to grow. I'm glad. I mean, I've seen a lot of you grow. I've seen. And then at the same time, I mean, I don't, you know, to each his own. To each his own. PSNY. Is that Polestar? Is that another EV maker? Is PSNY Polestar? I don't know these ones. Hymns and gyms. TSM, more chips still going. Again, you had that chip data 2 in the morning. Cuba play. Cuba's not too big. I mean, we don't really have too much involvement, but I don't think Cuba would be, I don't like, you know, again, remember Venezuela, we got Maduro and not much really happened. You know, it kind of set you up for Iran, but I don't think Cuba would be as volatile as Iran, unless Cuba has some crazy military we're unaware of, and then but yeah, at this point, you know, we've been talking even embargoing or stopping the oil stuff there. But yeah, I'm not too, I don't think Cuba will be that crazy if or when that occurs. taking one of the trades from last week. Yeah, Euro close is going to be at 9:30 my time. So in like 2 hours, just under that. Officials from China and DRC talk to Maersk and MSC executives. Again, shipping costs have still been going up. More chips now. Again, more NVIDIA. More everything in chip land is doing very, very good. To be honest, not a recommendation. Because again, if you get further rotation into the chips, those might go up. But I don't like the contracts that expire soon. But then again, every time I sell a contract that's going to expire soon, it fucking rips. Hey, oil! That's what happened with oil. I did that. Yeah, very interesting. A couple of Oracle plays are even holding a bid. The puts got washed. And then healthcare, bro, CNC, UNH, they're still clobbered. So that's always going to be one to look at. CNC's down 12%. But yeah, UNH, bro. Yeah. So like I'm saying, I mean, long term, you're going to have until the midterms. I don't know. Are you guys seeing it? We talked about it a lot lately. I even talked about it yesterday, but you know, this midterm volatility, I'm excited. You know, I called yesterday. I just sadly, you know, maybe this is a good time to tell everybody right now. I've tried to make it clear through all the videos, but you guys realize there's like a golden parachute on this year? Do you guys understand? You have a golden parachute. Some of you are going to get mad at what I'm about to say next. And what I want to tell you is that no matter how bad things get this year, they're not really going to get that bad. So again, I think we're still going to have volatility with this situation, but do you understand what I'm saying? So you have a golden parachute on the year. Things could get bad all the way up until like October. But then after that, it's not going to be bad anymore. I hate to break it to you. So that's an opportunity for your long term. That's why I'm saying just keep your eyes out. You know, if we get any volatility in any specific industries, I would use it to your advantage and take advantage of it. But if you ever have the temptation to be like, oh my gosh, the world is going to end, it could end up until October. After that, it's golden parachute time. You know, again, there's one instance where you hit a low after the midterms, and ironically, it was under Donald Trump. But at the same time, it's you know, we'll account for that as well. But yeah, it's not, this year is not going to be, it could get bad and get very bad in the beginning, but it's just, I'm very confident for that midterm cycle reaction. So just keep that in mind. And that's why I'm like, dude, some of these names, worst case, bro, it's like you still have your UNHs and other stuff, but if we still keep getting this volatility, I mean, I would embrace it. And then if not, you know, hopefully you took advantage of some of the other ones, but we still got another like 7 more months. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, if you're ever tempted to go full, like, oh my gosh, the world is ending, just remember, this is what happens every midterm year. I wish I was making this up. I wish the stats on this wasn't 100%. Like I'm telling you, since 1930, there was only one time in 2018 under Donald Trump where shit went out after that, where you actually hit a low afterwards, pretty much after the midterms. Otherwise, you set the low before. VKTX, that's biotech shit. That one's still going. That's ripping. Only 3%, but that's been a nice consistent. Apple, you're now what? Almost, is that a point? No. BB, yeah, you're almost 1 point higher than yesterday's high. It's one of the most solid stats you could have. You're wondering if I voted for Trump? I think that's a disingenuous question. You know how many motherfuckers know I voted for Trump? So yeah, bro, I voted for Trump. I'm proud of it. I have not changed my opinions on it. I mean, I'm still very well aware of a lot of things, but yeah, I voted for Trump. I think you know. So, I mean, if you want to bring up the discussion, you can. I could have nicely ignored it too, but come on. A lot of y'all, you know the vibes. I'm letting the chat do whatever they want. Some of y'all keep bringing up Jesus and then pumping. Some of you are asking questions. You know the answer to. So I'd encourage you to be mature, and at the same time, if you've been paying attention, I'd be still dropping dimes for you. So I want to make sure y'all do good, but at the same time, I'm not going to do whatever you want. And then if you want to lock in, we have something for that as well too. The one time we went lower was with Trump. That scares you? It is. I mean, again, he was the anomaly. Essentially, it is. It's the that's what makes you kind of worry. But that was guess what? I don't want to fuck it up for you. But actually, the last time that happened in 2018, there was like a liquidity problem, which you could parallel to the high yield credit right now. So it might happen again. That's what I'm saying. But even then, after the midterms, even if we go lower 2 months after the midterms, I still think you'll be higher for 4 to 5 months later. By January, February, I think you'll brush it all off. Just again, because especially now with how much uncertainty we're getting, market's still holding up way too good. But we'll see on the back end. Be there when that shit occurs. Especially, dude, I know, especially now, man. That's why too, and again on the Trading Fraternity channel, I'm still posting you guys updates. So yeah, man, you guys got to run it. But like there's opportunities, bro. If we get craziness, these are good opportunities to change your life and put yourself ahead. But that's why too, you guys gotta. That's what sucks, man. I'm sharing some plays with you, but don't ever forget, the real life-changing stuff is gonna be revolving around keeping your money and making sure you're making good long-term investments. If you hit a short-term play, I pray to God that you parlay it into a long-term investment and walk away with the trophy. All right, bro, you're still melting up. So yeah, bro, this is all, I think half of this is like big tech, but now equal weight is picking up with it. So again, take a look. The UPS is the equal weight hasn't hit a high. You'll probably slow down once equal weight gets back up here. That's kind of what happened the other day. You got another 30 points. China summons Maersk and MSC on shipping operations in Panama. Can I ask permission for something? I'll ask you guys. Can I be a dickhead right now? Only if it's okay with you guys. Can I just say a dickhead comment? This is for not the locked in. This is for the main chat. No. Locked in, y'all ready? Yo, y'all were quick with that, huh? No. Can I respectfully say something? I don't know if this is the moment. No, it's not for you guys. You guys don't see it. It's not affecting you in the locked in. Apple, Nivda, oil. It's funny. Oil names are coming up. Oil stopped dropping. It's kind of basing at 84 on the futures. Well, yeah, that's what I was talking. The jobs report too. That was actually, I was saying it. I was like, dude, the jobs report was terrible last week. And to see the reaction, that's why I think even CPI tomorrow is going to kind of be a non-event. IDF detects, destroys Hezbollah launcher during attempt. All right, high ticker is still non-stop here. Again, a bigger tech lead. Chips are the main winner right now. Even Intel going up. Or maybe you guys could do this for me. Will you guys be down to do this for me so that I don't have to do it? Because homeboy keeps pumping some DX whatever stock. His whole chat facts. You're a fucking pumper, Jimbo. So respectfully, fuck you. But if you guys could do me a favor, can y'all just jump the pumpers? Can you guys do it? I've ignored a lot of them, but I feel bad. I don't want any of the new guys looking for plays, you know? I don't want them to get clapped. But can you guys jump them for me? Can you guys just tell them to shut the fuck up? You know, and be like, y'all fucking pumper, piece of shit. Or maybe be nicer. Maybe, I don't know. He said, Jim who? No, not Farmer Jim. I like Farmer Jim. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know. Stop. I get it, bro. We get it. Your chat facts does not deceive. Thank you for shopping at Stock Market Live. Yeah, bro. Put on some black Air Force Ones. Stomp them out real quick. High ticker still going. And emerging markets, actually. So yeah, you're rotating back, man. The fact that even staples and now emerging markets, dollar has to be down. Yeah, dollar's down a third. Dollars kind of look like what the bonds did the other day. Every day here on out, please. Because I'm not banning any of you, so you guys might as well jump them. You know what I'm saying? You should make it a gated community. That's what I tried to show you guys last year, but shit, man, I don't know. It's up to you guys. I mean, shit, do whatever you like. Do whatever you like. Hey, Matt, is that the only software play going up? They had good earnings. Google. All right, bro. Most big tech. Actually, who is the lagger? Microsoft. That's it. Microsoft comes up. It'll take software with it. Bro, it's just all straight greens now. 681. You were up over a point from yesterday's high. Bitcoin climbing up right now. Boeing on the low. Boeing, big candle down. Check news on Boeing. Bobo delivered 51 airplanes. Oh, that's the headline. So Boeing deliveries, 21 gross orders, 6 cancellations, 51 airplanes in February. Bidunius, more China. U.S. to sell 100 billion in 4-week bonds, 90 in 8 weeks, and 69 billion in 4-month bills. The delay on oil futures, I mean, I think at this point it's size, but the market moved a little earlier, but then it's like the market knew this oil was going to drop pretty big because that one continued. Boeing's still dropping. So again, Boeing, another $3 on that. Oh, you could have hit that. So again, if you use the last trade trick, you'll see that they just jumped up. Prior to that move, though, you had them. That's crazy. Boeing says wiring flaws will slow 737 deliveries. I was gonna say, why are they dropping on? I didn't think they would go down 3% off of that delivery numbers. Wall Street Journal's reporting wiring flaws will slow some of the 737 MAX deliveries. And then another high, 681, my friends. Let me see some of those. I still think the premiums are red. Yeah, they are. I mean, you take another like 2 points, the premiums are gonna. They're already juiced from the bottom, but yeah, it's still in that. Mayor's to introduce temporary emergency bunker surcharge. And then Estee Lauder, that's going to bring up Staples, SanDisk for chips. They are all going. And then again, Baba, Baidu. Dude, Baidu is up 8. Remember yesterday? Even from that 118, 120 move. So that's a lot from there. Oracle finally. You got to get Microsoft and Oracle. You'll get IGV back up there. But I think Microsoft's the important one. As odd as that may. Oracle will be important towards the end of the day. But Microsoft is that's the only one lagging on Mag 7 right now. And then ARM starting to come up. I don't know how they knew that. Or again, that was a $6 drop on oil. So it's not small. But that's kind of what, right when the oil started like really breaking, SPY was already up near the high or the open, and then it just took off from there. Yeah, I think Boeing, you kind of missed that one. You had it there on the first candle, but then that second hit with the WSJ headline, that kind of added to it. Well. Microsoft is lagging usually. Last week it did great. Last 2 weeks. INKT. It seems like it'd be a buy. Printed a lot lower, but it's not showing on the chart. Again, even Lulu, Nike. I mean, again, watch the equal weight. Like I'm saying, you'll probably, once the equal weight breaks out or hits the high, it'll probably either slow down there or not. Boeing says they found scratched wiring in undelivered planes. Keep getting updates on this one. Yeah, wiring flaws. They're giving another update. And then AppLovin, that one's still declining. Yeah, so more software names are going down. The bigger ones are doing decent. VST climbing. FTI. Is this semis? GDS, GSK, Pfizer. Yeah, Oracle up, Microsoft down, and then a couple of other software names. Gap filled from Friday, is it? Let's see. Yeah. You have filled that Friday gap. So remember, Friday, everybody was worried about the weekend. Oil goes to 120. And then we had all of yesterday, and then now the continuation here. It's not, again, you're not even close to even the original Euro close. But yeah, you filled that Thursday, Friday gap level. Where are we price-wise? So you're still like, what, another 5 points below the Friday level? Depending on how you look at it. Or you could get, you're into the lows of where we were at right before the war started. Palantir now. Software is going to go down. See if Oracle drops with it. But yeah, you got Palantir, AppLovin. I can't type. Yeah, Palantir into the low, down 3.6. USAR and MP Scoop, only 2 months of rare earths inventory. Sources told South China Post Washington had only 2 months of rare earth inventory and supplies would dominate talks when Trump sat down with Xi Jinping. I mean, China's up for other reasons, but maybe you could throw that in there. See if they start moving. Again, some of them were pretty active to start off. And then more staple, Dollar General, a couple of those plays. Actually, where is XLP? XLP now about to hit the high from yesterday. If Oracle has good earnings, will it come back down? It depends on how good. If it's like a good earnings that's like in the middle, I think it'll hover around that price for a little bit. But if it's something where they confirm a lot of money, RPOs, or there's like just more legitimacy. I mean, let me put it this way. If those credit default swaps on Oracle drop substantially as a result of the earnings, I don't think it'll come back. But if it's like a good earnings, but then everything fundamentally and like debt-wise stays the same, then yeah, I think you'll get another shot. Boeing keeps delivery goal of 500 737 MAX planes this year, aka China. Like, I don't think they'll deliver them this year, but yeah, you're getting a bunch of Boeing news. They just had delivery numbers and something about a wiring issue, and then now they're saying their goal is still the same of 500 jets at the end of the year. MDT, they're at a conference. Check MDT, 90 to 89.30. It's 70 cents. So it's not that big, but I remember, is it 10? It's 11. But yeah, they're at a conference. All of the asks are up. Let me check the headline on that one. BX Owl and Blue Owl are to take a minority stake in US PE firm. How? Where do they have money? Earlier, Medtronic's acquisition of Sincha Vascular. Yeah, I have the transcript. I don't know what they said. You got to go through it. But yeah, Barclays conference. Good morning. Is the war really over? I mean, it depends who you ask. That's the Donald Trump comment that really caused, I mean, what? We're looking at like 11 points on the SPY. So those comments yesterday at close, I mean, nothing unwound it. There was comments saying Israel said it's not ending this week. And there was a couple more and, a lot of back and forth with Iran. They were saying they want all the attacks to stop, but then they also said that they determine when the war ends. So you've had that back and forth. You had a couple of refineries and shut-ins still today. There was ships that were moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and really from yesterday till today, we're still kind of playing this this at least easing of tensions, hence the big drop on oil. But I still think still too early to say, but we're going to have some volatile days moving forward. But the goal that we need to get to is by week 4. So let me put it that way. By week 4, we'll really know the answer. We're going to know the answer of if this war is anywhere close to being over, or as we get into week 4, if a lot more attacks and oil stuff winds down, then that'll be it. FPS, this one, I just pulled this one up. They were moving, but that just kind of rocketed up there. Oh, the dollar is like 2% right there. Locked in, baby. Well, welcome. There's another live video, so make sure you go to that chat too, and you could get the real time. But please, there's rules. So this chat has no rules. The locked in has rules, so I will ban you if you break the rules. Otherwise, you can hang out and keep it chill. If Oracle has good earnings, yeah, I already answered that one. I like it. But like I'm saying, I think Oracle is high stakes today. That's what I'm telling y'all. Even when I bought the play, we did the analysis of it. I don't think I got the best price. I think my move on Oracle was really, aggressive. So this earnings, I mean, it could mean a lot depending on whether they do good or bad. But then the other part too, I was talking about it last night because I wanted to take advantage of the software dip, but I would be really pissed, man, if Oracle ends up doing crazy. I would be really mad if I was like, well, the only way I regret it is like a couple years from now, I look back and I'm like, of course, I picked up the one that did dog shit when I could have just bought the IGV. So we're going to find out. But then also at the same time, if Oracle doesn't do bad and they don't fail, I think we'll get rewarded a lot more. So yeah, but there is a lot riding on it. You know what happened, bro? You want me to tell you what I did this morning? What do you guys think I did this morning? I don't think you'll guess it. It's kind of random, but I do this a lot. I always tell you when I do it. Nobody ever, well, I don't want to give it away. What do you think I did this morning? It has to do with Oracle. I did something with Oracle this morning. A rule abiding Chad? Let's see, man. Let's see, bro. It's only one way to find out. Time, my friend. Time. The video. I took a dump. I did take a dump, yes. And yeah, you are still in the fog of war. I think this is the fog of war where the headlines are now not bad. Oh, you're close. You're close. Wow. See, you guys know me well. I didn't buy a leap. No. I called Oracle. I tried to get a hold of the CEO, but Larry doesn't really take calls. But yeah, I called Oracle, and then I called their investor relations. I wanted to see if they would talk to us, because again, everybody keeps putting out these, should I call them weekly? Because every single time, these articles lately, people have been shitting on Oracle, and Oracle's been like fighting back and posting all of these other headlines. Let me see if I could call him again. No, the title's not clickbait. The title is the comment that Trump made yesterday that caused all this. So you're just a little late, Miss Clay J. You woke up a little later here. I could talk about it again. Let me call Oracle real quick, and then we could discuss it. But I don't think the volatility's over. I still think fog of war is a good way to describe it. But you need to understand what caused such a violent move, and $30 down with oil. But a lot of it's just talk. So yesterday, just talk of the G7 that brought the G7 oil ministers brought oil down $19 a barrel. And then those Trump comments brought it down about $15 a barrel. Broadcom. That's on the low. I don't know. Should we intel them? Wait, is this the number I called earlier? Oh, I had a different number. Ooh, okay, hold on. I got a new number. Let's call them. Because I really like Oracle, but I want to talk to them. I feel like Bloomberg keep lying on their name, bro. Bloomberg keep talking shit. You know what I'm saying?
Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. through 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Please choose from the following options.
Okay.
If you know your party's
Customer support.
Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name.
Larry Ellison.
Thank you for calling our...
Larry Ellison.
I think you said Kane Ellison. Is that correct?
No, Larry Ellison.
Say yes or no?
No.
Okay. Did you say Ellison Kane?
No.
Say yes or no? Or press 1 for... Thank you for calling our Venice. Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday.
Larry Ellison.
Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name.
I don't believe you.
Our normal business
Ellison.
hours are Monday through Friday. I think you said Ellison. Is that correct?
Yes.
Say yes or no. Sorry, I could not find a similar name or menu option.
You're
Thank you for
lying.
calling our Venice. Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name.
Oh, wait. I was calling the wrong company, dude. I was calling that Biotech. My thing didn't update. I'm an idiot. I was like, you guys are lying, bro. What do you mean you ain't got no Larry Ellison? I'm like, I'm about to sell my stock if y'all ain't got no Larry Ellison. I'm an idiot, bro. I was calling the wrong company. Sorry. That's why I was like, wow, this number's different. I'm just dumb. Okay, let's try again.
Thank you for calling Oracle. Your call may be monitored or recorded to ensure quality service. Thank you for calling Oracle. How can I assist you?
Hi. I'm wondering if I could speak to Larry Ellison or anybody at Investor Relations. I'm looking to interview him because there's been a lot of fake posts by Bloomberg.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm just looking up the Investor Relations hotkey. Okay, I did find the number. I can go ahead and transfer you.
Awesome. Thank you. You have a lovely voice, too.
Oh, thank you. Have a great day.
Goodbye. You too.
Bye-bye.
She had a nice voice. I liked her voice.
Quarter of fiscal year 2026.
Oh, this is the one I called yesterday.
2026 after the close of the market. We will host a conference call and live webcast to discuss the financial results. Please visit our investor relations website to listen to the live webcast.
She kind of sounded like Kathy Wood.
March 10th, 2026. If you would like to read and download our earnings press releases and financial spreadsheets, please visit our website at www.oracle.com/investor. If you are interested in obtaining Oracle's annual report on Form 10-K, this and other current and historical SEC filings are available on our website at www.oracle.com/investor, along with a list of frequently asked
Vertex, they were already up.
information about stock splits and a calendar of events. Oracle does not buy or sell stock directly. You will need to contact a licensed stockbroker. If you own Oracle stock and have questions or concerns,
Spy's even
about
coming
your
back
account,
up.
such as an address change or a loss certificate,
And Oracle.
call Oracle's
They
transfer
just
agent,
needed a phone call.
Liquidity Trust Company.
I know this is AI.
888-430-9892.
You think? I don't think that was an AI. You think the lady was an AI?
888-430-9892.
Stop it. That was a human, bro.
You can also visit Liquidity Trust
There's no
Company's
way
website
that was an AI.
https://
If it's an AI, then fucking I'm shorting Oracle if that was an AI. That was too good. Oil dropping, 83.
KCCESS. If you are an Oracle employee or former Oracle employee, or a former employee of a company
CISS, NAV, 35 a share, speculation after tops.
stock group at stock_US@oracle.com. Once again, that's stock_US@oracle.com.
Investor relations is not available. Record your message at the tone.
All right, let's call back.
Thank you for calling Oracle. Your call may be monitored or recorded to ensure quality service.
They're hanging up on me already. Come on, bro. What? How come nobody like me, dog? Come on.
To ensure quality service. Thank you for calling Oracle. How can I assist you?
Hi, I just called about the investor relations. It sent me to a machine. Is there anybody I could talk to personally by chance?
Not by voicemail. I'm afraid to say that the only other phone number and or email address that I have available for Mr. Ellison is just an email account that is monitored by the executive team.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Is it the one on the investor relations website?
Nope, this is a super secret email address that I can provide.
Oh, you're hyping me up. What do you mean super secret? Oh, wow.
We love the super secret.
I love Oracle, so that's why. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me get something to write this with. I'm actually this isn't an AI, right?
No.
Oh, because you're awesome. I appreciate you so much. You're amazing.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bro. She gave me the email. Ah! Oh, yeah, bro. I'm not gonna let all of y'all just fucking hammer the email. She said, let me see if I can find this. Let's see if this shows up anywhere. Alright. But yeah, I asked her if she's AI, bro. She's amazing. I liked her. Let's see if she's trolling me, though. Just in case. But I think I asked her, I said, it's not on the website, right? Because there is one, but I don't. It's a weird-ass email. Yeah, bro. Nice. You think, bro, that wasn't... Bro, she called me awesome. Maybe she was an AI. But nah, she responded too quick. I asked, bro. I was worried, but I asked, man. I asked. All right, hold on. Well, I got to email him now. Say, hey, I heard this is a super secret email. What's my phone number? I think that's it. Let me double check. I should have spoke to her in Klingon. Gave a spam email box. She might have. I think she liked me. Maybe I'm delusional. So, you know, you miss the shots you don't take, they say. You know what I'm saying? Because I do want to talk to her. I tweeted at him yesterday, bro. Because I feel like we could bond. You know, me and Oracle. Like, you got to think about it. Both of us hate Bloomberg now. That's it. All right. All right, there it is, man. There it is. There it is. And look, market stopped moving. They waited for me. I should get AI switched their phone service after me. You guys don't understand. AI don't even. They changed their whole thing. Iran oil production reduced to 1.2 million barrels a day. Ministry spokesperson. The 120 oil spike was typical peak panic, marking a top, says Bank of America. Iraq attempting to resume Kirkuk oil flow. All right. See if oil goes down on that. If Iraq actually raises their oil production. You've raised her up. I thought she was very sweet. You know that? You guys don't fucking remember Intel? That motherfucker was acting like he worked with Blackwater for some odd reason. That Intel guy was so angry all the time. Fucking Rajesh or whatever his name was, bro. He was hella fucking... That guy was not fun at all. I made it fun, but nah, that lady was nice. She tried to ignore my second call, though, but... She saw I was persistent. Yeah, Intel guy was an op, dude. Intel wouldn't even give me an email. He would just hang up on me. At one point, once he knew it was me, he wouldn't even respond and would just hang up. I'm telling you, they had a lot of problems at that company, but I'm glad we were getting them to move. Middle East refineries shut down 1.9 billion of crude due to war. You're getting back and forth. Iraq resuming oil flow, reduced production, and then you're getting another headline on refineries slowing down. I'll call Intel for you, but nothing. I already know what's gonna happen. They ever since then, bro, they changed it all. Watch, it's like automated. They're like, we hate everybody now. They got that. Yeah.
We are experiencing difficulties. Please call back at a later time.
How?
Bye.
Yeah. See, that's it. That's what they do now. XYZ on the high. PayPal's not moving. App still dying. Oracle. I like Oracle. We'll see what happens though. But like, I think we could bond. Because again, Bloomberg would just straight up lied on him the last week. And they got a little mad. Net on the high. Wait, Net's already back to the 200s? Wait a minute. No. Am I thinking of Net? Yeah, that's actually kind of shocking. Remember, Net was supposed to be a lot higher. So yeah, look, because even on this software day, Net is benefiting off of it. Habibi. Let's see. Still very expensive. Yeah, so think about it. All of the like Cloudflare shit today, or excuse me, the Claudebot, kind of makes sense. Net's going up, and then IGV still a little whacked out. No, he worked there, bro. We called for months. I even called months after. They just got rid of the phone service. Could we get a checkup? You can, my friend. At 8:30, it should be Euro close, but we should do a push-up. So get a push-up in while I tell you that the Dow only has 9 names in the green. At one point, it was like 18 or 20. The other 21 are in the green. NASDAQ, 49 in the red, 51 in the green. So that flipped. It was like 68 at one point, and then SPY, 252, 249. So you had almost 400 names right at one point today. But now, yeah, they're back up 50-50. Dow is the leader. I mean, in terms of percentage, NASDAQ is leading right now, or the Russell is. NASDAQ and Dow are actually matched up, both 0.5, and then SPY at 0.3. A couple things starting to move. See Disney on the high. Disney back at 101, bro. 50-50. You're not planning to use an agent for your new build? Well, are they giving you a discount? Because if you go with, because usually when you don't use an agent at a new build, they don't really incentivize it. If you use their lending, then you get incentive. So unless you already signed the form, I would just probably use an agent or ask them. They usually give you $500, but if you have a friend who would be your agent and will pay you, give you a commission refund as an incentive, you might be able to get more money back. Other than that, I would do what's it called? I would go and look at the lending and see, make sure you get as many concessions as you can for both lending as well as what's it called? Both lending as well as like points off of the, like they could give you a concession for the lot in the house and they'll give you a discount, but then you should be able to get around like 4% right now, which is kind of crazy. Yo, why are these spreads so fucked up? I'm in a coat. service now. Yeah, I mean, a lot of software. I mean, even Fastly's starting to climb up here. But yeah, honestly, these cloud plays, though, are actually kind of on fire. Kind of makes sense. Because, again, today was just fucking everybody going crazy over Moltbot again. Moltbot, Moltbook, even China. I didn't realize how much those plays actually went up. Yeah, something's up with them. There are incentives, haven't signed anything. Offering 20K on close, minus 1%, 55 on decor concession. Well, be careful though, because if you go to the new build center and their design center, they really overcharge you for some of that stuff. So 55K is good, but then like if it's gonna get you to overspend, it all just depends on how nice it is too. But at the same time, I would that's the thing though, if you're already talking to them, even if you haven't signed anything, you probably already gave up your potential commission. That's how it works. So if you go into a new build without an agent and then you already start engaging with them, they're going to take the commission. So like I'm saying, if you have a friend who's a real estate agent, a lot of real estate agents are down to, because it's easy on a new build, they're down to do it and give you a decent amount back. But yeah, other than that, just make sure the rate's good. See if you could tell them instead of a decor concession, see if they'll pay for the solar panels, or see if they'll just give you the money off the lot or the price of the home. Because in that way, you don't have to go and spend a bunch of money on the design center. Pfizer kind of ripping. Yeah, Pfizer's up 1%. When did I censor myself? I censored myself? How so, Sway? See. Why is it showing up like that? Oh, I fucked it up. All right. Yeah, Pfizer's still kind of going crazy. All right, I got one for you. I want to wait for them. I got one set, but I think they're jacked up, but it tracks with everything. NVIDIA Comfy U AI video generation for game developers. Those will be very risky. But again, just kind of given the theme of today with some of the other tech adjacent. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I said spreads being effed up. Nice. I guess I did censor myself. I didn't. I'll try. Dude, what time is 8:40? You guys know it's almost 10? Today, I'm starting to like daylight savings. It feels very, very early. It's kind of, it's very good for energy. WMB. Again, Pfizer's still going. I don't know what's going on there. Williams. Where are the biotechs? XBI. Kimberly. Meta. Much love. Nivda is still holding up pretty good too. Zelensky says Ukraine sent air defense experts to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. And I don't know, did that NVIDIA thing affect anybody? Spot gold up too. NVIDIA did Unity kind of tweaked on the video game thing. And then Spy Bros still working our way up. It's crazy. You got another 50 minutes till Euro close, but you guys realize this is held up. I mean, it's been very calm. Oil's at 83. We do one more oil drop here. You get 82. I think markets are going to like it. App on the low. Microsoft finally going up. Yeah, those ones, they're expensive. The mid-monies are pricey. The ones with time held up very well. Even if you're gonna spend a decent amount, you could just push it out and get time. Or like I'm saying, wait. It's kind of running right now. So if you wait till that shit comes, just watch that one by close. And then again, even the next couple days, depending on how all of this software reaction plays out. XLP, Pepsi, Staples are going up again. And then Barrick. Pfizer, it could be even an event, but yeah, they're doing very well. Well, again, the shooting star on oil was yesterday. So again, even Bank of America, they're the first one to say that was the top, but usually that's what happened in 2022. Remember, Russia, Ukraine, oil went ape shit. It hit 120, 122. And then it just chilled out. You're going to get, watch, there's going to be another 10% update on oil probably in the next coming weeks. And then after that, though, the frequency of those are going to, they're going to chill out. Is ON the same industry? Because it's all about the industry. That's what is going to benefit off of, no, that's a semiconductor. So anything related to that industry is going to, those are the ones that benefit off of these Claude-bot updates. But then again, that one has Investor Day, so that kind of makes sense. But yeah, so like I'm saying, though, I think oil, you might get another one. Steve Witkoff on CNBC. Question is whether talking would be productive. Trump is always willing to talk to Iran. Well, I'm going to go bathroom. Witkoff.
Or protocol program that had remained intact. And they weren't going to turn it over to us because if we didn't destroy it all during Midnight Hammer, then they weren't going to give it to us diplomatically, which was the, that was the moment when we really knew that they had no intention of doing a deal with us. Now, there was much, much more. I'm just giving you 3 items that were of substantial concern. But when we came back and reported to the president, and it was our job to get a deal done if it was possible, but it was also our job to give the president intelligence as to whether they intended to do something, and it was very, very clear that they were just not well motivated in that regard.
I appreciate you laying it out again, and I know you have said as much publicly, but there are still critics and Democrats who will say there's no evidence that they were that close and no urgency to move now. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, they had 460 kilograms of 60% enriched material. There is no reason to be at 60%, none, zero reason, unless you're pursuing a weapon. So that's the first thing I would say to the naysayers. The second thing I would say to the naysayers is, who actually shows evidence of their weapon? Would a murderer do such a thing? Everybody has known that they have been testing for weaponization since 2003. The IAEA has attested to that. So we know that they've done all kinds of testing on weapons. And it wouldn't be all that much for them to do a World War II vintage type weapon. So we knew that it was possible that they could have a weapon, or they might be close to being able to procure a weapon. And then I give you this other detail that no one seems to want to talk about, which is they could easily have taken the 60% enriched material and made a dirty bomb out of it. That would have been a really easy step. So there was there were all kinds of reasons to be concerned with where they were, and they claimed that they were coming to the negotiation with Jared and I for good purposes, to explain to them what they needed from an enrichment standpoint. So to start the conversation off with the predicate that they're entitled to enrich, with the further predicate that they've got 11 bombs worth of enrichment material a week to a week and a half away from being weapons grade, and that they weren't going to give to us diplomatically what they claim we couldn't win from a military standpoint. That was reason enough for us to determine that they weren't there for to be purposefully negotiating
the mineral
diplomatic
stocks keep
to
going.
This conflict.
So again, that headline on running out of supply, that's still continuing.
Open between you and any of the members of the regime or government there?
Well, I mean, you know, the president has said so. The president has said that he's open to communication. The question is, it's the same question today that we had when we were negotiating with them. Do they actually want to have a diplomatic solution here? And so far, the evidence suggests no.
No. Yeah, I mean, they've replaced Khomeini with his son, who's believed to be a hardliner as well as the new supreme leader. Is that acceptable here to us?
Is that, pardon me, I didn't hear that last.
Is it acceptable to us, you know, in the context of what you're saying and what you're trying to achieve?
Well, again, the president has said the obvious. He's a hardliner. He's theocratic. If he's the same as his father, if he's inflexible in that way, then that's problematic to the president. So the president has indicated that there are all kinds of issues around him.
So how do you see this ending, this war?
I don't know, Sarah. I know this, that President Trump is the wrong guy to go up against. That's what I know. He has drawn a red line, and that is that Iran cannot have a weapon. And yes, they say they don't want one, but all of their actions indicate the exact opposite. So he's just not the right guy to tangle with, and I would suggest they don't.
What about where we are with Israel right now? There was word that you were going to go over there with Jared Kushner, maybe as soon as today, to smooth out maybe some concerns around Israel bombing the energy infrastructure in Iran. Where does that stand?
No, I don't. It wasn't the visit that we were intending to do. Was less about smoothing out differences, because I don't really think there are many differences. It was much more about coordination, understanding where they were, talking about all those different things that are important to talk about. You know, if there's a deal, or if there's not a deal. So and we had to cancel it for other reasons having nothing to do. We'll probably make that trip next week, but we're not sure about it as of now.
Yeah, I mean, are our end goals the same as their end goals?
I would say that, look, Israel is a one-bomb country. One bomb takes them out. And that's why it's so existential to Israel. But we can also see now with this offensive missile shield that Iran had to, in other words, protect the nuclear effort, that and what it's doing,
he's going to Israel next
the
week.
havoc that it's raising out there with Middle Eastern countries. I mean, what they're doing is basically degrading any support they had in the region has been substantially degraded, because nobody wants them as a neighbor. Who would want this sort of activity?
Yeah, I mean, I do.
I'm honestly working on
wonder,
my BB voice.
Well, it's hard to predict how
I really
it's going
think
to
I
end.
could get it down.
I wonder what it means
I don't know if
ultimately
people
for
are going to get
peace
mad
in the
at
region,
me.
for the Abraham Accords, which I know is something that you've been a part of and been
There's a lot
negotiating,
going
and
on.
whether we'll see more countries
work to fight
after
together.
this war is over join.
It's a great question, and the answer is that they're coming out of the woodwork, calling us multiple reach outs for countries who want to be a part of the Abraham Peace Accords. The The point is that this Iranian effort to terrorize the area is having the opposite effect. It's actually bringing people together. The premise before this conflict was they would only use their weapons against little Satan, Israel, and big Satan, the United States.
What?
And now that's been dispelled. Nobody's off limits.
You may not
for,
like it, but this guy
the
has
terrorist
one-liners,
activities
bro.
that they want to perpetrate.
He said
And
one bomb country,
it's unacceptable.
little Satan,
And
Israel,
as I said
big
before,
Satan,
President
America.
Trump is going to clean this up. We have the world's greatest military. We see we're way ahead after 7 or 8 days than where we postulated we would be at this point. And I would think that the Iranians are making some very poor decisions right now if they expect that they're going to be successful tangling with President Trump.
Steve, your description of the nuclear threat is eye-opening. There is still a website page on the White House website that says this is from last June, Iran's nuclear facilities have been obliterated and suggestions otherwise are fake news. How does that square with what you're telling us about the risk today?
Well, first of all, we have destroyed almost all of their enrichment capability and conversion capability, because the enrichment cycle begins with something called conversion and ends with that when you metallicize.
I mean, really, this is where the problem kind of started. If you guys remember, the 2 weeks prior, before the end of February,
so insidious about
Witkoff
the Iranian
went with
program.
top
They can
negotiator
make
Jared
everything
Kushner.
internally that has to do
But
with
they did the what's it called?
on manufacturing.
They did the negotiations with Iran, and then they said, it's not.
And they are capable of manufacturing the best-in-class centrifuges, which are called IR6 centrifuges. The IEAE has said repeatedly.
And then I made a poll, you guys. Can you answer my poll question?
It's very, very difficult to figure out where their centrifuges were.
I want to make you guys a video. I was going to give you this video a couple months ago or a month ago.
This is the type of regime that we're dealing with. They're
but I want
very,
your vote on it
rough
first.
Regime.
You guys got to vote on the poll.
They threw out the IEA. There's been no
Please,
oversight,
for our people.
no observation of what they're doing there from a nuclear standpoint. If everything was as they said,
more mineral
just
plays
for
are
civil
still going
purposes,
up.
Why would they not allow observers into their country? They won't allow them in because there are bad things going on there.
Do we think that the Russians have shared intelligence about the location of U.S. military assets? And if they have, why would we be giving waivers on Russian oil sanctions?
Good question.
Well, I'm not an intel officer, so I can't tell you. I can tell you that yesterday on the call with the president,
chemical producers
the Russians said that they have not been sharing. That's what they said. So, we can take them at their word, but they did say that. And yesterday morning,
third option is hilarious.
And yesterday morning, independently,
you guys got to vote on it.
Jared and I had a call with Ushakov, who reiterated the same. So, that's a better question for the intel people, but let's hope that they're not sharing.
Well, no, what you can share is valuable. So how, Steve, do you think that does this change your negotiations with Russia on ending the war in Ukraine?
3 to 6
and if
weeks.
so, how?
Putin holds call with Pezeshkian.
There was supposed to be a
Iran.
trilateral this week, Sarah. That negotiation is a purposeful negotiation. The Ukrainians themselves say that we've made more progress since the initial meetings in Geneva than we did in the last 4 years.
On it.
So that is moving forward.
You're mature and you understand.
I
don't know. People already got mad at me for telling them about oil. I was just excited, bro. And I said there is plays related to it.
We're going to remain positive on that.
I said they would get clapped if oil changes and then fucking oil goes down 30%. What do you want me to do, bro?
You think you can get a deal this year?
The best part of waking up.
You think you can get a deal
to
negotiate a peaceful end this year in Ukraine?
Well, I mean, look, I'm a logical person, and for me, again, I think that President Trump is generally successful in getting these things settled. In this particular circumstance, and he said it's taking longer than he thought. But we're seeing signs that both sides are weary and tired, and hopefully that's the beginning inflection point. Same thing in the Middle East. There was an inflection point where Jared and I both sensed that they were done with the war, and let's hope that we're at that place today, or soon.
All right, I have time for one more, so I'll just, finally on Iran, what do you say to Steve, Americans who, are struggling, they're worried about higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, health insurance, making ends meet, don't want foreign wars, certainly ones that don't have end dates and that risk American lives. What do you say to them about why this is so critical for the U.S. to be doing what it is doing in Iran right now? How do you persuade them?
Yeah, equal weight's near the high, still Sarah, off by 15 points.
That if they have children, think about what this world would look like if you didn't have Donald Trump as the president. Because in a year, if you had someone who didn't have the courage to do this action, you'd have 30 or 40 nuclear bombs. And what would the world look like there? Wow. So thank God we have a president and leadership at the helm that makes these courageous decisions. It's difficult. I went to Dover with the president. It was somber. It was terrible to see 6 families convene, all of whom had lost loved ones. And
Are you crying?
I remember many of these families
saying
to the president, our children were heroes, but don't let their deaths count for nothing. Make them count for something. Finish the action. Make sure we eliminate the scourge. And you can't live like this. This is a chaotic way to live. And hopefully we're going to get it done one way or another. So let's see if
IRGC
the Iranians
Navy
want to
commander
talk. If they do,
warns
sure
no
the president would
aggressor
be open
ships
to it.
allowed through
But,
Strait of Hormuz.
Right
Try
now,
it if you doubt.
Peace through strength matters.
Oil's
People
popping
like the
off
Iranians
of that a
only
little bit.
understand one thing: a
See if
bad
this gets
alternative if
traction
they
or
don't
not.
do as the president has asked them to do.
Steve Witkoff, thank you so much for the time today and for all the information. We appreciate it. Please keep us posted.
Thank you.
Special Envoy for Peace.
Let's get to Scott Wapner.
Let's get to Scott Wapner. Miss Clay J, I answered you earlier. Miss Clay J, are you just talking shit without putting your speakers on mute? Or do you understand? I did. I gave you a nice description, but even if you're paying attention now, you just got an oil headline from the IRGC Navy commander saying to do it. Psilocybin? Isn't that mushrooms? The shrooms. There's a drug company with shrooms. They said a dose of psilocybin appears more effective than nicotine patches at helping people quit smoking. Like, I stopped smoking because I'm seeing whales in the wall. I haven't had a craving in the last 12 hours because I don't even know how many fingers I have. This is amazing. Is psilocybin different than psilocybin though? I don't know. I'm not versed on my fungi. You let me know. The best part of waking up, not turn in your cup. I don't know if they're the same or not. But like, you guys don't know. You guys don't see, like, it's kind of you guys don't remember there was a time where like every week I had to tell y'all to stop fucking eating mushrooms. You don't remember the like social contagion of mushrooms? Now nobody talks about it. Like, that's it. Now just like people who don't shower. Like, that's it at the end of the day. So I don't know, bro. The whole like mushroom wave, and in fact, they're like, Josh, it's medicine. I'm like, okay, bro, fucking take a Tylenol. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. But like, you don't remember that? Because like, it's over now. Nobody even fucking cares. That's too many people did get one-shotted, I think, or whatever. Then they stopped, they ran out of advertising budget. Because like, you don't even like hear it anymore. Like, people do not talk about it. It's like, it's nothing compared to what, bro, every week you guys are like, no, Josh, I love it, I need it, it's amazing, my life changed. Yeah, but now I don't even hear that shit anymore. It's lost its appeal. Psilocybin, is it different than psilocybin? Is there? So I don't know if that headline means. You figured I banned a decent amount of them, but at some point, like, I was trying to help them. Like, like, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? I tried to help them, but at the same time, like, you don't hear about it in, like, the media. You don't have, like, kids everywhere talking about it. It's not, like, as socially prevalent. Like I'm saying, social contagion. It's actually crazy. Best part of waking up. Well, I'll change the title once you acknowledge that you're listening. But you're not even listening. You just in the chat. That's what I say. And that's why I kind of let you guys, like, talk in the chat. Because I noticed how many of y'all just want to talk. That's it. You forgive me. This whole time I thought you guys wanted accurate information early. But no, y'all just want to fucking yap. So feel free. But you're not listening to me. So I can't, I don't think there's even a point of doing any of that. But that's why, too, just pay attention to these headlines and we'll see. It's pronounced psilocybin. Okay. My bad, bro. My bad. I'd like psilocybin. The best part of waking up is long terms in your cup. EIA sees oil demand of 20 million barrels a day versus prior 20.6. Sees 27 going up by 0.1. You hear me? Are you sure? What was the latest oil headline? I don't believe you. I don't believe that you hear me. Here. Do you hear me right now? Right here, right now? All right, it's going up. So again, you just had that IRGC headline. I just gave him the answer. Oracle dumping now. Every time he gets some love. And then Hershey's on the high. Or Apple chips, they're doing good. Actually, Nvidia started flushing. Now Tesla. You want me to keep singing? The best part of waking up is long term in your cup. IRGC. Okay. Well, I'm not going to change it, but I wanted to acknowledge you were there because I explained it to you. I guess I am lying again. I lied to you. Forgive me. But I don't think the title's a lie. It's to explain to people why we're up 12 points in the last 12 hours. Well, that was good. I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you're here. Good morning. No, I'm not gonna ban them. I'm you know, live and let live, bro. People just, you guys yap away, bro. Yap away. Yap, yap, yap. And they want me to keep singing, but I don't have any more songs. I don't know why I have the Folgers in my head. The Folgers theme, it's a good one. Again, a couple of the tech stocks started dropping, and then a couple of staples going up. It's a banger, dude. And then NVO on the low. Is Pfizer still up? NVDA. Then Microsoft still down by 1%. I mean, you're near VWAP again. Oil went up like what, $1.50 from those headlines? A Strait of Hormuz will cause Mideast oil output to fall further in coming weeks. Assumes shut-in and output will gradually ease transit. Salesforce plans to sell $25 billion of bonds to fund buybacks. You need a double dose. Honestly, you're right. There's only one way to make sure you guys, because I need to go get me a carbo. So please, just for a moment, take a message from our sponsors, especially if the recent war headlines, if they have been bothering you, have no worries. You guys will be good. But make sure you check out our sponsors, okay, guys? Thank you. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. India Reliance taking steps in line with government guidelines to maximize LPG production, working around the clock to optimize refineries. Urban. So yeah, CRM had a little candle there on the buybacks. Yeah, you were waiting for that, huh? You wanted that commercial. I got you, bro. You wish you saw this in 2017. It's okay. Long-term monthly could be started whenever, man. I've been on it for decades. No side effects, except faith, hope, and love. Serious faith, hope, and love. Yeah, Walmart's still going. All right, man. You gotta wait. If oil does... So think about this oil decline. I don't know if the market's gonna respond, but if oil comes back up, we might get another... we might get a reaction. We'll find out. We will find out, my friends. CRM is going. It is in it. I mean, people probably want 25 billion in buybacks, but I mean, again, if you're going to raise the money at like 8%, but then again, they may make more than 8% on the buybacks. It just depends. But lately, people haven't liked these debt. It's so weird because people don't like the debt offerings, but then the debt offerings are getting fucking oversubscribed. Like, think about it. Everyone's like, Oracle, CDS, everybody bought those bonds. Google, 100-year bond. Everybody bought those bonds. So it's a pretty interesting effect that we're getting with it. But I think more people might be... Again, they're already down, but debt's not good, but people are thinking buybacks. But there is a lot of debt, bro, throughout all of these companies. It's kind of insane. We have serious faith, hope, and love might occur. A-Boss? Is this Biotech? It sounds like it. A-Boss, Acumen Pharma. They have an Alzheimer's and Parkinson's thing on March 21st. A firm on the low. Broadcom's dropping now. But yeah, A-Boss. They're nothing now, but they have a meeting later. They buy the bonds to put them into pensions and whatnot. They do, but like, that's why I'm just saying there's just so much demand for them. Regardless of where they put them, I mean, again, like I'm saying, like Oracle and Google, like the Google 100-year bond is insane, but I mean, didn't Cisco do that back in the day, or was that Oracle? No, I think Cisco. But even like Oracle, people are, again, they have a really high debt burden, but people are still oversubscribing to them. So it is mostly pensions and these funds and all these other people who want to hold the yield because it is higher. I mean, right now, Fed funds rate is lower comparatively to not too long ago. But yeah, people are not as they're not as turned off from fixed income and debt as the story would seem, or even like some of these other issues. But then again, not all debt is created equal. Like right now, you're not getting clapped on like all the corporate debt. It's like all these little like mid-tier, smaller companies that have been having that go on. Hey, can you guys punch that pumper for me? I don't know, guys. Like, come on, man. Do you guys want to have, maybe we should have a weekend defense class. Would you guys join if I made a weekend defense class? I could teach you how to spot pumpers and then take their knees out. You got anybody want to just, it's a different one, but like you should notice it after like 5 of the same message. Just, I don't know, just hit them real quick. Say, hey, snap out of it. You guys, again, MP and USAR, all those, again, I don't know if that headline has legs. You'll see over the next couple of days if it develops, but literally those mineral, ever since that China headline, those mineral plays have been going up. Kick them. Alrighty. Where's the premiums? My name is Wiki long term. Bill Baruch buys more Oracle.
Like where it is, you talked about time is going to tell us, but it's not going to be price. But right now, I do think price is what you have to watch.
Yeah, some guy on CBC is pumping Oracle.
This isn't the first move we've made in software. Last Monday, we added CrowdStrike, we added a Microsoft, a week and a half or two before that, ServiceNow. We were underweight software, so that gives us the flexibility to step in here and expect this thing to.
I think after midterms we rock it. Yeah, I think 6 months later, by 6 months. So from midterms till like April to June, you should be higher. There is a chance you go lower after the midterms, but I do think 6 months after the midterms will be higher.
They don't give about what happens to the stock price right now.
But being the smartest people in the room doesn't really matter.
In the short run, it does in the long run.
We learned our lesson in 2008. You don't think that the smartest people in the room got some stuff wrong in 2008?
There were a lot of people that got stuff wrong in 2008, and by the way, in 2002. But I can tell you, those that sat on their hands in those times got eviscerated.
And I'm not trying to make a comparison in any other way between now and then.
Scared money don't make
just
money.
With the smartest people in the room,
that's what he said.
Doesn't always work out.
It's easy to hack on the Wall Street crowd.
I'm just saying, it's not. It's just a matter of fact, right? Yeah. The smartest people theoretically are always in the room.
But you always have to make a business judgment as to where and when you spend the incremental dollar and how you do it. And I think if you're underspending, you're going to find yourself playing defense very aggressively.
There's another component to this, though. It's not just over and underspending. It's what are you spending on and what is the point? And I think that's the challenge that Meta shareholders wake up to. It's unclear even whether or not that particular activity will bear fruit. There's very little traction.
Why can't you fail quick, Josh? So Meta, use it as an
like
example.
Fail quick.
Yeah.
They got tattooed for capital spending.
4 years ago, yeah.
22. They reined it in. They understood. They failed quickly with that, and then they reinvested again, and it's been a massive success since. If you fail quickly, redirect. I think that's the environment that we're in. I see it in my business every day. We have a policy right now that we are going to advance, and if we're headed down the wrong direction, we're going to redirect. And that's what these companies have to do.
Quickly is all relative, too. Let's not forget, Meta had to go through its worst year from a stock performance to find the religion
along with Brad Gerstner's.
Will there be a new bottom before midterms?
They did that.
I mean,
and
if
then the
it's
stock
not
had its
this
best
one, I
year.
think you're going to get a lot of
So they
volatility.
had to go through some
So
significant
you guys should
period
watch
of
my
pain
video on the midterm election.
to find that.
I posted it about a
And
month
yes,
ago,
was that
or
quick?
2-3
But
weeks
what
ago.
if they-
What if they were
I don't even know at this
monetizing
point.
the
Time
metaverse?
blurs.
Let's
But yeah,
pretend they did.
there's a whole
Okay,
100 years of
pretend they did.
history you could go over.
Would Brad
I would check it out.
Gerstner
So
have been
the problem
up
is
there?
that we still have like 8
No.
more months,
You know
7
what-
more months.
You
So
know what was missing at
we're
that
going to be
moment, though?
navigating a lot.
They were
but
spending
I do
free
think the
cash flow
midterm
to fund
election
the
is going to
build-out of the
cause a
metaverse. We
very
now
nice
have these
environment.
companies, the
SPY's starting to
hyperscalers,
build
really
right now. Candle's getting a little
borrowing
bigger.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
CPI's tomorrow
in
morning.
addition to spending
Hour
100%
before
of
the
it.
bell.
In the case of Meta moving these leases off balance sheet so as not to make it the reality of the spend level look even worse, we also aren't sure about the strategy. Llama has been open source, does not have traction in the marketplace. It's unclear whether or not continuing to run down that road is going to have the sort of ROI that would justify. What Meta has proven, they are the best at monetizing AI
100%.
via ads. Literally the best.
Google
the
too.
best in the world.
The monetizers are winning.
Yeah.
Let's talk about private credit, if we could for a moment, because it is that overhang still. Again, I had a conversation with Tom Lee. He's going to be on Closing Bell.
Tom
With me a
Lee.
little bit later here, but we were on the stage this morning.
We love you, Tom.
And I asked him about private credit.
Yeah,
Are you
ARM
worried? And he said it's
Circle
bad.
and Bitcoin, I think.
It's bad. It echoes a lot of the
A
commentary
lot of things started
that we've
working
been
up there.
hearing
SPY
of
wanted to build
late.
off of that. No oil
You know, it
moves.
was, I don't know,
Zelensky,
was it a
Ukraine
week ago?
attacks military
30
plant in
blocks up the
Russia.
beach,
Getting more
maybe a little
Patriot
bit more
missiles
from
is
Buzz
priority
Weinstein
for
of
Ukraine.
Saba, where he said the wheels were coming off. Well, today our Leslie Picker had an exclusive interview with him as part of her Inside Alts newsletter, and presumably made more headlines less with you.
So that's the poll. I just want to use the link, though,
in Florida,
so
not
I
too
could
far
get to
from
the
where you all are
trading
sitting right
fraternity.
now. And
So
interestingly,
yeah, vote on the poll
Weinstein
too. I
was
might
net-
post something. Why
net
does it look like
surprisingly
that?
bullish on
But yeah,
private
go
credit
here. I
in
don't
our
even
interview. He said
home
he's long the stocks of Apollo, Ares,
videos.
Blackstone, and even Blue Owl.
So
He
yeah,
recently
right here,
launched a
midterm
tender
2 weeks
offer
ago.
to buy shares in a non-traded Blue Owl fund.
So
at
watch
a
this video.
35%
You should
discount
watch
and has
this video,
plans
bro.
for others.
It's
He
very
said that,
crucial.
quote, if we go
I think
bid
this
on
video is
something,
going to
it's
make a
sign
lot
we
of you
think the
money, or it's
manager
going to get
is
you
good.
clapped, reacting to
Weinstein
fear
didn't have the same
that you shouldn't
pleasantries, though,
react
for
to.
all private
It's
credit
actually,
managers.
this
However,
video is very critical
Cliffwater,
to your success this
which
year.
is the one that we're watching the most closely, because they actually they don't own the loans directly. They've invested in other managers. And so when they get their outflow number, they can't even sell the loans in the market. They're going to be held to that 5% liquidity as a fund of funds. And so when, let's say, their number tomorrow, the betting between the various experts I talked to, it's going to go to something like 10 to 20%, which is going to, I think, really
for
surprise.
redemptions.
10 to 20% redemptions.
Cliffwater disclosed in an SEC filing that at the end of last year, 31% of its corporate lending fund was invested in private market funds, while the remaining 69% comprised direct investments. Cliffwater declined our request for comment. Weinstein said the Cliffwater business of funds investing in other funds is akin to a turducken, a chicken stuffed inside a duck stuffed inside a turkey. Essentially, you can't redeem from the chicken unless you first cut through the turkey and the duck. You can watch the full conversation with Weinstein on CNBC.com, and be sure to subscribe to our monthly Inside Alts newsletter using that QR code that you see on your screen there. Scott?
All right, Les, good stuff at the forefront of this conversation, really, from the beginning. We appreciate you for that. That's Leslie Picker. Not much relief, frankly, in the market this week for these names.
No idea what he said.
Many, Ares is down 3.5, Blue Owl's down, Carlyle's down. We do have ownership on the desk. Josh, you own Carlyle, as does Malcolm, and Rob, you own Blackstone. Where do we come down today on this, Josh?
I think you look at
go
the
to the
four
bathroom.
big PE firms that are publicly traded
Follow me on
in the
Instagram at
S&P
the Trading
500
Fraternity.
to take
Go
your
watch
cues
that
for
video,
what
Midterm
sentiment
Money
is right
Glitch.
now. And basically,
Netanyahu's
Ares,
cabinet
negative 44%
expands
from
budget
its-
by
from its
$13
high,
billion to
Blackstone
fund war.
42, KKR 41, Apollo 31. There are three problems here that I can see. The first is, of course, people are worried about credit just in general. And that's obvious, and that won't just affect private capital. That'll affect the banks too at some point. And that's a question mark, because these companies, by and large, do not have like the sort of massive credit issues that people are worried about. Hasn't happened yet. Issue two is a tougher one for an investor in these equities. If you thought that these companies were going to get the retail investing public from effectively 0% allocated to private equity and private credit to 5% by 2030. Those were the projections. That was the growth story. All of these stories in the Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times about redemption requests coming in above what these interval funds will allow, that darkens the outlook for the potential growth of these stocks. And what that does is it mitigates the extent to which you're willing to pay the current multiple. So right now, the asset management sector is flat. These are all substantially unflat. These are down huge.
We'll come back in a moment. I want to go to Washington. We do have a news alert from our own Eamon Javers. Hi, Eamon.
Hey there, Scott. Yeah, I'm here at the Yale CEO caucus meeting in Washington, D.C. This is that group of business executives that's organized by Jeffrey Sonnenfeld of Yale. And this group of executives have just heard a presentation from the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog. And what Herzog's message to the corporate world is very much one of stay the course. Continue this military action against Iran.
Bro, isn't that
he said,
crazy?
I know it's difficult for
you
you
guys realize
in the
you have
business
Jerome
community,
Powell next
but
week?
he said destroying or eliminating.
Yeah, you have that Israel conference there. Again, they said they're raising the budget. Qatar says they detected and intercepted 5 ballistic missiles Tuesday. But yeah, man, Jerome Powell, March 18th. That's going to be one of his final ones. I'm pretty sure I think June is when we should get the transfer. I don't know if Powell's going to be doing the presser, but yeah, guys. Isn't that crazy? I think it's insane. I think it's absolutely insane. I know, right? That headline is they're saying they're expanding the funding as people are saying they're ahead of timeline and this is going to end. So, again, be ready for more volatility. The war being over, whether the market likes it or not, it's safe to say we're going to be taking this at a week-by-week basis. So, I hope your head is on a swivel. And you're ready for it all, Chad. Ready for it all. AI is having a profound effect on banking center. Again, there's one of those conferences. XLF did good today, but it's barely green. I know, man. Powell. It was a good run, Powell. I wonder what Powell's going to say with all this. I mean, Powell, you had him during Russia-Ukraine. So, you could argue that's where transitory came from. There was a lot of other things factored into it. But then eventually he started clamping down on rates. Kroger now coming back up. They had earnings. They dropped a little bit. SPY is getting a little aggressive. Oil down. It's not like anything newsworthy yet, but see if that starts to move. Again, you got the Israel guy talking right now. And then you just had Qatar intercept some missile. Other than that, though, again, you had that one IRGC comment, daring them to cross the strait. But other than that, though, if you notice, the headlines are pretty chill comparatively. It's not like we're getting attacks here and there. Circle's still going. Again, a couple of other plays are running. Yeah, Fastly, Net, Dock End, those are all coming up now, too. And Microsoft, finally. IGV is getting past that morning decline. It's only down 1.5 now. That was looking ugly in the morning. We got Euro close actually in 4 minutes. You're right. Damn, bro. Damn. I feel like it was just 8:30. Well, yeah, do another push-up, man. Get a push-up in, and now we are at 9:30. Today's flying by. It's so weird, bro. We mean 30 minutes till philo, and it's like barely light outside. You know that? It feels like the sun just came out. Sun came up. I went and bought a long term. No, anybody know? That was a 2021. Apple, that's going to lift you up a little bit. And Microsoft actually moved up. So we'll see if that holds. Let's see the scoreboard. Scoreboard. SPY's up 0.4, Russell 0.8, NASDAQ 0.6, Dow Jones 0.5. A little bit of a checkup here. Dow Jones 11 in the red, 19 in the green. SPY or NASDAQ 46 green, or 46 red, 55, 54 in the red. Or 54 in the green. SPY 260 red, 240 green. Is late Euro close. It will be for like what? Isn't like end of March? That's when the Europeans adjust their time. And then we'll mad. We'll go back to 8:30. But for now, yeah, the late Euro close. You are catching a little bit of a bid into it. Again, just see any other war headlines or really, again, any laggers or leaders like either software, chips, Microsoft. And then, too, as time starts to boil down, I hope you guys really, people keep, Oracle just went green, but everybody keeps talking about Oracle. I mean, that's going to be another one that we got to think about. So get ready for it. And then after the bell, too, depending on, so let me put that in mind, too. You saw how IGV played out this morning. I would think if you have IGV plays, you got to factor in Oracle earnings. Again, it's a big part of it. There might be other sympathies that react, but like I'm telling you, I do think Oracle is a high risk, high reward. So get ready. I went in about a long term party in the stocks. Okay, I'm sorry. It's good. I like that song. I really like that song. That's on my workout playlist. Microsoft, and where is the Staples soft? Staples barely green. Again, financials, even with Owl and all that today. Very fascinating. God willing, they do good. If not, Habibi, they do bad. We buy at 100. So again, the adjusted Ben Graham value is like 130. It's a deal, or 120. And then anything below. Otherwise, if you really want to go to Ben Graham standards, we need it at $90 or $30. So yeah, we'll see. And actually, I don't know. Are you ready for this? I only know this because, damn, CRM's on the high. So it's going up since that little buyback bond news. But I only know this because I was on their investor relation page. Do you know their last stock split was like 25 years ago? Or 26 years ago, I believe? Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure their last stock split was in the 2000s. I don't know if they'll do it again. I don't, 200's not like it's a crazy price. I went and bought a long term. Oracle split table. Yeah, the last stock split was October 12th, 2000. So they split in 1987, March 9th, December 1987 again, then 1989, then 1993. Dude, they used to split every 2 years. Then 95, then 96, then 97, then 99, then 2000, and then the last one was October 2000. Not bad. Not bad. All right, yeah, CRM launched, bro. It's $4. Since that headline, that keeps printing the high ticker. It is. I mean, again, I think it's the buyback news. It just, again, it's so ironic because of all the debt. I mean, debt's not good right now, but the market is very blindly rewarding it. But buyback. But the buyback, I like buyback. BW. Are the mineral plays still up? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, Sermal, USAR. What about the defense plays? They stopped from earlier. And CRM still running. That's a pretty big pop now. That's $5. It's not bad. That's 2% since the headline. Wow. Oracle splitting stocks. I don't know, though. They usually split stocks into strength. I don't know if they would split the stock into a death spiral. All right, man. IGV, this is the highest since the damn 8 minutes into the bell. Bro, that was ugly, bro. You know how bad IGV was this morning? They said, Josh, is the trade dead? So, yeah, just keep that in mind. I mean, today had a lot to do with both software as well as even some of the Claude bots and all those other things. Very fascinating day. But, yeah, SPY, things are balancing out. I mean, you've had, 3 hours of no bad news? Oil is dropping again, so take notice. You got banks going up right now, but look, SPY has barely moved considering you had just, another $1.50 drop on oil. So, yeah, if that could continue, I think the market will like it a little bit. Again, this just killed the premium. So again, even if you bought like calls at the low today, it was a very weird move. This pace wasn't that aggressive. You need to buy new windshield wiper. Bro, I need to get new windshield wipers. You just reminded me. I just hope it doesn't rain, bro. You know that? That's why everybody, even at the farm, all the neighbors at the farm are just praying it doesn't rain again. So then that way we get all the dust back. And then the fucking road stops washing out. So yeah, man. I don't know, man. I just kind of hope it don't rain. Circles still. TJ Maxx. Daily reminder, TJ Maxx is like 4 times the size of Target. 4 Iranian diplomats killed in Lebanon in a Sunday Israeli attack. They're citing it now. I mean, today's Tuesday. BBW Build-A-Bear. Remember, that came up on the damn screener last night. Let's actually take a look. Unusual call options today. Mylys, Mineralis Therapeutics, is number 1. MLYS. That's already up a lot. QGen is number 2. SCO, BNO, Burling Brands, Wheat, Himix, Zivra, Vera, Sava. A lot of biotechs, honestly. Those are the unusual calls. Unusual puts, BNO. BKLN. Oh, shit. No way. That's related to bonds. Interesting. So this has unusual put activity. RCKT. Dow Jones has a bunch of puts. WTI, DSX, Yext, Baxter, AMPI, DBRG, BNTX, and then PBF. Honestly, nothing that sticks out. A lot of oil plays. IG, all right, SPY again. Oil's coming into the low. I mean, if oil breaks through, SPY should go with it. It seems like. Where is it? I don't know if those will hit. So yeah, well, again, remember, any of these big oil moves, if it leads to another $4 or $5, I think the SPY's gonna like it. But otherwise, too, if it just like hits the low and slows down, I mean, it's gonna just depend on big tech and everything else. HMS Dragon departs from UK to Eastern Mediterranean. Visa and Circle's up 9%. Bitcoin still up. CRM still climbing. Oracle's at least in the green, but slowly. Now Microsoft too, actually. Microsoft's only down by 0.3. CXW, is that the prison? Or is that materials? What does Brooklyn have to do with the 2030? No, BKLN is like the senior loan ETF. So that's just like corporate credit or like higher grade credit. So they've been reacting. It's like a higher quality HYG. RBC CEO McKay, I'm really bullish on accelerating Canada's prosperity and growth. Again, if Microsoft goes up, that'll be great. You already have Apple and Nvidia just holding. CRISPR offered, they did an offering today. That's why they went down. Otherwise, a lot of biotechs today because of those events. They've been killing it. Oracle volume to the upside. Yeah, it's getting back. Remember, it gapped up again this morning, but pull out the, you see, you've been in this little box ever. That was that article. Remember, this shit was $10 higher from that article. So we'll see. And then if it starts doing the pre-run up into the earnings, that'll be another thing. But yeah, Oracle climbing. It'll get crazy if it goes above like 154. That 154.40, that morning candle. ARX. Data Kelb. All right, boys. Dollar Tree 2 still going. That was running in the morning. Them and DG. Even then, the staples. So now, look, because if staples come up, or if software comes up, it's still down. You're just calming down the aggressive rotation, but you're still having that. Yeah, the British Airlines, that came in earlier, but oil, that was like when oil was dumping $6. But yeah, that didn't have an effect. There was another bad piece of news. Like Iraq said they're going to like restart production, and then other places like Singapore and Malaysia said they're shutting in production, but then oil just still declined. You know, this overall like hangover from yesterday, that's still kind of in effect right now. I think a lot of people might be focusing on there is some ship activity despite the IRGC headlines, but then also too the attacks have gone down. I don't know if you guys noticed that, both the interceptions, the headlines, I don't know if it's because they're censoring it, but you have heard a lot less about like attack frequency and what is playing out here. Yeah, man. So SPY, I mean, you're 0.3 away on the SPY from hitting a new high. Oil is literally, sadly, it's another $1 from the low. So again, I know the chart, man. It looks, these are big moves. You're just used to a lot more. BAP. Airbus Helicopters and Garuda Tech signed contract delivery for 18 flex rotor aerial systems. Visa and MasterCard financials. And financials are just doing decent. They're barely green. Oh, they're kind of going a quarter. And dollar, all the cheaper retailers, Dollar Tree, DG, TJ Maxx, they're loving it. Even Ross, they're kind of all just straight up. Uranium on the high. Again, there was a headline with there was a headline on what's it called, the minerals in China, and a lot of those moved, but I don't know. And then China's been up all day. I want to say it's the China export data, or the fact that some people are interpreting this Iran stuff with the link to China. Net hit another high. Habibi. Intel is good, Habibi. Back to not 50. Remember, that was at like 60 at the beginning of the year. It's kind of crazy. Honestly, I think your biggest lagger is software. What about... Yeah, biotechs are up. Transports are up. Yeah, bro. I think software is your big lagger today. I mean, granted, they were the big leader over the last week and a half. Boeing certification for 737-10 on track for 2026. XLI. Industrials are killing it. China may have the value. It's getting there. It's not as, like, it's not what it was, but K-Web itself has came down a lot. But, like, you know, some of the names like Baba and all that, they're still up there. But, yeah, it's not the best value it's ever been, but there is some, you know, considering all the tension with everything going on. USAR and those materials are still going. Now, oil taking another candle down. SPY's moving a little slower. Who is Habibi? He's my cousin. He's my everybody knows him. I'm surprised you never met him. Like, he's internationally known. Habibi. I went and bought a long term. Oil, it's still $1 to that low, but SPY's moving a lot slower. I mean, again though, anytime you get these like little, just like steeper minute after minute declines, it gets pretty reactionary. U.S. state approves possible sale to Sweden of high mobility rocket systems for $930 million. But yeah, we were talking about it the other day. It's different because like China tech and China AI is doing very well. That's where like Baba and Baidu come into play. But if you look, we were just talking about it the other day. If you looked at KWeb came down to some of those previous lows. Like again, we bought, I guess we were buying Baba a little bit lower. That's still another like 10%, 15% on the index. But at one point a couple days ago, China KWeb, the ETF, was actually quite low. So get ready though this year. That's why I wanted you guys, make sure you watch the midterm video, because one of my big ideas this year is like we're going to get this volatility ahead of the midterms, but I'm starting to think it's going to happen in industries. So like if the market stays stubborn and we keep this weird rotationary environment, the leaders, the Mag 7, all that good stuff, I think industries are going to move one at a time. So you might get one industry that's down while everything kind of holds up, and then vice versa. So, you know, if one of those ends up being China, I mean, I would definitely keep an eye on it. But just keep your eyes out for various industries to kind of give you that opportunity. I don't know if I ever see a big, like I was saying, I'm glad I got Oracle, but, you know, looking ahead to the future, the only way I'm going to regret Oracle is if a couple years from now, all of software is up, and then I'm like, damn, I bought the one that has a fuck ton of debt. So, you know, I might be down to buy a, what's it called? A ETF if we get an industry that provides it. Will you want to attack Cuba anytime soon? I think he wants to as soon as possible. And I guess somebody asked me today if I think there would be a Cuba play. I don't, just because I do think that it's going to, it doesn't have the same oil exposure. You know, there's no Strait of Cuba. Oh, dude, I tell you though, I had some great Cuban food over the weekend. You know what I'm saying, bro? That like pastrami and mustard, fire, bro. I had what's it called? Oh, not a pupusa. I had some, it was amazing. But yeah, but they are great food, but they don't have a Strait of Hormuz. I am still buying Kimberly. I mean, I don't buy it every day. I don't know what you guys think I'm like a fucking computer or something. So yeah, I mean, I bought it a couple days ago. It's a little bit lower, again, factoring in the dividend that we'll receive. But yeah, I'm not opposed to stacking up Kimberly. You know, again, they asked me yesterday if I averaged on Oracle. So again, I got in at 149. So it got to my price 2 days later, and they were asking me if I bought. So yeah, the ones that I just bought are definitely on my list. It depends where it is moving forward. You know, by the time I get a deposit, all that good stuff. A Cubano, dude, it was fire. It was fire. Alibaba and El Cajon, I have. You've never been, bro. Why you spell it like that? Spell Alibaba. It's good, bro. Good shawarma. It's actually fire. One fresh? What is this, the protein one? Somebody asked me, I think, about this one. Freshworks? No, this is software. I don't know much about it. Fresh Service, Fresh Sales was founding in Ratha Garish Mathru Bhutham and Shanmugan Krishnami. Yeah, I don't know what they do. IT service. It's based in San Mateo. I know it wasn't a pupusa, it was something, bro. But it was good. Again, more mineral plays. Mineral materials still going up all day. Galderma holders UBA to sell 28 million shares. Israel's Sunday strike on Beirut killed 4 Iran diplomats. They're reporting that again. Whirlpool, the latest update was getting scolded at by David Tepper. So I don't think I'm going to buy more. I mean, it does this every time, bro. We fucking hit a high, it drops 30%, hit a high, go back 30%. But until we run out of like high quality names to buy. So again, as long as Kimberly stays down, I'm probably going to keep buying that. If certain software names still stay at 3-4 standard deviations below value, or kind of how they've moved recently, I'd be down to buy those too. But at the same time, you know, some of these lower quality ones that we picked up while there was less options, I'm probably not going to grab them. Play Square on the high. Remember, PayPal wasn't moving. Square's did this earlier. I mean, Whirlpool's getting candles right now, but I don't know if there's any headline. What was it called, bro? Not a pupusa. I had something. It was like in a pocket with beef and like spicy sauce. It was fire, dude. Fire. 10 most reliable refrigerator brands. It's the only thing I see on Whirlpool. No, they had empanada. I think that's what it was. It was a Cuban empanada. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was just a beef empanada. I don't know if that's exclusively Cuban. It's great, dude. How is it not even 10 a.m.? No, dude, it's daylight savings. It's daylight savings, brother. I know. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. I like it, bro. I feel like I have a lot more energy. Even like tonight, bro. Like last night, we did the watch list, bro. It felt so early. The sun was still out. I went to the gym. Oh, I came back. It's still daylight. I get out of the shower. Still daylight. Even this morning, I'm like tired in the mornings. Like I wake up at 4. So it feels like 3 a.m. But then after like the first like 30, 45 minutes, I'm like, woo! So yeah, it feels good. A gordita? I like a cheesy gordita crunch, but that's Taco Bell. It was an empanada. Empanada. Beef empanada. Empanada is fun to say. It's kind of nice. It's like living in Midwest or Cali. You say that now, but trading in Cali is different. You guys just aren't used to it, though. All you East Coast guys, you guys are funny. You guys fucking wake up at 9 o'clock. The fuck, dude? Are you kidding me? You guys wake up right now. That's amazing. You guys could go to the gym. You guys could go build a house. Trump is having a meeting in Kentucky, or is scheduling a conference call, or scheduling like an event. Like, it's crazy, bro. East Coast, dude, they wake up 9 a.m., 8 a.m. He's like, oh, I wake up at 7 to get to the stock market. I'm like, dude, you're on the East Coast. That's why I liked Miami when I went there, but then it sucked. Because when the day is over, bro, it's just like, it's night. It's like 4 o'clock. I can't. That's terrible. You guys literally spend your whole day on the market. That's awful. Like, I'm playing basketball after this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to go for a nice walk. And, you know, I got to go. Oh, do I have that inspection? Yeah, I need to call him. Tell him. I might need to call him again. Yeah, bro. Yeah, market closes at 1 p.m. Market in. Well, at least you, oil dumping. Get ready. All right, bro. That's your bigger dump. Spy's kind of reacting. I want to take one, but I don't. I'm waiting for my headline. Well, yeah, those premiums are still up. Actually, those 684s are up. But yes, you got a bigger drop on oil. SPY's kind of lagging it. No headline yet. Yeah, Trump expected to hold event in Kentucky on Wednesday. Again, oil now 82.50 is the low, but you broke below. Lunar Starship Moonlander is 2 years behind schedule for NASA astronaut mission. More delays expected. Yeah, oil just dropped. Oil dropped. SPY got a little bit of one, but that's a bigger drop. Like I'm saying, man, from 80, that's another $3 downturn, but even 84 to 82. ORCL. Oil is like TLT for now. GPCR, more biotech. It hasn't gone off there, but oil's still dropping. I think they're slowing it down. There's only one play that's not. I don't like them though. Even then, the premium's dropped on that. You might get a pop on there, but I think if you want a real runner, unless it's going to have crazy, unless you're going to pick exactly where it's going to end in the money, you're going to kind of need a headline on this. Or you might be better going off individual. Take notice. Oil down. SPY's still holding up here. Now oil's hit a new low before the SPY has hit a new high, but that individual volatility is still high. Yeah, oil, that candle's still going down. No headline yet. I'm looking. I don't see nothing. It seemed like the same thing we dealt with all day. Compass Point buys Rocket. CNBC. Fastly keeps going. Hebron, Kentucky. Trump's going to be in your neighborhood? Nice. I still have never been to a Trump rally in my life. I wanted to go at one point. But, like, there's one, the one in Palm Springs. But then, like, I looked at the instructions, bro. It's so, like, you have to, like, park. Then you got to get on a bus. You got to do a lot of shit, bro. Oil futures extend losses. U.S. Brent crude down 12 a barrel after U.S. President Donald Trump predicted the war with Iran could end soon. That's just the headline, man. I'm reading that. This is what the headline's saying. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Alrighty. Well, oil's still ticking down. SPY just chilling. You know what? More mineral plays, bro. Mineral material. USO about to break 100 again. It hit that 98 yesterday. Fucking insane, dude. But yeah, now oil's starting to chill out after the SPY didn't go up as much. So I'm saying you're kind of waiting for a little bit more, but just eyes on watch. A lot of individual stocks are doing better, and then emerging markets. That's what I'm saying. That's the other part, from Korea to EWY or EWW, EWZ. All of those are going up. And Iraq. Oil extends losses. Ackman's Pershing Square. Didn't he try to IPO that earlier? Or is that Carl Icahn? I think one of them kind of had a fail. I think Icahn, actually. Well, more individuals. Fiserv could be an average if we run out of quality. So, can't stress it enough. Right now, you have good quality at low prices. I mean, let me put it this way. Kimberly-Clark was at like 130, 140 when Fiserv was at the first price we bought it at. Same thing with a lot of names. Again, like Oracle was at $300 when we bought pizza at 30. So that's what I mean by relativity. And if you guys understand this, oh, your life is gonna get a lot better, because then that way you're gonna realize that you have a revolving door of opportunity. You know, so just that's kind of where I'm at with all of these. So as long as you know, some higher quality names we couldn't get before are lower than those names, then I'm gonna go with the higher quality. Otherwise, if you know something happens with the midterms prior, maybe things get a lot better, maybe the war ends a lot sooner and things get crazy, then and all we could do is buy some of those, then maybe we might actually do that. So yeah. Treasury 3-year auction 3.568 when issued. Mass on the high. All right, SPY's going again. Oil at 82 flat. And you have a bond auction right now. So see, and then notice bond volatility besides the gap down, it's been chill intraday. So see. But yeah, oil now 80 took another 50 cents. Amazon launches healthcare AI assistant on their app. Teladoc moved. I don't know. Okay, oil's getting a lot bigger on the downside. Bro, you just flushed $1 in 2 minutes on oil. So again, watch this SPY. Again, then Amazon Health. VIX is dropping on that. Do we have anything? I still don't see anything, man. Again, I don't know if this is just still the hangover, the calm down, but that was a pretty big move now. And this is another $4 move, but yeah, you just went 82.71 to 81.12 in about 120 seconds. Yeah, SPY premium's just jacked on the oil move. Okay, so you hit a new high, 68.199. And then again, I think it's like 68.5. I don't know if you'll hit there, 686. But you're definitely like into the Friday zone or the lower end of that. This is where the war started. So once again, S&P is back to pretty much unchanged. They're very similar levels from when this began. Yeah, that oil move is big right there. Russian officials told Trump they did not share intel with Iran. Wall Street Journal. So again, I don't know how good you want to take that if you see that as de-escalatory. That's the only headline that came out right now. Russian official says Trump they did not share intel with Iran. And then Amazon rolling AI agents out to customers today. Availability in coming weeks. Derp. 3-year bond 3579. What was the one issued? Wasn't it 3578? 3568. So bond auction was a little higher. Bid to cover 255, less covering. Directs were really low. Indirects were a little higher. So yeah. Any tips for sleeping? Exercise. Exercise, and then if worst comes to worst, there's these little melatonin chocolates. They only have 1 milligram in it. It's not a lot, but that's it. You're probably overdosing on melatonin then. That's crazy. Bro, if I take half a milligram of melatonin, I'm knocked. But yeah, exercise is the best way. You're kind of like a hamster. You got to run around. Bro, oil down to 80.50. I'm surprised. Market's moving a lot slower here, but now you are way back into Thursdays. You are at the Thursday level. This is where before you had all that Friday hype. And again, the latest headline is Russia saying they didn't share intel with Iran. But, I mean, they've said that in the past already. But yeah, SPY has a little bit more it could go. Let's see. It's looking pretty good. The premiums are climbing small, but they made a move off of that since that first oil decline. All right, man, at this point, SPY is you're either going to get a headline or SPY is going to maybe move a lot more. Oil's getting knocked right. It's doing the same exact size now. That was $7. You're pretty much you've done $6. Very similar move. And that move brought us up like what? 6-7 points? Again, individuals are going great right now too. Staples are taking every candle a lot better. So like we're talking about some of that unwind from everything that went on last week. Oil extends price fall 15%, trading near 80 a barrel. Is Iran lying? Well, like I said it the other day, people get mad at me. People, kind of only hear what they want. But, in an effort to affect or offend everybody, just let me remind you, everybody's lying. So the Israelis lie, America lies, and the IRGC is not known to tell the truth. They bombed their own school, to give you an idea. So, but then again, that doesn't make anybody else less of a liar, just because they lie a lot too. But I think some people got to experience some IRGC propaganda at the same time of all the other normal propaganda sources you're used to. But yeah, so unfortunately, just the fog of war, the 72-hour rule, I'd put that into effect. That's what we've been saying from yesterday. I still think volatility, probably the moment you're certain things are getting better, we're probably going to get some BS headline and vice versa. Just as yesterday, as people were pretty certain things were getting terrible, you had your headline, So just keep that in mind moving forward. But it's not as if for now, Iran the oil coming down, people are chilling out. We had one refinery attack. It was kind of light comparatively, and you had a lot of news in the morning, but none of it was like attacking and escalation. But it's really only been 24 hours of that, not to mention a couple of the ships started moving. So other than that, though, I mean, oil calming down after a massive move like that, it's going to have its own little effect here. So watch oil, watch the bonds, and then SPY now. I mean, the SPY, I feel like, is holding back a lot right now. Again, if this oil move yesterday caused a massive, massive move, but we're kind of chilling. Spreading propaganda. No, man. Well, listen, you don't have to agree with me, like I'm telling you. I think Israel's a liar too. But yeah, I definitely think the IRGC blew up their own school, whether by accident or on purpose, but that's an old trick. No, nobody pays me for my opinions, except for the Locked In. So might I tell you guys, thank you for supporting on the Locked In. So if you don't know, I've never taken a sponsor. I've offended everybody. I praise Jesus Christ the King. So that doesn't really go well for, both sides, if you haven't realized by now. But yeah, all of this content, it's provided to you by Long-Term Monthly. I'm glad to stay independent. I'm like the immortal technique of the stock market. This is who
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Now I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years.
Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Well, yeah, man. I come to my opinions on my own. Unfortunately, some of you may listen. You guys are free to talk about them. You're more than welcome. But also, too, if the first thing I say is if you disagree with it and you accuse me of taking money from Israel, you might be a little too far gone. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what I've done with everything over the years. And it's pretty obvious I don't take money from anyone except, again, the guys at Locked In. They've supported me. I've been building my own shit for a really long time, bro. Nobody likes me. So, and this is why, because we live in a very politically fractured environment where we can't have these discussions. So you don't have to agree with me. You may disagree, but at the same time, if that's your first, this is why you said something I disagree with. Unfortunately, no, that's not the case. Maybe I came to my own conclusion. Who knows? You guys would be surprised. Be free, brother. Be free. I just want my long term. And I don't know, man. I feel bad about it because, global conflict and, shit going crazy in the world, this is where I do the best with, the stock market as well, too. There's a lot of opportunity, and it's because of this. It's because people panic, people freak out. One side gets aggressive, the other side gets another aggressive. Emotions go wild. So, yeah, man, that's why it's just I'm here for that. But it's up to you. But yeah, you got to really use your own mind and do not be afraid to agree or disagree. But hopefully you get to your own conclusion and you don't get your conclusion out of fear. Because fear kills critical thought. That's good though. Can I tell you? I mean, we're about to get into philo, but like, y'all should look into Jesus. One day, all of you will like the guys who believe in Jesus as much as I do. I appreciate you not because you believe in Jesus, but I think you understand where I'm coming from. Because one day, all of you guys will cut through all the propaganda. And you guys will realize that, like, the real believers of Jesus, not the people who blindly follow, say, again, they go to church and blindly follow, certain nationalism, all of that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying you really believe the doctrine of Jesus Christ. One day you're going to realize every side of this conflict hates the Jesus people. One day you guys will realize that. And I can't get you to realize that on your own. You got to go study Jesus and you'll understand. But there's a lot of history behind why both the Jewish people and the Muslim people, they don't like this whole Jesus doctrine. And if I'm repping Jesus from every corner, I don't know how you guys have not put 2 and 2 together. Like, unfortunately, that's why, man, it sucks that some of y'all want to make me your enemy, but you don't realize I've already pissed off everybody. Both sides don't, they'll like it if I agree with them in one moment, but then they'll hate you the next moment. So at the same time, if you don't understand Jesus and who likes Jesus and who doesn't like Jesus, I mean, you might be, you're going to miss it. But that's why, too, some of you who agree, even though you may be on different sides of that and have not used you've not used the whole Jesus attack, God bless you. Or whatever, bless you, whatever because thank you for being a human and at least using your mind, because at the same time, even then, whether we have differences in beliefs, I do hope I could give you info, objectively nice, and, eventually some of you have realized, I do think my opinions are mostly profitable, so I do hope it helps you, but yeah, I do think, I think there's a younger generation that is so quick to I just don't think you guys understand the whole Jesus conflict. Like, bro, man, you really rep Jesus, you have a certain target on your back from certain things. I'm not trying to play a victim card. I'm just trying to tell you the history. You got to realize, like, Jewish people don't like Jesus to a certain degree. I'm not saying this about all Jewish people, but some people think that the only way Jesus comes back is that the Jewish people have to get clapped, and they don't like that. And then vice versa. Obviously Muslims don't like Jesus for their own reasons and what they believe, and they don't believe he's the last prophet and all of these other things. So, like, come on, you guys. Like, just, I don't know where you think I stand on it, but I believe in Jesus. That's all I care about is Jesus, to be honest with you. So I'm not trying to make you mad, but at the same time, I mean, Jesus has been pissing people off for a really long time already, so, but I can't go back on my opinion like I've always told you, or my true belief. If you ever think I would, I'll give you anything. You could take my channel, you could take my money, you could take whatever you want, but you are never going to break my spirit towards Jesus Christ and my belief in that, and that's why. Now, that being said, I'm still trying to give you the info, and that's all it is, but if you're not seeing the skew that I have, it's hard to skew to one of these war conflict sides when, quite frankly, both sides don't fuck with me. You'll figure it out one day. You'll figure it out. All right, bro, another oil decline. Super tanker sails through Strait of Hormuz with 2 million barrels of Iranian oil added to at least 5 other shipments since February 28th. I think that data is kind of delayed, but yeah, oil, they're saying a super tanker just went through it. Let's see. Oh, I want to play one of these, but I hate them. All right, man. We're going to try one. Oh, they came down. Oh, they filled me way lower. Okay. I don't really trust it, but because we already had that info. Not a recommendation. You get what I'm saying? That's saying since February 28th. So again, right now, people are going to pump that. But that oil dry, it's doing just like yesterday. We already saw the other one. So yeah, good luck. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a call. Yeah, spy. Oh wait, I did it for a oops. Yeah, it's the not on the day. It's the next one. So a little bit of runway just in case, but it's small. But again, that oil move is just getting too big. Iran. Well, they're saying the super tanker, but again, we already had some of that in. That's like chart I showed you. I showed you guys about I think it was like 20 million barrels or 20% of the strait started moving. We had that info in the morning. Boop 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 boop. All right, well, oil at 78 bucks now. That's almost 10. This was $6. That freed up everything. SPY reacted a lot more. Now you're slowly going, but yeah, bro, oil's dumping on that. I don't know if that is I don't know if that's what's circulating. That's the only thing. Besides, oil was already dropping a couple dollars before. But yeah, U.S. Energy Secretary, U.S. escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. So hold on, you get another update. So they're literally saying that a tanker was escorted. So you had the news of the super tanker, and now Secretary Wright is saying that they're saying that a literal the energy secretary is saying that they escorted a tanker through. So that's an update beyond the other one. So again, SPY's not moving as much. I mean, you're already holding up the gain from yesterday, but then yeah, oil just took another $2. Oil's down 17%. Holy. Yeah, well, people were saying the ones with the transponders, but remember, I showed you guys this chart in the morning. This was the chart in the morning that was kind of just saying, you know, you're pretty much, yesterday you had the highest amount of oil movement on that. Now we just got the super tanker news, and then now Secretary Wright, about a minute or two ago, he's saying that that they escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, SPY's not really reacting as big. So again, this is all just oil. Oil took another 5-7% off of that. Beep, 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 beep. So we'll see if, I don't know if we're early on that or you need more people hyped. And then CCL, airlines are going now. Airlines and travel are popping. So SPY's not moving. Is Korea moving now? Yeah, bro. The SPY, do not be deceived right now, bro. Oil's going down, but yeah, all of this shit, bro. You're taking a fat drop. The SPY's just not moving, but equal weight in a lot of these other ones are going up right now. It's actually hella weird. I think they're kind of keeping things limited, but yeah, my friend, you have a headline. It's starting to make sense. So like I'm telling you there, everything is just kind of lagging a little slower. Honestly, if we could get one pullback and then reload on that one, or just go for an individual. Again, oil just took $10 again from that last, what, hour? Literally hour and 15. I'll debate with you later, brother. There's just something going on right now. If you couldn't tell. Yeah, Korea's moving. Now the other travel stocks are going up there too. But yeah, even then, I might not even debate you, brother. Like I said, you guys are free to talk about it all. I had to say that. So I'll say whatever I want. You can say whatever you want, but there's no expectation of back and forth. You know, we're going to get into philo after this too. But yeah, there's something going on right now. If I were you, I would pay attention. Oil just dropped $10 more. We're getting energy Hormuz headlines. And now it's starting to go. Actually, where's SPX? UPS, Nike. It's moving very slow. I don't know. Again, travel, UAL, AAL, and now a lot of like Nikes and other stuff are starting to pop off. Individuals, man. I mean, low key, the equal weight might be the move. You're back to the high on the equal weight. What is it? RSP? Yeah, shipping. EWJ would, again, they're the second largest on the importers. They're all going. So again, the SPY's not really reflecting it. Wait till more people pick up on that. The oil meme stock at 26. Are the tankers, what was that one the other day? 10? And then Staples still leading. Now Banks. They did, yeah. That is the headline. They escorted. There's two. A super tanker went through. I don't know if that's the one. Yeah, now they're playing it on CNBC.
De-escalation in the Strait of
Absolutely. And
Hormuz.
here's the forward curve so people can
It
just
could
see
be
May, June,
Oracle
July.
and software
Concomitant drops
limiting
77,
you.
75, 72. And Jeff, I'm only teasing you. I mean, the real, maybe you can also explain in these physical markets, it's not just like other trading markets, right? When people literally need to get the product, they need to get the product. And that was part of what Jeff Curry was saying earlier on. You've got hoarding going on top of just that. So yeah, WTI can go to 119 when people literally need barrels, right? Just
yes.
talk about the differences there versus like other typical markets.
Yeah, there is a bit of latency there on when you actually need it. But yesterday was a perfect example. I bought USO. USO is the ETF that tracks the crude oil WTI futures market. I bought USO puts. When we saw it trading up, when the price of crude oil was up around 119, the puts, the 110 puts expiring at the end of this month. I paid $9 for them when USO was trading about 119. It looked like a very not smart move buying that, but that was my downside hedge.
Yeah, we'll begin philo in a little. We just, that oil move mixed in with these headlines. Again, individuals are doing a lot better.
So that is
but I'm
what
kind of
I
waiting for the
traded.
SPY to
That's what
move.
I played, because sometimes when you can define your risk, like owning a put, buying a put,
there is no proof. You are correct. It's just a headline from the super tanker is one thing. The bigger headline is Energy Secretary Wright. You're just going to take a U.S. official's word for it. But otherwise, if he says it's not true, then yeah, you'll unwind a couple bucks on oil.
Jeff, so glad you were
But
here.
for now,
Thank you.
that's the
Really
bigger
appreciate
driver,
it.
I would
Jeff
say.
Goldberg joining me there. We'll have more on the other side of the break. We also have Oracle reporting after the bell with big questions swirling about whether it can deliver on its big AI promises. Investors are watching for any news on the $300 billion deal with OpenAI.
Thank you, Oracle. Actually, where are those ones from yesterday? They're still up, but not as crazy. It's actually the same price. Oh, they didn't fill me on all of them. All right. Not a recommendation. Because again, I mean, you already got that other one, but I do think individuals are going to move more. The headline, there was a two, like we were just saying. One was like a super tanker getting escorted, but that could be even like some of the older news on the time frame. And then Energy Secretary Wright said that they did a military escort of a ship through. So you got to think about it. If they escorted a ship, and that's true, that's good. But then also the fact that the ship didn't lead to a military conflict or anybody getting exploded. That's the general idea of that. So again, SPY's gently going. A lot more individuals. IBKR. What's up, Interactive Brokers? Why are they popping? AXTI. Again, look at the high-low. It's just so gradual, bro. You're moving very, very slow, but individuals, like I'm saying, XLP, I was going to do a RSP, but they're really hard to hit, but staples are actually kind of decent. But again, you should have took that one in the morning. Otherwise, individuals will probably be your best bet. And then that first one already went up 30%, but it's slow. You know what I'm saying? I want that 3,000%, son. You know what I'm saying? It went up 20%. The spread's fucked up. SCCO. Is that SCO or is that a different one? Reports of very heavy bombing on Kish Island in southern Iran. Hot dog. And then NATO ambassadors to hold meeting with Gulf partners next week. Reuters. Well, if that island starts getting fucked up, that could change some things. The perks, if you click on the locked in, it should tell you everything that's on there. I updated that since everybody kept asking. All right, UAL, Schwab, again, all of those are still going. You guys even called out the Nikes and all that other shit. Wayfair for furniture. Interesting. That island is southeast to Karg Island. Oh, so it's different? Okay, then never mind. But yeah, that's the one. If Kargi or Kargis Island or whatever gets clapped, that would definitely be either an end or a beginning of something. Again, Southwest Airlines, they're all starting to pop up, some more than others, but we're getting some movement. That's another alternative. Not a recommendation. Why the hell would you go to Kargis Island? Corgi Island. All right. Well, let's see. I'm surprised that didn't go as crazy. You might be building this up for something, but let me go to the bathroom, get my pregame carbo, and then, my friends, we will begin our philosophy.
The extent.
Yeah, they got the headline on
commitment.
CNBC. They're talking about
We
it.
do not have any indication yet that this will normalize
And Bloomberg just
flows
posted
through
it.
the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, yeah, let
We
them
continue to
circulate
have
this shit. But
infrastructure attacks
it's
across the
it's
region.
moving hella
the
slow, bro.
largest UAE refinery, Ruwais,
things
has
considered.
shut down. We don't know for how long.
All right, I'll be right back.
So
Follow me on
question
Instagram at
is
the
this
Trading
the start
Fraternity.
of a robust U.S. effort to open the straits, or is this kind of a symbolic one-off to try to convince the market that we are, endgaming this situation?
Ambassador Burns, the fact that this also comes on a day when the U.S. had said this was going to be the most intense day of strikes, while the Israeli ambassador to France said we're ahead of schedule. So can you kind of explain this question that our reporter just raised? How do we call progress or an end to this conflict? How would you be thinking through this?
Well, first of all, it's good news, obviously, that an American naval vessel was able to escort one of the supplier vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Back in 1987, 40 years ago, President Reagan had to engineer a very sophisticated and very intensive effort to do the same thing at a time of tension with the Iranians. Unfortunately, the Iranians are going to get a vote here, and it's going to be consequential as to whether or not they make this with Shahed drones. They make it impossible for us to achieve something like this. But on your larger question, it just seems to me that if regime change is now a low probability event, and given the tens of thousands of people out in the streets yesterday supporting the new supreme leader, and if this very tough-minded government, and it's a bitter foe of our country, is not going to surrender unconditionally, I think the United States and Israel would be well advised to begin to think about when to terminate the military operation. I hope they've done substantial damage to Iran's nuclear sites, but I think that now is the pertinent question.
Yeah, Halima, jump in here, because this is, it's remarkable to see an oil price that was at 68 pre-conflict, and on word that maybe we're getting a ship through, or maybe that we're up $10 and that's it.
I mean, Kelly, the interesting question is how many ships will go through this time next week? Again, we're used to having 80 ships go through. Is one escorted ship enough to restore confidence that that is a safe waterway to traverse? And as you know, we have around 6.7 million barrels of Gulf oil production shut in. All of Qatari LNG production is shut in. There's no other diversionary route for those gas exports. So the question is, was this an important turning point? Was it something that's going to restore market confidence today? What does it look like a week from now in terms of flows through that critical waterway?
Yeah, Halima, there's a Reuters report that Chinese oil is moving through the strait because they saw a Guyana flag tanker that was heading to China. And actually, Ambassador, let me ask you, as someone who was our ambassador to China, what does that tell you? I mean, they have a deeper interest than us, really, in getting ships through that strait.
Secretary Wright
removed
the post.
Said, the U.S. has basically been the one to guarantee these open waterways for the last several decades. And it's in China and Asia's interest that these ships move through now.
We know from the
oil's coming back up. They're saying that he removed the post.
Been clear.
So again, the headline's still up on CNBC. I mean, we had it before them, but they removed it. But now it's hitting another wire. Chris Wright, Navy successfully escorted oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz to ensure oil remains flowing through the global markets. Nah, something's fucked up, bro. Yeah, bro, fog of war for real. I mean, again, CNBC, they still have it up. Bloomberg posted it. I don't know if Bloomberg took it down, but again, he either said this in an interview, but I think he did have it posted, but then they're saying they took it off. Like we were just saying, the super tanker stuff wasn't confirmed. It could have been, that one could have been the old one, but like I was telling you, we're just going to take Secretary Wright's word for it. Otherwise, if he did lie about it. Yeah, Energy Secretary Wright removes post about Navy escorting oil tanker. So yeah, now he removed it. It's fucking insane. Secretary Wright, come on, dog. Well, that could explain the calm reaction. Yeah, that's going to clap it now. Now look at oil just shot up $5. Yeah, so either unwind all those or you wait for confirmation now. That's fucked up. Yeah, so literally now SPY's probably going to go down off of that. Secretary wrong. Dude, what the fuck is the point? Why would he do that? That could have been the trial balloon, but I mean, again, they saw that brought down oil by $5 a barrel. So the spreads there, those actually the daily ones came, or the ones for the little bit more time came down. Some of the other ones, the spreads are just widening. Yeah, everything's starting to drop now off of that. Yes, he removed the post. So there's other yeah, deletes post about escorting. That's circulating now. Yeah, look at all those travel plays just flipped now. Every individual one flipped. Why the hell would you remove that post? Dog, that was crazy. So watch, I mean, see now where oil settles at, but nah, that's that one's fucked up, dude. We just got a fucking pump fake by Energy Secretary Wright. Yeah, yesterday was crazy. This one's a different type of crazy. So yeah, you either unwind those other ones or you just take the other side. I got an idea. Well, none of them even moved. That barely moved up the short term. It moved up the travel plays a little bit more, but unless they were, I think that could have just been them trying to see what's up with oil, because that brought oil down an extra $5 after that headline. It was already down, but yeah, that was dirty. No, that was just from the fucking government official. Like, you got to realize that was Secretary Wright. Like I was saying, you know, when somebody brought up the super tanker, I was like, you're correct. That's not confirmed. But, you know, all you're doing is just taking his word for it at face value. I mean, Secretary Wright has not been known to... I'd expect it from Reuters, but yeah, they maybe they don't want people to know that, but at the same time, brought oil down. But yeah, that he just deleted it. He hasn't said it's not true, but he posted it and then deleted it. So yeah, kind of crazy. Now SanDisk is running up. So SPY's still holding above VWAP. See, if oil goes back to like 85, I think market comes down a little bit more. Otherwise, I think everyone's digesting this now. Well, yeah, that's why, too, just keep them small. Again, I kept even the first one small. I'm glad that they didn't film me on the other one, but now you just have even more. Now you got a little bit of fog today. Well, either he's going to post it again or someone's going to confirm that later, or they're not going to want to tell you. That's Secretary Wrong, dude. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. I don't even, again, he didn't say it's not true. He posted it and then deleted it. Like, I want that one. I want that post. Take it down. Give me that one. That's the, I should be posting that. Make a video. Make a video of it, okay? That's a good post. You can't front run it. We'll see. Watch if oil gets back to 85. Well, I thought we were going to begin Philo. Give it a little bit more. That's hilarious, dude. Well, it doesn't matter if it's real or not now. Now you're just confused. Remember, this is what happened with the futures thing. Remember a couple days ago when they were like, futures? And they're like, yeah, we're going to do futures. And then they're like, nah, we're not going to do futures. But this one's a little bit more serious, because then it's like everybody's wondering when the escorts were going to happen, if they were going to happen, how it was all going to play out. But, yeah, dude, what a dick. So, yeah, you just added a little bit more fog and confusion to this situation. Everything wasn't even moving off of that. It was very, very small. It was weird how the SPY was moving. But then again, that's why the individuals are going, and I started to add them. But then, like, yeah, that's just kind of bullshit. It's not bullshit, but it's bullshit. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, watch. I mean, you'll see the Trump truth. If there's another post, oil's gonna fucking knife. Oil's gonna knife and then it'll move, but they might wait for that one overnight now. Like I said, I mean, get a little bit of time on any of these. But then, too, I mean, this is a shit show now. Bro, that just moved oil down that $5 and then it bounced right back up after already declining $5. No, I mean, there's like ship maps, but they're not as accurate as people think, and like the transponders, or maybe they don't want people to know the military's there. You used to be able to use satellite images, but all satellites are delayed by 96 hours. That happened from last week. They weren't always like that. Bank of America president talking about volatility and bonds. So see what the SPY does if we come below VWAP or break it. This is not true. I'm told from well-placed military sources, no military assets have escorted oil tankers through the strait, despite Energy Secretary's claim. Fox. So now Fox is saying it's not true. So it's one thing about him posting it and deleting it. The next thing is if it's accurate and if it actually happened. Yeah, so see if the SPY, that's going on Fox News right now. Was it fucking Gasparino? Dude, what did he just do, bro? Secretary wrong. Chris, take it down for the good of the people. We don't want them to know. No, that's crazy. That was secretary wrong. Or right. He had a good name prior to that. Well, again, Fox News is saying it's fake, or they're just disproving it, or they're saying that's not true, but we have no fucking idea now. Jennifer Griffin said that on Fox. So yeah, if you don't know what just happened, SPY didn't really react on it. Oil was already declining, and then it took an extra $5-6. Secretary Wright, Energy Secretary, said that military escorted ships through Hormuz, and then that killed oil, but then, what, 4 minutes later? How long did that take? Let me see. So 23 minutes ago, he posted it. And then 8, so that stayed up for like 15 minutes. So yeah, 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes later, he removed the post. And then now everybody's like, what? And then oil hit another $5 up after that. And now everybody's asking what the fuck is happening. Even I am too. That's a trip. Now just get ready for tonight. Or even then, the next few hours here, we still got about like, what, 2 hours, 15 minutes? Secretary wrong. Dude. Why would you do that? What's the fucking point of that, bro? That's crazy. Secretary Wright is the most random motherfucker, too. You guys don't. That's why I was like, oh, I'm down. I was like, bro, what are you saying? This guy doesn't. All he talks about is random energy stuff. He's not the type of person who's going to, like, I guess his view doesn't really matter. IRGC spokesperson denies claim of escorting oil tankers in Strait of Hormuz. Now I got the fucking IRGC responding before the... Bro. Dog, you got fucking IRGC TMZ fucking reacting to this before. Now the market's like, oh, they're denying it? Bullish. So see, bro. IRGC is fucking responding it. This is amazing, bro. That's crazy. The fucking IRGC has a community note. Look at this shit. They're supposed to speak around 2. What time is it now? It's 1:48. Fucking dickhead. That's not even fog of war. It is, but it reminded me of like Twitter back in the day. like 10, 15 years ago on Twitter, people would post shit and then delete it. Who the fuck is it? What's the point of this? Or maybe they just got everybody in the IRGC. They're like, what do you mean, straight up? Let's go check. And then they blew them all up. But either way, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Yeah, well, IRGC, again, the spy likes the IRGC reacting to it. IRGC says, Secretary wrong. Make no claim of this. Oh, yeah, Caroline Levitt at 2 p.m. too. So get ready. The fog of war is fogging away, brother. Yeah, market isn't too keen on that one. They don't believe the IRGC for now. I still think it's going to be confusing as shit. All right, well, let me get a quick philo in. How does that sound? Would you guys like a quick philo? A couple software plays are moving. Let's get a quick philo in so we're ready for whatever happens at 2. Sound good? Do you guys think you could handle that? I think we should. So, yeah, if you guys want to wait for whatever's going to happen next, you're going to have to, unfortunately, listen to philo. I know, I'm sorry. Ryder. And Bank of America, again, the CEO's talking. U.S. B-1 bombers take off from UK base amid rising tensions. All right, well, give me a sec and we'll begin. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, that's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Oh, Cheridonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the middle of the drama, I know, so we're going to see at 2 p.m. There's going to be a call. I think everybody's on edge now after those headlines. I think it's amazing. So get ready. Iran says U.S. hindered rescue efforts after Denna warship sank. Nice. Well, we got to wait for it now, but I'm going to give you a quick little philo. You know, I think we need some philo. You guys know I like philo, right? You know that? I'm a big fan of philo. And today, I think it's going to... I think you might like this one. I think this one is... I've given it to you before, but... Yeah, I'm going to make this one a little crazier. So... Oh shit. Hold on though, actually. I might have to run that back for you real quick. I forgot. Hold on, I need to take a call real quick. Shit. Oh, but I got Philo, bro. All right, hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. Let me just reschedule this one. I'm gonna tell him it's Philo. You get to listen to it again. Scare off the demons.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it.
All right,
I
false start, bro. False. I feel like Energy Secretary right now. Oh my gosh, that was a false start. Oh, it was a false start. All right, are you ready? Are you ready, Chad? Today's Philo. I think you're gonna like it. You know, make it short and sweet, but very deep. Okay, we've talked about this. But oh, it's gonna blow your mind. Okay, and you know we're gonna talk about quantum. I told you I was gonna tell you all about quantum. Do you guys know what quantum even means? Does anybody know what a quantum is? Let's see. You hear about quantum computing. You hear quantum mechanics. What is there? Quantum theory. What's quantum? Close. Quantify is part of it. But what is a quantum? If I asked you what a quantum is, do you have any idea? What is quantum? Oh, there you go. You're getting good. Look at you little geniuses. You little greedy geniuses. Wow. So a quantum is the smallest part of energy. So yeah, it does have to do with quantity, and it's the smallest part. It's just small. Chatter saying White House official says the post was premature. So yes, it's the smallest part of energy. That's the simple way to put it. Exactly. It's smaller than a particle. It's the smallest form of energy. Right? A quantum. You don't even see a quantum, essentially. So there's something. Have any of you ever heard of Planck's quantum theory? Yeah, quantum is how much in Latin. Exact quantity. Look at you guys. Very impressive. So have any of you ever heard of Planck's quantum theory? Do any of you know? Planck's quantum theory. Planck's constant, you've heard of it? Look at you guys. Look at you guys, you smarty pants. So I'm not going to explain it in full detail, but I'll give it to you quite simply. Okay, this is the simplified, you could go look this up too, Planck, like P-L-A-N-K, Planck's quantum theory. This is old, just like we were talking about yesterday. You know, a lot of things, when you go new, it's a little bit older. A U.S. official says the claim is not true. Political reporter on X. Dog, you've gotten 3 different responses on this. Think about that. You have the IRGC, then you have one person that's saying official says it's premature, and now another is saying it's not true. So yeah, now you got a couple of other names popping right now. Solar and a couple of tech. Wow. And now unconfirmed rumors. Yeah, bro, it's a shit. We got to hear it. It's going to be a shit show, you guys. I'd chalk it up to that. And get ready. You'll probably see something will make a fat move whenever we get a little bit more clarity. So yeah, go look up Planck's quantum theory. But here's the simplified version of it. I'll just give you one part of it that I want to talk about. A simplified part is pretty much saying light is transmitted as a whole. Right? And then his idea in Planck's quantum theory is that there's these pieces, in a quantum of actions, the smallest part, the smallest unit of energy. They're called photons. Have any of you ever heard of a photon? I think all of you have heard of a photon. It's actually great. This is where literally photography, but photons. Every single one of you deals with photons. You want to know what the irony of a photon is? It's light. You want to know what the irony of light is? Don't you think this is cool? Light cannot be seen, but it's what allows you to see. Oh, you don't think that's a trip? You can't see light. If I said speed of light, can you see light? Do you think you're looking at light right now? You are, but you aren't. Think about it. Light cannot be seen, but it allows you to see. Okay, welcome to photons. And actually, there's a basis, and this is where you could derive it from Planck's quantum theory. This is how he came to conclusions about things. He came to this theory and this conclusion that photons are the non-physical basis of the physical world. Does that make sense? So you have these little invisible lights, these quantums, this smallest form of energy makes up everything. So think about it. Photons are it's non-physical, you can't see it, but it does give you all of these photons together create the physical basis of what you deal with. Light. I think no scientist should disagree with this. Everything is photons. So, think about this now. There is a non-physical light that essentially creates the world. Everything you deal with in the world is photons. Again, break it down to the quantum. Photons and light. So literally, this invisible light that creates everything, photon. Essentially, light is a creator. A lot of things are created through light. So now, here's the best part. Did you know that light is intelligent? What makes light intelligent? What makes these photons intelligent? Do you know? There's many theories you could choose, but they say that light chooses the most efficient path. Right? Light doesn't just go it'll find the most efficient path and go there. And then even Planck himself in Planck's quantum theory, he says light behaves like an intelligent human. In the sense that it starts to organize both efficiently and it has a purpose, a definite purpose. You could argue that light has a definite purpose. Yes, exactly, and it's adaptive. Exactly, the path of least resistance, and it goes to, there's a reason for it. So you have this invisible light, forms the basis of the physical world. Light creates, it's intelligent, and it has a definite purpose. Isn't that crazy? I think it's beautiful. You know why? You want me to tell you one of my favorite verses? If your eye be single, you will be filled with light. You want me to give you another one? 1 John 1:5 says God is light. You know what John 1:18 says? No man has ever seen God at any time. Sounds like a photon. You know what else it says? God has made everything. Sounds like light. Oh, my brothers. You get it? This thing you deal with called light sounds a lot like God. And I'm not saying that light is God. I hope you don't worship the photons. Oh, but my friend, once again, it's right in front of you. And like I told you, you want to know what the best part is? If your eye is single, you will be filled with light. Light can't be seen, but it allows you to see. Like I said, it sounds a lot like God. It's invisible. It's a creator. It's intelligent. It has a purpose. Oh, light in God, my friend. You will find God in the quantum. So take that to the bank. That is the philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. You are the light of the world. Oh, make sure you're subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list. You have a nightly watch list on the shorts. Go to the Trade-In Fraternity. It's even on Instagram, baby. And now we get ready. They're 5 minutes behind, but we're going to hear from the White House soon and see what we have to deal with all of this crazy stuff, man. Oh, yeah. Let there be light. Oh, they don't. I'm telling you, God's in the quantum, bro. Worst case, you'll learn about quantum. Best case, you'll be like, oh my gosh, God is the greatest engineer of all time. It's dope. It's dope, bro. It's dope. Just give me the light. Says the word is a lamp until you look at this. Look at you guys. Y'all breaking out a lot of verses. I think y'all are like, oh my gosh. Isn't that cool? I thought it's fascinating. I'm learning about quantum and I'm learning about God. It goes hand in hand.
Go, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. $1 for the tacos, $1 for the chicken. Used to think life rough then, but now I'm reminiscing. Dream is feeling distant. Supposed to have her, shoulda had her, but now I have her. So frustrating, so irate. So I'm just saying, why the fuck we so patient? If this was 68, we would've had a riot. Now you speaking for the people and they tell you be quiet. I ain't buying it. Little guy defend the MNC, anoint him at the DNC. Why your social movement always benefit the S&P? The first place to look for enemies. It's not your fucking family, nor your core beliefs. I hope you see the war beneath. Forget about the future, they say only grab what's in your reach. They ain't smiling at you, it's a battle and they show it deep. Taught you how to criticize, so wisdom stay beneath your feet. Man, I'm feeling overlooked. They ain't even hungry, but they telling us that we cook. Hard to read the room if you can't even read a book. Yeah, hard to fake a smile when they sewn our mouths shut. Fuck, we won't even hear this. You won't even feel this. Jealousy override empathy and realness. A corporation steal this, repackage it and reel it. Evil so fearless, they're so shameless, saying I'm blameless. The generation filming in the moment won't say shit. Why we call it brain dead when it felt like our soul dead? Or maybe we just sold it. Oh shit.
Where's Caroline? Sweet Caroline. Long turn. Satan. Woo! We're back. U.S. military has not escorted any ships through Strait of Hormuz, says official Reuters. Air raid sirens in northern Israel. My goodness. Sweet Caroline. Oh. Long term. Yeah, man. A couple of things moving. I mean, oil's doing the back again. We got to see what they say. Treasury completes buyback of $14 billion, the largest Treasury buyback in history. Little ghetto QE. Fastly going up. My goodness. Yeah, Broadcom was coming down here a little bit. But, dude, this one's an interesting one. Yeah, bro, we're going to either during this announcement we'll get more or we're going to hear afterwards. But now she has to explain what the fuck Wright. Why would Wright do that? Why would Wrong do that? Secretary Wrong. I can't believe this man. This guy. He wasn't even known for much. Now he's just known as the guy who said something about the super tanker and pulled it back. Not even. He just said we escorted him through the military. Bro, the IRGC said you're capping, bro. You're going to take that? IRGC said it's cap, bro. I know, man. Jail life. Oh, man. You know what song I was listening to? I was listening to 4 hours and 20 minutes. I like that song. That was one of my classics. Most people don't know that one, but I love it. You know that? And then Mike 09. That's on my gym playlist, bro. The light into the lamp. Thy light is a lamp into my feet and a light unto my path. Oh, make thy eyes single, brother. You will be filled with light. I want to talk about quantum entanglement. I have crazy theories, though. You know that? Like I said, though, like for real, Chad. You guys want me to get real effing crazy with you? I could get real effing crazy if you would like. Would you like me to? I honestly think 300 of us could change the world. And it's a quantum theory. You know that? Like, actually. Like, you have to... I told you this last year. I didn't go as in depth with it. But it really has to do with like the mind. And it's like kind of like pairing up the mind like a giant data center. But it has to do, it's like even if you took like helium and certain like things in a box and the way elements move is like they move very different and they move random. Elements, I forgot the term, but they move very, very randomly. And like there's no order at all. And like you can't, but hypothetically, if one element in the box, what's the theory? I'm blanking on it. But there's one theory where essentially one element, a couple of the elements gain order. It makes the other elements fall into place. It's amazing. It's amazing. So yeah, we could do that, but it's hard. It's hard to do, but they've actually done studies. All right, SPY tweaking. Hold on. Low ticker. It's a lot of Joby. All right, you're getting a lot of things clap right now. Yo. What time is it? 11:14. Remember yesterday? The thing about yesterday, the timing of it. Again, a bunch of things on the low right now. Low ticker just picked up. Oil took a shot up there. You had air raid sirens, but yeah, something's popping off right now. Let me double check. Again, oil just shot up $3. Israel begun to see signs of Iran taking steps to deploy mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Uh-oh, hot dog. Oh, they didn't film me. They didn't film me, you fuckers. They already tripled up. Are you serious? Oh, bro. Oh, they fucked me on the price, dude. Mines in the Strait of Hormuz. This is a report. I don't know if this is confirmed or not. Oh, they fucked me on that fill. I'm already up on them, though, too. Let me see if I can get out of them. Literally, mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Whoa. Okay, yeah, these are... Bro, I'm already hit big on these. Hold on. I need to get out of these. Yo, mines in the fucking Strait. All right, I just made 500% on those. Yeah, yo. Mine, this is what I'm fucking talking about. This is what I was trying to tell y'all the other day. They don't feel me, bro. Are these expire tomorrow? All right, I got a set for tomorrow, and I flipped out of the other set. Oh, they didn't fill me on that other one? Fuck. All right, I did, what's it called? Bro, I think we're really early on that. So it's a CBS reporter again from yesterday. Very similar setup. Again, I already flipped the daily. Like, that one hit big. They fucked me too. But yeah, I got out of that first. They're still back at that same price. That's insane. Habibi. Lekeda. All right, see how the market takes that one. Yeah, USO went vertical on that, but hold on, it's not following through a lot. That premium just went nuts. But yeah, get ready for that. That's the headline, bro. They didn't. I had to do a market order on the first one. They fucked me on the price. I did a limit, but I went a little bit bigger. I flipped out of that one quick, but those hit. I think you still have time. I think people haven't picked up on this yet. I see it on one wire, but it's from the X reporter. Again, I did ones for even tomorrow too, just in case. And then the other one we did energy related. Oh, long term. Yeah, some of them already jacked up here. Hold on, I'm gonna see if we get a different set. Okay, come on. Why no load? They're hoeing me on these. Okay, you're going down. Fill me. Okay, got one other set. All right, let's see how this plays out. That's it. Those first ones are already up a lot, but it's starting to react. I think you're really early on that, you guys. Trump says he's working with Michigan. No, bro. I think we're really fucking early on that. Like I'm telling you, I'm glad I was able to confirm it. That oil play already rocketed up too. So the oil plays are already up 300 on the ask, at least 80% on the bid. The spread's going crazy. I haven't checked the SPY ones again. SPY ones for next week are back up. The short-term ones have came. The one on the daily, those are moving around a little bit more. Again, those are the ones I already made free. It's slowing down, but again, look at oil. That's the headline on it. I think we have a 3-minute jump, but then again, oh, here's Caroline.
In Ohio, and give remarks
Let's see if she
at
slows it down.
Logistics in Kentucky. On Thursday, President Trump and the First Lady will host a Women's History Month event in the East Room. And on Friday, the president will sign several executive orders, and we will provide more details on those later this week. As President Trump shared with the American people last night, the United States military is making tremendous strides towards achieving our military objectives for Operation Epic Fury. 10 days in, this campaign has been a resounding success thus far, and America's
I'm making
warriors
one of the
are
oil
winning
free
this
at
important
150.
fight
I'm
at
holding
an
the
even
rest.
faster pace than we anticipated. More than 5,000 enemy
Those
targets
hit. Oh,
have
you
been
guys
struck
all
so
had
far.
fucking time on
Iran's
that.
ballistic
I better
missile
not hear
attacks
shit
are
on the
down more
delay.
than 90%,
Dude, this thing hasn't
and
even
drone
widely
attacks are
reported
down by
yet.
approximately
You guys, I don't think y'all
85%
realize this.
Since the start of Operation Epic Fury. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy, and we have destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval vessels, including a major drone carrier ship. None of the regime's vessels are operating in major regional waterways, and the Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. The trend is clear. U.S. combat capabilities are increasing and growing more lethal and dominant by the day, while the Iranian terrorist regime's ability to respond has rapidly declined. Now, the U.S. military is moving to dismantle
They
Iran's
widen
missile
all these
production
fucking spreads, bro.
infrastructure. Our incredible B-2 bombers
They just said
recently
there's a
dropped
report
dozens
from a
of
CBS reporter
2,000-pound
saying there's
penetrator
evidence
bombs on
that they're
deeply
mining
buried
the Strait of
missile
Hormuz.
sites. Last
Is oil
night,
halted?
President Trump
Is that why the
reiterated his
premiums?
commitment
Oh,
toward
fuck, I
keeping
should have
oil
kept them.
flowing through the
I
Strait
think
of
they
Hormuz,
halted oil.
so the United States and all of our
Hold
allies
up.
can receive their energy needs. President Trump will not allow rogue
Bro,
Iranian
you all coulda
terrorists
hit
to
that.
stop the freedom
People
of
don't even
navigation
fucking know
and the
about it
free
yet.
flow of energy. Let me be clear. It is a good thing.
Hold
to
on,
wipe
wait
out
till they even
terrorists
say
who
it more. But yeah,
indiscriminately
oils, they
target
fucking halted
civilians
oil
in
on that.
attempt to hold the global economy
USO's still
hostage.
trading. The
And
premiums
President
are
Trump
fucked
could
up.
should be commended for doing so. As the president made unequivocally
There
clear
you go,
to
they're
the
bringing the
remaining
bids
elements
back.
of this terrorist regime in his statement yesterday, if they do anything to stop the flow of oil or goods within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the world's most powerful military 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Moving forward, the stated objectives for Operation Epic Fury remain the same. Destroy the terrorist regime's ballistic missiles, raise their Iranian missile industry to the ground, ensure their terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region, and ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. President Trump remains confident these goals will be accomplished in swift fashion. As for the oil, President Trump fully expected the rogue Iranian regime to try and disrupt the global markets. That's why President Trump and his energy team have been planning for this long before the strike and have moved quickly to address these temporary disruptions.
The prices are
Thus
fucked,
far,
dude.
the Trump administration has offered political risk insurance to
Again, any
tankers
of those other
operating in
oil
the
ones
Gulf.
after that are
The
gonna be
Treasury
difficult.
temporarily waived certain oil-related
The SPY
sanctions,
premiums hasn't
and the
moved too much yet,
Commander-in-Chief
but
has
oil was
offered
the one.
U.S. Navy to escort tankers when necessary. The president and his energy team are closely watching the markets, speaking with
Oh, yeah, the
industry
energy
leaders,
team?
and the U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not
Chris
afraid
Wright
to
will.
use them. Rest assured to the American people, the recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term. Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil
though,
and
that
gas
might even
prices
be
drop
careful though.
rapidly, potentially
They still might
even
also
lower
be
than they
bullshit.
were
Today has
prior
been
to the
back and
start
forth with
of the
bullshit.
operation. And
So
we will
again, if
live
that
in a
actually
world where
happens, the
Iran
shit's
can no
gonna get
longer
fucked.
threaten the United
That's the one I've
States
been
or
telling
our
you guys
allies
for a
with
week or
nuclear
two. If they
bomb.
actually want to
On
escalate
another
it.
matter here at
So just
home,
be careful.
President Trump is
Again,
urging
a lot of
Congress
shit
to
has
pass
been
the
bullshit.
Save America Act, one of the most critical pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The Save America Act is overwhelmingly popular with all Americans.
Trump is not
because
afraid
each
to use
provision is
options on
rooted in
oil.
common sense. The Save America Act has 5 simple requirements as requested by the President of the United States. Number 1, voters have to show ID to cast a ballot in an American election. Very simple. 90% of Americans, including more than 80% of Democrat voters, agree with this. Number 2,
Here's the tweet. Just CBS reporter, U.S. intelligence indication to steps to deploy mines. Iran is using smaller crafts that could carry 2 to 3 mines each, while Iran's mine stock isn't publicly known. Range from 2,000 to 6,000 mines.
But after
Jim
Joe Biden
Laporta
and the
reports.
Democrats allowed
That's
tens
the
of
headline.
millions of illegal aliens into our country, it's more important
That's
than
what caused
ever
this candle
to
down.
ensure
That's
that
big.
only American citizens
But
are
again, like I'm
registering to
saying,
vote
today has been
in our
filled
on
with
our
a bunch of
nation's
fake
voter rolls,
info.
and Congress
So you
needs
got to
pass
be
this.
very careful.
Number
But
3,
I mean, that's the
Save
biggest
America
pop
Act
on oil. Moved
abolishes
10
the
bucks in the other
incredibly
direction
unsecure
now.
practice of universal mail-in ballots, which throw the door wide open for fraud. Importantly, the Save America Act maintains
I
exceptions
think Caroline
for Americans
speaking
to
right
use
now is
mail-in
kind of chilling
ballots,
everybody
like
out.
for illness, disability, military, or travel reasons. The bipartisan 2005 report of the Commission on Federal Election Reform, shared by, of all people, former President Jimmy
Yesterday
Carter
they had it at
and former
3:30.
Secretary
Today
of
it's
State James
1 hour
Baker,
ahead.
concluded that, quote, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud, and it is time for Congress to finally address this. Number 4, the Save America Act permanently bans men from competing in women's sports. President Trump signed a landmark executive order upholding the promise of Title IX and ending this dangerous and unfair practice. But now it's time for Congress to codify this into law. Number 5, the Save America Act bans transgender mutilation surgery for children. Again, President Trump signed a common sense executive order to do this and kept his promise to the American people, but now Congress needs to do the same and codify it. It's well past time for Democrats in Congress to stop perpetuating the radical and false
Bradley
claim
Frizzle!
that somehow
He's
change their
here!
child's sex.
Horde!
You cannot.
Yeah, laying peach mine, son. Better watch out.
Republicans and frankly
The
Democrats
Strait of the
can
Peach.
do to strengthen
Okay,
election
CNBC's
integrity
reporting
and
on the shit
protect
now,
our
too.
democracy. It's what the American people elected Republicans to do, and they must deliver on it as soon as possible. The president is calling on Congress to get the job done and send this historic piece of legislation to his desk immediately for signature. So with that today, I will take your questions. Benny, thank you for being here, and why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is actually about the Save America Act. So one of the biggest things that the Democrats are saying, the claims that they're making, is that the Save America Act, it would prevent married women from voting in elections or make it harder for them.
Married
what do you
women
have to say to those
can't
claims?
vote?
Is there any
What?
validity to them, and where do you think they're getting this from?
There is zero validity to these claims, and I'm glad.
Did
that
you say
brought
married
that up,
women
because you
can't
have
vote?
The Democrats who have created this myth, and it has been perpetuated, unfortunately, by many in the mainstream media. Let me be very clear. The Save America Act does not prohibit anyone from voting with the exception of illegal aliens. And the greatest way to disenfranchise American citizens from voting in American elections is to allow illegal aliens to vote, which is what Democrats want to do. We see it taking place in Democrat jurisdictions at the state and local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the Save
U.S.
Act.
asks Israel to halt strikes on Iran's
who have changed their
energy
name or their
infrastructure.
address, they can still register to vote, of course. They just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married women, and minorities, and people all
Did they
across
just
this
say
country
that?
who Democrats are insultingly saying cannot do this, they're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV, and I think it's frankly insulting that the Democrats are saying that there are certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update their documentation to allow them to vote. Again, this is a huge myth, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address it.
And then just one more question about DHS. The funding issue has been 3+ weeks now.
Okay, rip it on
I was
there.
actually
They're
so
killing-
I was
the
at
puts
the
are
airport
killed, and
this
if you didn't make those
morning in
dailies
St. Louis,
free, they're
Missouri,
dead.
and
The
it
ones
was
with
early in the
tomorrow are
morning,
still
and
kind of holding up,
one
and
of
then
the
oil
TSA
plays are
agents,
still
I
holding.
saw she was kind of tearing up. She was crying, and I asked her, I was like, what's wrong? And she was like, I can't make my phone payment. I can barely make my car payment that's coming up. I think a lot in the Beltway, there's so much noise between Democrats, Republicans. It's the Democrats' fault, it's the Republicans' fault. But what is the White House's message to the American people that are struggling because they're not getting that paycheck? It's take away the politics. What do you have to say to those people?
President Trump wants the Department of Homeland Security. He wants TSA, he wants FEMA, he wants the brave men and women of our United States Coast Guard to receive their paychecks, and he wants this department to be fully funded and fully reopened. And so to any American out there who is struggling without a paycheck, we know there's more than 100,000 of you across the country. To any American out there who is showing up to an airport and facing incredibly long wait times and lines, call your Democrat member of Congress and tell them to fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's what President Trump wants to do, and it's completely ridiculous that the American people are suffering as a result of these partisan games that are being played by Democrats on Capitol.
All right, oil just shaved off $3 from it.
You said the operation.
Again, people have reported on it now, but now you haven't got the reaction yet. Again, you have half saying they're moving ships through, and now you have IRGC or reports saying they're mining the Hormuz. So yeah, man, next couple of days are going to kind of be kind of crazy.
Destroy their missiles and their ability
But
to
that first like pop hype, we're still going to have the rest of the day. Surprisingly, some of those calls from earlier are still not moving. That one from the first Chris Wright.
We know that the U.S. military and our brave warfighters are quickly and expeditiously executing these objectives well ahead of schedule.
The ones that we made free already, those are already getting slashed. They still have a bid, surprisingly. I mean, we have what, an hour and a half, and then oil, that's the only one holding up.
And that Iran is in
just because the
a position of complete and unconditional
they're all
surrender,
still up.
whether they say it or not.
Does the president still want Iran's unconditional surrender?
Well, when President Trump says that Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, he's not claiming the Iranian regime is going to come out and say that themselves. What the president means is that Iran's threats will no longer be backed by a ballistic missile arsenal that protects them from building a nuclear bomb in their country. I could make an empty threat, but if I have no actions to back it up, then it's an empty threat. And so President Trump will determine when Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, when they no longer pose a credible and direct threat to the United States of America and our allies. Adriana.
Can you explain why the Energy Secretary posted and then appeared to have deleted a post on X saying that the U.S. Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, I was made aware of this post. I haven't had a chance to talk to the Energy Secretary about it directly.
You haven't had the chance to talk to him yet?
The post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time, though, of course, that's an option the President has said he will absolutely utilize if and when necessary at the appropriate time.
Something that was posted erroneously, could it be because of a staffer? What, I guess, will there be any consequences for this? I know you still have to consult, but just generally speaking.
Again, I would defer you to the Department of Energy to answer that question.
And if I could just follow up really quickly.
Sure.
In terms of oil sanctions, the president said that there would be some sanctions that would be lifted. Would those be on Venezuela, Russia? Could you give some specifics there and then timing for that as well?
Sure. I know it's something that the Treasury Department and the President's energy team continue to discuss, and they will ultimately consult with the President before decisions are made. I don't have any announcements on new sanctions or the lifting of new sanctions for you today. Alex.
Thank you. Reuters has reported that about 150 U.S. service members have been injured so far. Can you confirm that number and elaborate on that?
I can't confirm the exact number. I know it's within that ballpark, but I would defer you to the Pentagon for a specific number of wounded or injured thus far.
And then secondly, if I can, I wanted to ask about, excuse me.
No, today, dude, this whole from now until tomorrow is going to be crazy.
Today, and some senators came out and said they were more.
Just whatever happens. Yeah, you might. I mean, you might have to wait for a boat gets hit by it, or fucking China's just going to send a boat through it on purpose, or Iran will. But yeah, now from now until tomorrow, fake right post. Now mines in the Hormuz. Like we have a lot of potential powder kegs, up or down. That's the crazy part.
Against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's.
But yeah, you're halfway in the middle right now.
President Trump is
both of these headlines too. We were very early on it. This puts kind of gave you a bigger jump, but now you're literally right in the middle of where this all began. And then Caroline talking is kind of helping.
Democrats are playing politics with this long-standing bipartisan policy of the United States, and 53 of them in the House recently voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's state sponsor of terror. So I wouldn't take Democrats at their word. As for boots on the ground, the president has talked about this repeatedly. Wisely, he does not rule options out as commander-in-chief. So again, I would hesitate to confirm anything that a Democrat on Capitol Hill says right now about the president's thinking. Garrett.
John, you outlined to Steve the military components of what would be involved in ending this war, but it seems like there's a political component too. The president said to Fox earlier today that he doesn't believe the new
It just sucks. The
Ayatollah
first
can
one we
live
got
in
washed
peace.
a
He
little bit
made a
on
variety of
Mr.
comments
Right.
suggesting that
But
he
even
should
those
be
free
involved
ones,
in
it just
picking
sucks
the
that
new
they got
Iranian
the
leader.
premium got killed.
Is
So now your
the
free
ending of this
contracts,
war
they're already
also
down.
contingent on
So
Iran
at least if you
selecting
take your
a
risk
leader
off the
that
table, but
president
then it's just
finds
like, fuck.
acceptable? And if so, how is that
So
not
even what you
the
have free,
definition
it's
of a
still worth
regime
something
change
if you
war?
wanted to take it, but
As President Trump
yeah, we
has
still got another hour of this, and then that's why I was saying a lot of these though is going into tomorrow.
Best interest of the United States.
I
and
think
the
whatever
West,
happens
to
after
no
hours
longer
leading into the
have a
morning,
radical,
we might have a little bit more
terrorist in
considering
charge
how
of Iran,
today was practically
especially as we
flat.
see
I mean,
their
everything's still
reaction,
green.
To Operation Epic Fury. They had their missiles turned towards our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. Again, this was a regime that chanted, or still chants, death to America. We look at the way that they are holding the entire world hostage with the restricting of the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. So the president, I think, is making quite an obvious comment. Again, as for the timeline of the military operations with respect to Iran, we have objectives that we have laid out that the commander-in-chief wants to see achieved. When they are achieved, then it will ultimately be up to the president to end this operation.
Okay, so I think you're not exactly addressing my question, though. Is that political objective also necessary for the president to decide?
He's saying the
to
whole
end this
ahead
war?
of schedule
Look,
thing.
Again, I just told you the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. When those objectives are met, the president will dictate the end of these operations when he deems that Iran no longer
president will
poses
dictate.
a credible threat to the United States of America. And again, it goes back to what does that unconditional surrender look like? Iran can talk all they want, and their words will be very empty when
Somebody
we
ask about the
annihilated
mines.
their Navy as we are doing, when we've taken out the threat of their ballistic missile capability, when we can finally ensure that they can no longer make a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies and our troops in the region. And that's what President Trump is ultimately seeking to do with respect to this operation. Jennifer.
There was a shooting outside of a synagogue in Baltimore. Do you know if the president has been briefed on that, and do you have any more details on what happened?
I don't, but we certainly will get you more details,
No
Jennifer.
announcements
and,
of energy
I don't know if the president has
sanctions.
briefed, but I'll check on that when I get back to the Oval Office after this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday for the first time that he had to strike Iran because he believes that Iran was going to strike U.S. targets within 7 days. And then he bumped that down later to 3 days. Where is he getting that?
Well, that's not the first time the president has said that he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury because he felt as though Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region first. Again, I addressed this in the last briefing. This was a feeling the president had based on facts provided to him by his top negotiators who had been engaged with the Iranian regime in a good faith effort. The Iranian regime
This is what I was telling you guys the last couple of weeks. That's what I was saying. Off ramps exist until they start blowing up the Hormuz.
A bomb that would, of course,
That's
threaten
literally
the
how
United
many
States
times
of
have I said
America.
that? That's
Again,
why
their
it's like
ballistic
this
missile
one,
arsenal,
you
they
just
were
got to wait
rapidly
till there's
and aggressively
confirmation, or if
increasing
there
that
is
by
a
the
boat
month,
that gets
to a
blown up.
place where,
This is
they would
probably the
essentially
worst
build a
news out of
navy
all
for
of this.
themselves, where a future president or President Trump
But
would
yeah,
not
you're
be
in
able
again.
to
Oil's
launch
do.
this
You're still
incredibly
like in the
successful
middle today
operation.
after
And so
all
the
of that
president,
BS.
again, as I
Everything's
reiterated,
like
and he
that
has
caused
said,
the move,
was
but
not
everything's
going to
still
sit
holding
back,
light.
and allow the Iranian regime to threaten or to attack the United States of America any longer.
There are no U.S. leaders or Israeli leaders who are making those same claims. So is he making this up to justify his decision to go to war now?
The president is not making anything up, Nancy. He is looking at this every single day based on intelligence,
He's
based
not
on
making
facts,
anything
and
up,
based on
Nancy.
intelligence that he himself and his negotiators have consumed based on their, again, negotiations.
Everything's
with
just staying
the
pinned.
rogue
This
Iranian
one's
regime
pinned
over
right
the
in the
past
middle,
year. And the
which is
president and his
ironically
team tried
VWAP.
in a good faith way.
And then oil, look at
to
oil. Oil,
reach a
they're moving
diplomatic
inverse
deal
right now.
through peaceful means with the Iranian regime, and Iran chose this path to death and destruction.
IEA
Iran
ends
wanted to
meeting
attack
with
the
no
United
decision
States of
on
America,
crude
and the president
stockpiles,
was not going to
Financial
sit back
Times.
and allow that to happen. He was not going to sit back and allow that to happen, and everyone in this room should be grateful for it. John.
Bitch.
Thanks a lot.
That's what she
Caroline.
wanted to say.
Two questions for you. One has to do with a follow-up to your statement that you made at the beginning of the briefing regarding the Save America Act.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the
Yesterday,
bathroom.
the Senate Majority Leader John Thune spoke on the effort to potentially have a filibuster broken, the rules for the filibuster broken. He said the votes aren't there, one, to nuke the filibuster, and the votes aren't there for a talking filibuster. He says that's the reality. What's your reaction to what Senator Thune said?
Look, I think President Trump, the urgency behind his need to pass the Save America Act and his desire to get this country-saving legislation passed has been made quite clear. He wants all options on the table, and he wants the Senate to move as quickly as possible through whatever means necessary.
And then secondly, just regarding the president's trip tomorrow, looking ahead, why Ohio and why Northern Kentucky?
Well, why not? These are two great states with great Americans.
Just wanted to know why they were chosen.
Great states with great Americans. The president will be joined by lawmakers from both states who he greatly admires and respects and supports. And he'll be meeting with business owners in both of these places and talking about the economy, which is, of course, the utmost importance to him.
Caroline. Thank you. Last week, the Energy Secretary issued a waiver for India to get oil, Russian oils, during this energy crisis.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the President about it? What's the idea behind this?
Have I spoken to the president about it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have spoken to the president about it. And the president and the Secretary of Treasury and the whole national security team came to this decision because our allies in India, as you know, Lalit, have been good actors and have previously stopped buying sanctioned Russian oil. So as we work to appease this temporary gap of oil supply around the world because of the Iranians, we have temporarily permitted them to accept that Russian oil. And this Russian oil was already at sea. It was already out on the water. So this short-term measure, we
Netanyahu says there'll be a special budget to allocate tens of billions of shekels in defense spending to finance Iran.
You know, Pakistan is a neighbor of Iran, and Pakistan is also an ally of U.S. President has been praising a lot about the Field Marshal. Is Pakistan providing?
I don't know. We need to see now. If there's any legs to the mines, shit gets bad. Any legs to the military, shit gets good. But like I was telling you last week, the moment Iran makes it hard for everybody to move, that's the next level of this. Otherwise, I mean, everything, you saw how easy you could walk back $30 of oil, essentially.
How does the president think that Russia could be helpful?
So yeah, bro, tonight, I mean, we still got another hour of this, but leading into tomorrow, it's going to get fucking crazy.
Sharing intelligence with Iran in this
or it could be slow, too, if nothing
And
happens.
his special envoy Witkoff have both said that, of course, they've sent a message to Russia that if that was taking place, it's not something they would be happy with, and they hope that it is not
The
taking
market's
place.
frozen after all
As
this
for further
shit today.
details about the discussions between these two leaders, I'll leave it to the president.
Maybe wait till
to
she's
divulge
over,
any more of
because
that
everyone's still even
conversation, but
listening.
He did
And
confirm
that's
it
even hitting
yesterday and
algos.
provided you with a little bit of the background and his view and his perspective, as he always does. Luke.
Regarding the missile strike on the Iranian school,
I'm surprised nobody
how long
asked about
does
it.
the administration expect that investigation to take?
Come on,
and
Peter!
will, the White House or the Department of Defense release a full report of its findings once the investigation is complete?
The Department of War will do that. The investigation continues, and as the president said yesterday at his press conference, he will accept the conclusion of
The
that
oil plays are like back up, and they were just down. So I'm saying, even in the spy ones you made free, they got washed.
Sure, in the back with the glasses. Go ahead.
Regarding the shield of the
Sitting down.
Americas.
Caroline,
is
And
there
then you can go.
Caroline.
Okay, thank
Is there an update regarding
You have rough real estate back there, so I'm trying to give you
is
some
there an
love.
update regarding Cuba, and also is an economic deal imminent?
Sure, I don't have any updates on Cuba for you today. Obviously, this is something the administration is actively dealing with. The president's made it quite clear.
The report
to
said they're
believe,
using little
based
fishing
on
boats
fact,
to lay the
that
mines.
The Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is obviously in a very weak
Remember, I was
place,
just joking about it last
economically
week. I
speaking.
said, "Come
People
on,
are
fucking
crying
throw a
out for help.
Toyota
The
T100 out there."
believes and knows that the
Yeah,
Cuban
dep-
regime
how
is
motivated
weak.
are
So,
you?
as know, Secretary of State Rubio has been engaged in those conversations as directed by the president. I don't have any updates for you today, though.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Shield of the Americas, the initiative by President Trump this weekend, big names, a lot of countries, but some notable absences. For instance, Colombia, which is a key ally with the United States in terms of counter-narcotics. And President Gustavo Petro was here at the White House, and he met with President Trump. Why wasn't Colombia invited to the Shield of the
You wanted
Americas?
Chad to
I don't
go
think
out
we're
there?
seeing the level of cooperation
you'll
we quite want to see
volunteer?
yet from the Colombian government.
I don't
to
know if,
invite
I
them
mean,
to the
my
Shield of
Grok told
Americas
me, remember, she
event
said
in
it's not a
Pact,
good
but
idea.
We certainly hope that this newfound organization
Yeah, dropping
will
mines
expand
is
and we
easy.
can
Dealing with
continue
the
to invite
consequences is
additional
hard.
member countries.
Because then
But,
that means
there was
the
quite a few countries there.
other
There was
ships,
17
China,
countries
Russia, you can't
represented,
move that
12
shit.
heads of state with the president over the weekend. They signed a defense agreement with all of our militaries to emphasize the need to combat drug cartels through Latin America in the Western Hemisphere, and ultimately, of course, to curb the illegal trafficking of drugs to the United States, which is the president's utmost priority in all of this. So it was a great event on Saturday, and we look forward to the coalition expanding. Kelly in the back.
Caroline, thank you. Good
Mines.
to see you. I want to get back to another question that was asked earlier. It talked about the political aspects, but there's also the ideological and the spiritual aspects
God,
of
you
what
guys are
Iran
boring.
has said for 47
You telling me
years.
we get a report
Death
that
to
they're gonna
America,
mine it
death
and
to
y'all ain't got no
Israel.
questions?
And we've just finished talking about the fact that terror has been around the world. Iran has been the nexus of that in so many ways. Has the president stated clearly to the American people why this is such an imminent threat in order for Democrats on Capitol Hill and Republicans and the American people to understand how imminent the threat was?
I think he has, Kelly. I mean, you've heard from the president on an almost daily basis over the course of the past 10 days. You've heard it from me at this podium.
Well, 17 minutes till power hour. Last 30 minutes was one down move, and you've just been hugging VWAP right now.
And his officials have been repeatedly explaining to the American public the threat that Iran has posed to our country in this moment, but of course over the course of the past 47 years. In their words, again, chanting
It
death
could
to
be,
America,
even if this is just a
speak for
lying
themselves.
game. Think about it. U.S. lies about moving the ships
Why the
through,
division?
and Iran's like, okay, we'll lie
within
about
the
putting
American
mines
people.
in.
I realize that we have the
So it
people
could be
talking about the War
both, or they're
Powers
both
Act,
actually
talking about
fucking
all
doing
kinds
it.
of issues. But have people forgotten?
But I've
just
told
how
you from
imminent
last week, bro,
that
if there's
threat
any
was? If they keep
real
saying death to
possibility of
America,
blowing up that
death
fucking
to Israel,
strait,
they mean it.
Look, I don't
then
think the
this
American
shit
people have
gets
forgotten,
real.
But I think Democrats on Capitol Hill,
All
they
of this
have
is
not
still the
forgotten,
pregame.
but they
Again,
are
you
just
hit
so
100 for
plagued,
one day.
with this resistance to
But
President
now
Trump
this
on
that
everything
headline
that they
correlates
do,
with it.
that,
But again,
they
it just
can't
came out
even
30
rally
minutes ago, 20
behind
minutes
the
ago.
common sense, bipartisan, long-standing principle of the United
U.S.
States of
intel,
America,
CBS. Now
that
it's hitting
Iran
the wire
absolutely
again.
poses a threat to the
U.S. to
United States, that
deploy
Iran is the
naval
world's
mines in
leading
Strait of
state sponsor
Hormuz
of
using
terrorism.
small boats
And I think
carrying.
that's
It's the
reflected
same
again
headline.
in their
CBS
voting
is reporting
pattern.
it now.
In 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, I believe the final vote was 412 to 1 in 2023 for a resolution condemning Iran as the world's state-leading sponsor of terror. And now in this year,
We
under
know.
this
Tell us
president,
about
in
the
2026, 53 Democrats voted against that exact
It says
same
U.S.
resolution
intel, but it's coming
with
from
the
a
exact
reporter,
same
a
language.
CBS reporter.
I don't think
So
that's
it says Jim whatever.
a change in the threat that Iran has posed to the United States. I think it's a change in the Democrat Party's thinking and their vicious hatred for President Trump. Danny? Sure.
National threat level, following on Kelly, what's the national threat level right now because of this death to America, death to Israel issue?
I believe the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have repeatedly and continuously provided updates on the threat level to the homeland. I don't want to speak on it out of turn from up here, but of course, the federal government is continuing to coordinate and partner with local law enforcement agencies across the ground to thwart potential threats to the homeland. This is something the administration obviously takes very seriously. We are thwarting threats that, frankly, most Americans don't know about because they never make headlines, but that's the great work that the Department of Homeland Security is doing, and it emphasizes and underscores the point of why Democrats need to fund and reopen fully the Department of Homeland Security right now. Danny.
School. Why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other U.S. allies plus the U.S. that have those missiles and therefore could?
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public, but he has said he'll accept the conclusion of that investigation. And frankly, we're not going to be harassed by the New York Times, who's been putting out a lot of articles on this, making claims that have just not been verified by the Department of War.
Again, those little oil companies, battles going up.
The New York Times is calling on us to do so.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
With the DHS currently under a partial Democrat shutdown, does the administration have any specific concerns about potential impact
Bro,
on
fuck
Homeland
these
Security
reporters.
or intelligence monitoring of sleeper cells inside the United States? And do you have any comment on the bombing, the 2 individuals that bombed New York City or tried to?
Yeah, it was absolutely despicable to see that attack in New York City. I know the FBI is investigating, and the Department of Justice and SDNY have announced they are charging those 2 individuals and alleged terrorists, and I know they won't rest until justice is sought in this case. Daniel. Daniel,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Caroline. Appreciate it. Millions of Americans are filing taxes for the first time since the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act into law. New reports say that new IRS data says that the average federal tax refund is around $3,800, a little bit up from the last period of last year. Does the president believe that the average federal tax refund increasing this year could provide a little bit more economic growth, something that he's been very focused on as the year progresses?
Absolutely. And Americans are going to start benefiting from the fruits of President Trump and Republicans' labor through the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these historic tax cuts. We are midway through tax season, so just to provide an update from the Treasury Department that just went out moments ago, nearly 63.5 million tax returns have been processed thus far, 45% of the anticipated total number of tax returns by April 15th, so don't forget to file your taxes, people. And the average refund this year is more than $3,700. And we know that more than 27.5 million individuals who have filed their tax returns thus far have claimed at least one of President Trump's new tax cuts. Over 3.5 million returns have claimed
we still
no
have
tax on
Oracle
tips.
after the bell.
Over 15.5 million returns have claimed no tax on overtime. Over 9.2 million returns have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors. And over 690,000
We don't know. She
returns
didn't.
have
She
claimed
dodged the
no tax
tanker
on
question
car loan
on the
interest.
escort.
And another
She has
amazing
not spoken
statistic,
to right.
nearly 3.5 million Trump accounts have been opened for children in our country thus far. So we look forward to, I know the Treasury Department continues
Come
to look forward
on!
to seeing these checks
Not
out the door,
one mind
into
question.
the
Fuck
pockets
you
of
guys.
hardworking Americans, and the president will be meeting with
Yesterday, if
them
the end of
himself
war
tomorrow on the
headline
road
came
in
out,
both
y'all would have
Ohio
asked
and
that
Kentucky,
5
and we look
times.
forward to seeing you all there. Thank you, guys.
This is bullshit. All right, well, now you gotta wait till after the bell, bro. That's it. So she's done talking. I mean, she kind of added some air brakes. I mean, you got to see that, bro. Today, it was kind of chill all the way up until here. You had the bullshit, again, the post and removal of energy right. He made that tanker comment. Then right here, bro, there was just a comment. They're saying U.S. intelligence. It's still not necessarily verified. It might be bullshit, too. I mean, that's kind of been the theme of the day. But, yeah, Iran, and they're talking about dropping mines in the Hormuz. But now, we don't know. And you still have Oracle after the bell. But, holy shit, dude. This is going to be crazy. So, yeah, we'll see what tonight brings or even the end of the day. But we have 10 minutes till power hour. SPY, everything's still actually green. Dow to the Russell, SPY, NASDAQ, everything. So we're going to find out what happens. I would watch oil, though. But any of those free plays now got clapped. You had a little minute there to make some money on them. But even then, I thought holding them would have been great. I was excited for it. But now I'm surprised everyone's already reported on this, too. Everybody got quiet. It's like yesterday, but it came an hour earlier. And then it's a different headline to the different direction, but yeah, we didn't get that. Well, welcome, guys. Welcome. This is E-Trade still on the high-low ticker. I just don't have the rest of the E-Trade Pro platform. It's sad. VWAP. I mean, bro, you've been at VWAP here for what? Probably just under an hour? You've stayed in this range now, just going back and forth. That was crazy. So oil's back to that. Remember, this was the Chris Wright drop, mine the fucking Hormuz. Again, both parties could just be playing this bullshit. Both of them are kind of escalating it with words and saying, well, yeah, we just took a ship through. And then they're like, nah, we just fucking put a mine in. So think about it, both sides, but that's what I'm telling you, whatever happens tonight, tomorrow, or so, you might not even get a reaction until, what's it called? You might not even get a reaction until it, unless a boat blows up or unless a ship gets transferred through. But yeah, I mean, look at this SPY. I think everybody's kind of frozen right now. You're going to get a bullshit pop or drop eventually, but at the same time, I mean, this right here kind of says a lot. Oh, hold on. I got to talk to this guy. I have a guy here. I got to do an inspection and a couple of other ones.
Having suggested
Give me
the
a
war
second.
effort
Follow me on
yesterday was
Instagram.
very
I'm gonna post the
complete, to
videos
use
on
his
Instagram and
words,
YouTube
now Pete
today.
Hegseth, the defense
So if you want your
secretary,
watch
says
list,
this is
you got
now
to
the
look
most
out for them
intense
shorts,
day
dog.
of bombing
The
yet,
trading
and they are
fraternity.
threatening much heavier
Burr.
strikes if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. There is a report out there by CNN that Iran is considering, if not already beginning, the process of mining the Strait, which would really change the dynamic here. And the White House will certainly need to have a concerted communications effort at that point.
Yeah, I have to say, to be fair, Nora, you actually sent me a headline too, or somebody, a terminal user who sent you some information about a report that the U.S. intelligence indicates, as you just said, Joe, Iran is preparing to deploy naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, again, information coming. We were looking for confirmation. But to me, it doesn't say that there's any end to this war, at least at this moment in time.
Well, that's true. And even Republican lawmakers we were talking with on the early edition of Balance of Power, Congressman Stutzman, for instance, did have to acknowledge that this is going to be a longer effort. And, we're likely not talking about days. The president was asked yesterday and pressed in a news conference, how soon could this end if we are very complete? And he said, not this week. That was a redhead on the terminal. That goes to show how close investors are watching this. But it's really something, Carol. You're watching the markets every day, and it seems like investors are really looking through a lot of the rhetoric here to try to bring us back to where we were before that kind of panic selling that we saw on Monday morning. So this is a really fascinating moment that we're in.
And, I think it's safe to say, we just talked with Kevin Gordon over at Schwab, this whole idea that despite everything, Nora, that's happened since the beginning of the year, as Joe mentioned, investors seem to be kind of sitting tight. And he said they really haven't changed much in terms of portfolios.
Right. And as we're kind of looking at how this is all trickling in the market, I'm curious, Joe, what is the strategy? What is the thinking here, especially given the fact that we are coming up on midterm elections? What do you take away from this?
Well, it's really interesting timing in that the Republican House Conference is in Miami right now for a retreat. That's why the president was down there last evening at Doral. And they're talking about messaging for the midterms and how to strike home the issue of affordability, which is the last thing anyone's talking about right now. In fact, we're talking about $3.50 gas. So there is a real cross current here with what Republicans would like to be talking about in many cases and what the administration is prosecuting in terms of this war, this conflict with Iran. At some point when we get further into primary season, this will become a more urgent matter because that is the issue that will be making voters' decisions at the polls.
Joe, what do we know about tensions within the White House and what we're hearing from President Trump's team? There was a great story on the Bloomberg about kind of how this is playing out among the MAGA faithful and not necessarily playing out well at all, but that within the White House, some of the president's chief advisors aren't so keen on him continuing this war. And I just want...
Joel. All right, my bad. My bad, Habibi. My bad. Welcome back. Is it Power Hour yet? 5 minutes. 5 more minutes till Power Hour. I'd set up your plays and just decide for tomorrow or not, my friends. It might even take some more time beyond tomorrow. That's kind of the shitty part. Actually, let's see. Oh, excuse me. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the cold. Their shit keeps freezing. That sucks. It's lower resolution. Most people, it's been kind of chill lately. But my goodness. It's like Christmas morning. Today was like bullshit. Today would be like if Santa was like, I came through the chimney. No, I didn't. Okay, I did. No, I didn't. Take back the post. It's been nuts, bro. I can't even believe the level of bullshit today. Qatar intercepted rocket attacks targeting the state of Qatar. OpenAI says ChatGPT unresponsive. My goodness. Yeah, today, this might feel like Christmas coming into tomorrow. You just don't know. Or nothing could happen again. Don't get it twisted. Because now if both sides are like jawboning escalation, think about it. If U.S. is now playing this, we're putting ships through, and then they're like, we're putting mines. No, again, you may not, until something happens, nothing may happen, essentially. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, timing is going to be of the essence here, but I hope you guys see it. The market is kind of frozen at this level now. As yeah, you're gonna have to see what happens after the bell or not. Wait till a Trump post. Wait till a Trump post, or again, something goes on in the strait. Kind of nuts, bro. Kind of nuts. Roblo on the low. And then oil's even still... Did they halt oil for that second? I think they did, and then oil started to chill. I think if Chris Wright didn't post that shit, bro, we would have been... I think you would have been fine. Today would have been... Then you would have just got surprised by everything, but I believe that Chris Wright posting that, I think he got the Iranians to start either... They're either lying or they're making it look like they're about to mine that shit. And you guys understand my reaction, right? I hope you guys understand my reaction, because I was telling you guys from last week, right, since this started. That's why when everybody was driving oil up $30 a barrel, I'm like, dude, they haven't even done shit to the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, the ships may be moving slower. You could have debates about that all day, but like I was telling you, if history is really going to be a guide, that's why I was telling you. It's like, bro, they're going to fuck that shit up. That's why I think I tweeted it. I delete my tweets now because I don't like Elon. I don't know. I guess I still do it. I still on Twitter. I think I talked some shit. I think I might have deleted that one. But like I said, until they fucking blow up the Strait of Hormuz, I think it's bullshit. I think that's the real escalation. So yeah, that's why I'm saying it's like, I don't think this would have happened if fucking Chris Wright didn't post that. Because that's a big claim. He's like, yeah, we just moved a ship and we put the military. We called your bluff. Nothing happened. So now they're kind of escalating rhetorically as well. They're using words. This has been the battle of the war, or the battle of the jawbone. Like Samson. No? Okay. You gotta get it. Everybody hates Chris. Fucking Chris. I think Chris started this, to be honest. I think Chris is the reason, but like I'm even telling you from last week, though, this is the real level of escalation. Somebody said it. They're like, well, doesn't that mean China can't move their ships through? Exactly. You might be able to share locations. Some of you are saying the U.S. has technology to detect the mines, but you guys just got to realize this would make the whole entire situation a lot more difficult, even to the point where it would run the risk of China, Russia, nobody's going to move oil. That's the whole point. That's exactly why they did that in the past. Back in the 70s, and anytime they've gone through this, when they would mine the Strait of Hormuz, it makes it fucking difficult no matter what you're doing. Insurance rates skyrocket because now your path is trying to... You're literally trying to move oil through a minefield. I mean, think about it. Guardian, GRDN, 4% pop and pullback. SPY's starting to go down a little bit too. A couple of tech stocks. Again, you still got Oracle after the bell. It is power hour. And then ANTX, was that the one in the morning? ANTX, this thing ripped yesterday. Who will win the mayoral race in LA? Oh, I have no idea. I hope Mayor Bass or whatever. That lady's terrible. With technology, you don't see the mines working. But like, let's say you knew where the mine was, you would either have to blow them all up, or again, it just would make it difficult to navigate. But go look up the history of mines in the water. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to deal with, no matter what. Even places outside of the water. I forgot that one place. Is it Cambodia? There's a place still that exists where I think over 100 people a year die just from mines left over from World War II and shit. It's actually insane. But the whole idea is that this would make the literal transporting of oil, you just added a very difficult step to it. Whether you can mitigate it, spot it or not, it could either change paths or, again, it's going to become a big threat at the very least. That will jack up the insurance prices. One ship. I think if a fucking ship hits a mine, you're going to 150 on oil. That's it. Otherwise, if no ships hit it and military's going through, you're going to $70 on oil. Do you guys understand where the fuck you are at right now? I don't know if I can make it any more clear, but yeah, I don't know if you guys are understanding it, because I know people are looking at all the little ones, but this is a game of, they're both putting out some pretty big calls right now. You got to realize the U.S. is like, yeah, we're fucking running our military through it. Stop us. And they're like, we'll blow you up if you do it. And now they're saying, okay, we call and raise mines in the fucking Hormuz. So it's one or the other, bro. There's not, yeah, this is a weird game of chicken right now, but that's how I would view it. It's going to take time, but if a boat gets hit, you're going to 150 on oil. Fuck 100. You might even go crazier if that's the case. Without it, I wouldn't believe oil's going higher, and then vice versa. If there's no mines, no problem, they off-ramp, the military starts saying, like, look, you could cross, no problem. Without any issues, then oil's going to drop back down to 70. So, yeah, but this is a very, very crazy part right now. I'm telling you, this is actually insane. But the timing of it is, that's been our dilemma from day one. No one said anything about the mines. I could check with the reporter who dropped it. That was CBS. I don't think we got a follow-up. Other people have reported on it, though, too. So that headline's legit and real, but we haven't got any further confirmation. You haven't had the IRGC nor America say anything. Yeah, people are talking about it. It is a game of chicken. It could all be fake too, bro. That's the problem. Today was more fake than real, if you really think about it. Now imagine all the people, the war's not over, and then you get the Chris Wright. It was all that Chris Wright shit set everything off, though. Because even then, the market wanted to get volatile as well too. But yeah, both sides of this now. I mean, that is a very real possibility. Nothing happened, and they're all just talking to try to, again, I think this is the war of the jawbone. But at the same time, both are pulling out their bigger cards right now. You see it all over X. We had that fucking early. That's why, again, the free plays got clapped, but you had a quick opportunity to make a fucking killing on that. But I thought it was going to keep going. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Photons, you mean? Photons? There was two parts of today's news. The big real updates today was Energy Right making a post on military escorts, and then he removed the post, and now half the people are saying it's true, half the people are saying it's false. And then right here, there was reports from a CBS reporter, kind of like yesterday, that said there's evidence of the Strait of Hormuz. They're starting to mine it. And that right there is, that's a big one. Are they talking about this one still? No. It's all theater. All right, hold on, bro. You hear this fucking animal going crazy?
Always the case.
Let's go to CNBC. They don't give a shit about anything.
And we were going to do this. The oil price then reacted, I thought, more than it should have. It should have got
guys on the fucking
before
beach.
The war. A little bit.
Looks like Tim
this
Sykes.
Volatility seems crazy to me.
Here, I could show you the video here. I forgot. We have TD Ameritrade. Look, I got fucking Tim Sykes on here.
You know, Same for now, which is I think the consumer is going to continue to run into trouble after OBBA hits in the second half of the year. I don't think multiples are likely to expand for equities because margins are not. The average company's margins are 150 bips lower than they were last year. How could rising oil be good for that? So I think I know one or two things, and one or two of them that I know is that margins and multiples are correlated.
Sure, but
so
if
margins are going down, I don't know why equity multiples are expanding.
But if it's not going to be a protracted situation in the Middle East, therefore, I mean, let's just talk about what many people's base case is. Not a protracted situation, a temporary spike in oil prices. So why then should we remodel where we think margins are going to go if we don't think that it's going to be a prolonged, months-long campaign there?
Well, I think the margins were going down before this, and I think this only just hurts a little bit, meaning margins are at the end of February, so before this, were 150 bips lower than end of October for the median company already in the top 500. I don't think a Fed accommodation here is going to be as bullish for multiples. I think the estimates are too high. So I think it's a down 5 to plus 10 year, not a plus 10 to plus 20 or 25. That I don't think that's crazy, but it comes across as very bearish in relative to other people.
Well, at the very least, Brian, you're going to have some degree of continued volatility. Yeah. If you look at the chart of the S&P 500 as we are having this conversation, what was developing into a really nice follow-through from 3:30 yesterday afternoon has all but evaporated. Crude oil, yes, while lower, has come well off of the lows of the session. That appears to be the biggest, the best, and the continued correlation of where this market's going to go, irrespective of any of the other positives.
Why would uncertainty be good for risk taking? That's what I'm struggling with.
So uncertainty always creates volatility. I think for most investors, their time horizons are a lot longer than what this conflict would span. So the question is, how do you think about it from a intermediate to longer term perspective, and what type of context do you want to consider? If you go back the last 60, 70 years and look at all the conflicts, far more often than not, the market is positive 1 year after it begins. Now, when is that not the case? 1973 with the Yom Kippur War, 2001 with 9/11, and 2022 with Russia-Ukraine. Now, what's different about those times? With the Yom Kippur War, when it started, inflation was already above 7%. In 2001, we were already in a recession. In 2022, inflation was already above 7%. So you were entering those periods in a far worse economic and inflation backdrop versus today, where you entered it in a reasonably sound global economic backdrop.
I like hearing history.
I would suspect stocks are going to be higher a year from now.
Is it fair to say, well, we can break down
I was expecting more bullshit. But yeah, CPI I think is going to be a non-event tomorrow. I think it might come in at the same or a little high, but it's not expected to go up a lot. Everybody's worried because of oil recently, but that's not going to show up till the next CPI essentially. So it's going to happen next month. Next month CPI will be insane just because of oil. Everybody hates Chris. Dude, I can't believe it. Again, low ticker is pretty active, but it's a weird set. CNC's been dropping all day. Albemarle and materials, they were up. I guess it's not down too much. Where's software? Software is hanging on. Again, Oracle. That's going to be your final one here. Your final event, and then whatever we get after the bell or not. Oil settled essentially, so, but again, even after settlement yesterday, we got some bigger moves. Broadcom, a couple of tech names are still going down. Isn't that event next week? The what's it called? Their little conference? Rock 5% in like a minute or two. Let me check this one. 11.17. Somebody bought shares again. That was earlier though. Oil's going up. I mean, again, I think people are just waiting here. My oil, that free oil play is up, but it could be because of the spread. Oh no. Yeah, those plays are up still, like 60% on the bid. They went negative for a little bit, 100% on the ask. So yeah, the oil premiums are climbing a little bit. CPR is hot, it would be even more bearish. It would be. Again, it's not, there wasn't like inflationary pressures leading into it. I mean, the ISM was kind of hot, but for the most part, I think the worry tomorrow is higher than the actual impact. But yeah, it could, if a hot CPI already would lead into it, but like I'm saying, I mean, I think people have bigger stuff to worry about, and then you know what's going to happen next, right? You know, this, if oils keep staying up, even what's already happened, the fact that impact gas prices almost immediately, you know the CPIs by next month. If anything, that might give people cover for any, inflation, priced in, all that. But essentially, I think a lot more fear is coming into tomorrow, and that's going to make it skewed, not to mention some of the other stuff. Yeah, the GTC event, that's for NVIDIA. Yeah, bro, these oil plays are still up. Fuck. You could ghetto spread them. Oracle. That one's going to determine a lot. At least it'll give tech a little bit of cover or not. Wells Fargo files WFUSD trademark for cryptocurrency and digital asset services. Play that Pooh Shiesty? I don't know any Pooh Shiesty. You know, I went and bought it long term. The stream, really? The stream's going down for you? Well, I mean, it's because you guys made me debate the fucking Jewish people and Muslims today. So you... So I'm sorry, man. I lowered the damn resolution, but I don't know, man. Everybody, you know, YouTube's probably like, yo, chill, bro, chill. I love you all, man. Get a long term. And then, yeah, I mean, you get breaking news very early. MTB Bank. Whoa, down $5, 1.7. Check if any other bank starts going down with it. All the options are tweaking out. They only have March 20th. You could, again, if you could snake something, but be careful with that. I do talk to my parents about the Iran stuff. They both think that World War III is going to happen. They're very, like, they're more on the, oh my gosh. Because, again, they all remember 1970s and, like, the 80s. But really the 70s. So most people are like, yeah, this is going to be, like, at least the older people, I feel like they're very, they get very, like, you know, much more like, oh my gosh, bearish. I only believe, unless this is a battle for the powerful AI, I don't think we're at that stage yet. But like I'm telling you, I mean, if we notice a bigger escalation here, kind of that headline we got today, I mean, that could change some things. The YouTube channel Predictive History, I'd either get pissed or love it. No, I haven't. Can you give me a Spark Notes? But YouTube, we had a couple YouTube metrics, but then they started fucking with us. Kit Big Pot robotics play. Oh wow, it's up 60%. We're a little late. This sounds familiar. Sustainable water towers. They had implications from UAE manufacturing. Is this... It says robots, and then I'm seeing water towers and all sorts of shit. They do ocean robots. Are these going to be the guys? SCE wins permit to build power plants in Mississippi. SCI. Kit. So is it UAE? Or they have a UAE contract? It does seem like it's a kind of scammy. And Vitis running too now. Hey, yo, and Vitis with a 5% candle. Again, a lot of things are kind of popping right now. And Vitis, damn, they have weeklies on these. Most of them are jacked up. So yeah, you could tell there's one that's cheaper than the last trade, but I'll leave that for you. KRKNF. I've heard of that one. They're saying it like the supplier. People have talked, they've pumped this one for a minute, but it does still keep going up. Honestly, it looks pretty good compared to a lot of the defense ones. Pooh Shiesty is a Christian gospel rapper. Oh, hallelujah. That's good to know. I will give him a brother. I'll give him a listen and a tithe. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Pooh Shiesty, the Christian gospel rapper. Oh, I have not seen r/short today. No, the market got crazy. You got Navitas for $2 a share. Nice. I think I did too. I got it really low. We got the Nvidias news within like 10 seconds when it came out with Nvidia. Was that last year? But yeah, we got some nice ones on Nvidias. Oh, the predictive. You're talking about the Korean dude. I thought you were saying like there was like an algorithm that uses like YouTube channels to predict shit. Oh yeah, I've seen the Korean dude. I'm not like, I don't know. I think it's a psyop. The way that it like rose, and then even the way people are getting mad at it. Would I recommend locking in a mortgage rate? I mean, I would lock in a good price on a home. Mortgage rates are going to change. I mean, I do think near midterms, the mortgage rates will go lower. But then again, I mean, if we get bad oil, bad all this, I think rates are going to skyrocket. And then vice versa. As long as this shit chills out and nothing happens, I think you're already getting a lower rate than you have in a while. I mean, that changed from last week. So, but lock in a good house deal first. That's where it begins, my friend. That's where it begins. BCAX. Kit is still going up. What is it? Are they just pumping this as like a UAE fucking ocean play? Is this the one that goes crazy if they have, what's it called? If there's ocean mines? Iranian foreign minister says officials are posting fake news to manipulate markets. This guy fucking trades, dude. The whole time my family would say it's haram. Fucking minister is familiar with market manipulation. This is crazy. Yeah, oil is pumping again. And SPY with the red. Like I'm telling you, bro, these oil plays are still fucking up now. They shouldn't be. They're even up on the bid. Dude, I want to sell them, but I want to just keep them. They're already free. And last time I sold out of an oil play. So you know what, man? I'm pushing it, bro. I'm pushing it. But yeah, that's the highest. It's getting near that high earlier, and SPY's finally breaking down. It fucking took a little bit. Bro, that took an hour. They just killed you on the dailies, honestly. Because, bro, I'm telling you, that first make free, I made 500% on that. And then it came right. I thought those were going to fucking hit. And then it came right back down. So they just squashed the dailies now. Because all those dailies are dead. The ones with time are doing a little better, but they're still down. So yeah, I don't know, man. I think that was just to burn a little bit of time. Because now oil, same spot, SPY back to that low, but the premiums are way different. Oil is the only one staying up. Oil premiums are higher than when I sold. I shall not fold unless good news is told. You need to stop pumping on each other. Tell them, bro. Kick them. Fucking kick them. Hurt them. I'm just kidding. But fuck a pumper, okay? That's it, man. You gotta deal with the pumpers, and then the other guy's like, America's done! America! Is this what you voted for? It's like, bro, I'm trying to find fucking cheap premium. Buy the penny stock that went up. You need the penny stock. Wow, thanks, Josh. I made it so much. Jesus, penny stock. Buy! I'm like, why, dude? Just fucking, do you not hear this news right now? You don't care. The mines? The penny stock. Josh, oh my God. I buy the puts. I bought some. I told you. Any real trader would have known. I told you. Why are you doing it? This is. So yeah, man. That definitely, call them out, bro. Call them out. I'll give you guys the specter to take over. Like, hypothetically speaking, like some of y'all, if I ever was in Vegas and I sat down at a blackjack table and I had to hear you next to me, I would get up and leave. That's what the pumpers feel like, bro. They're like, hit, stay. I told you should have stayed. You like 18? You got an 18? Don't you understand what the U.S. government is doing? Huh? You don't understand? Who'd you vote for? Who'd you vote for? Do you know what Allah says? Oh, yeah, you misframing what Allah said. I'm like, dude, it's fucking the dealer showing a 13, bro. Can I not? I'm like, dude, this is fucking crazy. Oh, man. So, yeah, but I feel that's it. Then they get mad. And then every time they're like, blackjack. That's my 100th blackjack today. Like, what? This is fucking 5 a.m, dude. Oh, man. If Powell cuts rates before he leaves, that would probably spur a little bit of inflation. Iran begins laying mines in Strait of Hormuz, says CNN. So, yeah, they're pumping that headline a little more aggressively. That's a little bit more direct. Double down. You ain't gonna double down? Fascist. What? How does this have anything to do with that? I think this news is fake. That's because the Jews paid you. Oh my gosh. Why, dude? So yeah, man, I'm just I hope you guys enforce a little bit of bullying to clean up the chat, but I'm just that's why, bro. I just tune it out now. I've given up, man. I can't fight y'all. I just got to get plays and info. There's this again, that CNN article. They're explaining it a little bit more, or they're being a little bit more direct with it. But other than that, that's it. That hasn't hit every wire yet. I see that, though, a couple places. It's all the same shit from an hour ago. SPY's just finally moving. And oil's higher now, or right at the high before they halted it. CNN has sources, though, to Iran. Iran is the only people allowed to report in Iran is CNN. I don't know why, but I know why. But yeah. So yeah, it's starting. CNN's gonna pump that a little bit. Oracle, oh, I thought that was a headline. Oracle shares are down 54% from peak, down 22 this year. Investor sentiment towards AI has turned cautious as company's upcoming earnings report. Oracle, despite expected strong results, 30% EPS growth, sales potentially surging over 80%. Investors remain cautious with plans to spend more than $50 billion on AI cloud capex in fiscal 26. And then CNN's going to be like, Americans can't pay their bills because of gas prices. A new Chad was born! Oh! Congratulations, man. Get him a lawn term. That's it, man. You already know, though. He said a long-term tree has been planted. That's good, man. A lot of y'all have had kids lately and bought houses lately. So, very, very proud of y'all. Y'all making big moves in life. And I'm glad you did it with the long term. I'm glad you got a crib, all of it. Yeah, CNN citing sources. That's starting to hit a couple more places. Good. They're like, we want to wait till 12:30 to report and make it react. Even though we already had this news an hour ago. And not one person at the press briefing had a question about it. This is crazy. These mother effers, bro. These mother effers. Are you kidding me? Yeah, the oil, dude, the last oil trade just went through for 500%. So now it's doing the premium spike. Fuck, dude. I want to hold these, but I want to sell them. How much more will they go? I have to take 500%, right? Yeah, bro, they're going. People are buying them at 500% higher now. Oh, come on. It's because they don't have time. Dude, this is terrible. I'm going to hold the other ones with time on them, but that's because they're lower and cheaper. But this one's ballooning. Okay, that SPY put with time is coming back, the free one, surprisingly. Hot dog. You're having a girl? Oh, congratulations. Girl dad. No, girl dad. I know people like saying that. Congratulations. Oh, Chad. Chad. Is it bullshit? All the puts are up now. Depending on where you position. The one for the dailies are down. The daily one that I hit the 500 on is down. The other ones that didn't go, those are back now to break even. And then the oil plays are like actually rocketing. I'm kind of pissed. Because now I don't know what to do with them. I want to push them, but then they're going to expire. Let's actually see. No, wait, these are the ones. Fuck. Well, you could ghetto spread them. I ghetto spreaded the Netflix. Well, you pretty much had an hour on that. That's it. You need something to happen afterwards. Crude prices nearly 40% higher. Oil paired losses. You bet her staff said no questions on the mine. Maybe, but these fucking disrespectful ass fucking, I almost called them lawyers. They won't listen. OII, Oceaneering. Okay, all these little ocean stocks are going up now. I don't know if they'll have follow through. But yeah, none of those reporters will listen. Oil goes to 100 tonight. I know, but if you're still out of the money and they expire, you lose. Guys, welcome to fucking options, bro. I learned this in my first couple of years. That it almost turned me into a Democrat. That's how some of y'all sound, y'all. You like, it's manipulated. Like, it's manipulated. It's, no, dude, it's out of the money. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Do you understand my back and forth with this dilemma? Because I'm like, yeah, bro, we gotta... Yeah, unfortunately. It's a good play, but... Actually, I got an idea. Oh, shit. Your whole feed. I do. It feels like these ocean companies are going. Again, the CNN got you almost just as much as a candle as that. I know CNN is the one that came out with. We just don't know how it's gonna like fully finalize. Let me see. All right, well, SPY's going lower. I mean, again, it's gonna, if there's real mines in the Hormuz or a ship blows up, I think 100's too small. But other than that, it's gonna be yeah. Other than that, if there's good news, oil's dead too. So understand your back and forth that you're dealing with right now. Hold on. I'm working. All right, SPY's dropping. VIX is rocketing up now. So wait, it's tomorrow Wednesday. Tomorrow's not even a Thursday. I'm thinking if I could roll over these plays, but there's nothing like good. That's the shitty part. No, what the fuck? They just pulled all the bids? I'm not muted. No. I'm just hunting around. Being a little capitalist. Bro, they just killed all the premiums there for no reason. What the fuck is this? Come on. Yeah, bro. What? They like they rose all the bids and then they just pulled them. Boo. Right when the VIX went up. I mean, again, VIX is hitting a high while we're nowhere near any of the lows. It's like kind of the low. Gold going up. All right, well, I'd finalize them all. SKM Zoom could see Anthropic IPO within the year. if Iran mined the Strait of Hormuz, wouldn't that be full desperation? It would, or you could call it commitment. Like, I remember I was making the joke, bro. I was like, that's real Arab negotiation, bro. If you're like, we sent ships through, we're doing whatever we want, we're annihilating them. Okay, yalla, you want to annihilate? Go annihilate, yalla. There you go. You say you have this? Go. How you send ship with mine, huh? Very simple. I've said this from day one, bro. That's why I'm like, oh. So I don't know if you guys thought I was crazy, but like I was telling you, that was like the point where shit gets real. So you could call it desperate, you could call it serious commitment to the holy war, whatever you want. But the whole idea is that that's the general concept is it would be serious. Yeah, like it's not. So, but that would be like, now they're willing to threaten their money, but like, you know, all the white people, they're like, Donald Trump's a liar. It's like, what better way to call Donald Trump a liar than putting mines through where he says the boats are going through? So welcome to Middle Eastern politics. Again, they've done it before. That's just the crazy part is, you know, most people weren't aware, but then that's why when I kept hearing people compare the current situation to the 70s, I'm like, no, it's not. Because 70s was really crazy when you had the Iran Revolution and other stuff that led to, again, where they, even Yom Kippur, where they started banning the oil and the exports. This is the type of shit they were doing. So, yeah, that's why I'm like, it's very simple. This is where your conflict gets, like, real. So you could call it desperate, you could call it whatever you want, but that's where now you're actually hitting, oh shit, there's a problem in that area beyond that, like, physically would become a very, very difficult task. I know you guys told me not to give them ideas, but hey, man, like I'm saying, I've tweeted it too. I said, bro, until they blow up the Hormuz, they're capping. So I don't take them seriously. Now you earn respect from Arab to Arab. I respect, actually, you guys are serious. Otherwise, they only care about their money. Yeah, exactly. It'll affect China boats. It'll affect every boat. But that's how you know they're not. That's how you know they're serious. Otherwise, if they're still trying to protect their money, there's still an off ramp. Again, the other leaders of time, bro. Like I remember, I kept bringing up the what's it called for you? What's his name? Saddam Hussein. You know, Saddam Hussein blew up his own oil fields. He would burn his own oil. My mom remembered that. I asked my mom. I said, "What did Saddam do?" And she remembered it. All right, kind of tweaking. Oil's tweaking back and forth. Iran must remove all mines in Hormuz immediately. Consequences unprecedented wait, so there is mines? What the fuck? Did Trump just confirm? Oh, this is fucked. I don't get why oil's dumping if he just confirmed. He said if Iran has put out any mines and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed and they're not removed, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. If, on the other hand, they remove what may have been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction. Oh, dude, what do you mean? What a fucking... He said, if they put them there, and if they remove what may have been placed. Bro, this is like if your homie steals something, and you're like, if it shows back up, I ain't going, and nothing's gonna happen. So is there fucking mines? Yeah, bro. What do you mean? He said if, and if they remove what if may be there. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, bro. I don't know how I feel about this one. I think this one's gonna be an interesting one, my friends. This might be an interesting one if they remove what may be there. They sound like Schrodinger's minefield. Yeah. Yo, dude, this is kind of nuts. So, again, Trump just, like, acknowledged it, not acknowledged it. I mean, you take that how you please, but he's saying if they put them there, which they did not, but if they remove what they didn't put there, that is step in the right direction or borderline, he's going to nuke them. I mean, that's one interpretation, but, yeah, what the fuck, dude? That's a crazy-ass headline now. It is funny, too, though. For how serious this is, I feel bad that I'm laughing. Because I'm like, why did he word it like that? If you remove what may have been placed there, we could talk about it. It's killing both sides, but yeah, again, I don't know. They are, it is also creating an off-ramp, because if this is all talk and they're like, okay, we remove it, then the market rips. They're like, okay, we did not put the mine down, but I remove. Okay. They don't do. Discount. We take the mine. No mine. No more mine. You'll get barrel. It means it's not true. He just likes to flex. It could be, but this is all so fucked up today. Saddam burned his own oil fields because he didn't want the American pigs to have the oil. And he wanted to fuck up the price of oil. Like a real fucking leader against screaming death to America. So that's what I'm saying, bro. This new generation is soft. I'm sorry, bro. No one's tried to kill me yet, so we'll see. I mean, knock on wood. I go to heaven, so amen. Amen. I go to heaven if you kill me, not if I kill you, okay? Take notes. Take notes. Am I go... But up, bump. He's on a roll. He's on a roll. Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna lose it all, you might as well screw up everything. Era boy, habibi, yalla. Why you guys don't learn nothing. He said, if they remove the mine. Dude, I'm dying at this, bro. I think this is the funniest headline ever. So did they do it or not? I think tomorrow will be crazy depending on what happens tonight. And that's it. The one headline, if a boat gets blown up in the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to have a big problem. Otherwise, if they're like, okay, we take the mine back, then they didn't do it. But I don't know who to believe, man. You got fucking Donald Trump and then the IRGC, man. This is, you get to choose who you believe. But at this point, everybody is bullshitting and just saying all sorts of shit. But the stakes have been raised. I mean, I could definitely say that. I think people want this to end, but at the same time, they are like still everybody, both sides, America and U.S., these back and forth claims are definitely escalating the situation. Yeah, oil, that's what I'm saying. But Trump, I don't know the fact that he gave a call to action for something that he said doesn't exist, it's a very contradicting statement. So, yeah, I mean, I do think, but then again, like, Iran is a bunch of liars as well, too. Like, everybody's a liar. That's all we've learned today. Everybody is lying and bullshitting. So, yeah, either way, though, it's good. Whatever happens overnight. And then leading into this whole debacle of whether or not something actually happens, that's probably going to be the next driver, man. And SPY's still green, bro. It's kind of crazy. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Oh no, I don't want that. All right. It's not getting me out of there, but I'm making another move real quick. It's not filling me, bro. They're being so whack, bro. Come on. All right, I took just under 500% on the oil plays. And then I moved them. Not a recommendation. And good luck. Dog. Oh shit, the other no, that's USO still. But yeah. It was like 4 something on that. That was the free ones too. I took the first one at like 150 or whatever. And then the ones from the first set that have time are down 30% on the SPY. So they're still cheaper relatively speaking. It sounds like they don't know and he's hedging. Yeah, or it's just like both sides know they're bullshitting. So Iran is like, yeah, they're bullshitting about the ships. And then they're like, we're going to bullshit about the mines. And then both sides are just bullshitting. But then now they're both seeing the impacts of all of this. That's the way I'd interpret it. But hey, anything is possible, my friend. Anything is possible. Let me see one more. When's Friday? U.S. forces degrading Iran sea power, curbing threat. What about the dinghies? Iraq. Oh, I forgot about Iraq. I'm taking a shorter term IGV off the table. I still have the Aprils and Mays, but now I'm getting rid of it's in the money still. All right. If I could get another good oil play, but that again, I just sold mine for 500%. I don't like the timing of them. That's it. I made it in the moment, but if I went to the further time frame, it would have been better. Yeah, they won't let anything with time, they won't let it go for cheap. Trump, we have no reports of putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Is he putting it out again? Is it because they heard me laugh so hard? Or they Let me clarify. This is what's happening. No, it's the same one. I don't know if there's another headline, but all you have is the True Social post. This is great. Good times, you guys. Good times. Okay. Damn, some other software plays are still holding actually good. The individuals, I just looked at them. All right, man, we'll wrap it up. What time is it? 5:05. So you might get some random popping here. Other than that, I mean, worst case scenario, and please keep this in mind, you may not hear anything. So again, if we play a game where it kind of moves slow, yeah, nothing could fucking happen. Just keep in mind, today was just a lot of back and forth. The market barely moved considering everything that was at stake. ASTS talks of FCC approval on name. But yeah, low ticker's kind of active. A couple of names on the high. I'd Rapparoon, watch your big tech. And then, yeah, that's it. Do they have Truth Social in Iran? It's called Halal Social. It's a little different, but I don't know if Khomeini still owns it. I don't know how it works with ad revenue. But yeah, I think I could be incorrect. But yeah, wrap it up, Chattadonia. Wrap it up and bring it home. I'd finalize your play, see what happens overnight. Again, oil is kind of crazy. It's back at 86. And yeah, Oracle. That's going to be your final one. Oracle will be the tech, and then everybody's going to be focused on CPI as well as whatever data we get tomorrow with the war. So good luck. Honestly, the CPI might even change it a little bit. So think about that in the morning. But yeah, we're going to see how all of this plays out. But bring it home, my friends. You only got a couple of minutes left. So God bless you. And God bless. 150, bro. It's just holding. It's just holding. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when long term come for you? Long term, long term. What you gonna do? And when the long term Come on, Oracle. Bring it home. I still think, for considering the scope of what you're dealing with, the move is amazing. Would I add more Oracle if it dipped? I would, but not like right away. I don't have money, you know. But if I had money and the money I didn't have showed up, I would not do something if I had to, but I would do something if. But it's not there. But if it did dip, you know what I'm saying? That's how I interpreted the last tweet. Chad Rapparoon. So again, Oracle's pricing in about 12. They moved about what? 30%, I think, or 20 on the quarter. No, 30% on the quarter since last earnings. Down 22 on the year and then down 50 on since the peak. So good luck, my friends. Good luck and God bless. You're going to get CPI in the morning. I don't think it's as important as some of these other things. And then, yeah, whatever happens tonight, we will find out. If the Iranian, I'm not going to say it, I was going to give the Iranians an idea, but, I already told them to stop being soft, so I don't want to, I'm not going to say the idea, but I have an idea, so we'll see. But either way, whatever happens tonight, tomorrow, the next days, we're going to find out, my friends. But Rapparoon, Chattadoon. Rapparoon. Oh, no way. The mark is at what I sold it at? Oh, these guys are crazy. Yeah, they're pumping it into close. Okay, no, that was a lot. They're raising the bids and taking them out. So, yeah, man, finalize your plays, friends. Finalize your plays. What a day, bro. What a day. Roblo Reddit. And you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You gotta wrap it up. Are you playing Oracle? Are you playing Minesweeper? Are the mines even there? If so, put them back, but they're not there. But if you did put them back, I'll forgive you. But you gotta wrap it up, Chad. Less than 13 seconds remaining. Tomorrow's the middle of the week and CPI. But wrap it up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chattadonia. What a day. What a day, Chattadonia. I need a GG in the... That was so much bullshit. You understand? You understand the bullshit you dealt with left and right? Every direction? That was amazing, bro. Wait, hold on. This is starting from the beginning? No, let me get a GG, bro. God bless every single one of you. Get ready for tomorrow. Get ready for what happens next, bro. This is amazing. And now we get Oracle at the bell. But God bless America. God bless the chat. Everybody that partook. Everybody that participated. Everybody that didn't get caught up in the drama but learned something. Made a move. They said the government's playing us. You should make a play. You know what I'm saying? The long term. All of it, baby. But I love you. And thank you to all of you who held it down, bro. Members, non-members, stream alerts. They're locked in. Everybody really locked in. You know what I'm saying? God bless you all. And God bless our troops, dog. They don't care. God bless you, Chad. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for your time. I'll get the Oracle earnings when it comes out. But all I can give you now is a good game. But thank you. And I hope you enjoyed it, bro. And for real, man, get a long term. Don't give into the drama so much. Don't miss the main point, you know? God bless you, Chattadonia. What a Tuesday. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
2020, baby.
Got the color, got the put, I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole thing, go away.
Got a lot of love and throwing on shit, no game, small change. I just made my own bag. Probably trading stats where you
still like to snoring, morning,
scoring.
I just bring it more in. It's in the DeLorean, source it. You could throw your own in, drop it like a Boeing. You hold it, I'm starting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating.
Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason.
Alright, man, let me see when the Oracle comes out. I have the preview.
I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, so what's a Peloton? Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I've been it down. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, could kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. I wrap it up in lemon, talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro.
You hating and complaining, but Still watching the
I do this for the
channel?
real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope.
took a little
hope.
hope.
Wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for
Faith
the
is
real ones,
never
but the hate is
wasted
still
if you're
involved. I
reaching
just
for a
closed another
goal.
building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago, 2020, baby. Who the fuck you? I did what they said I wanted to do. And where the fuck is y'all now? Who the fuck are yo? They was at the bar, I was chilling in my room. Now they wanna call like the stock about to move. Said I take it far, but I ain't take it up with yo. Now get up out my way, I ain't tryna be rude. Been hated on before, what you really wanna do? That ain't stop me getting more, couldn't stop me making moves. I look around and see you now, I see you in the gym. You back down, but ask
They didn't respond to my email.
I'm back now, now back down, got up in my shit. I'm a cold, I ain't a crib, ain't a blood, but got the drip. I got brothers in the streets, I got brothers in the banks. I got houses on the beach, properties in other states. Get the knowledge back for free while I be screaming, God is great. I believe and I create, see the need to replicate. Lost a lot of shit, but I guess that's part the plan. I had loved ones up in dip, got some people in the can. People try to steal my shit, now they reaching for my hand. I feel bad they ain't around, but they ain't holding, let me down. She lose 100K, the next day I get it back. I made millions with some trades, I made millions with these tracks. Playing like just like a game in the bank, showing my stats. Shit you said,
all right, 50 seconds.
You could play, but you was mad. Did what they didn't want to do. Now I'm buying cribs when I ain't even need a move. I was just a kid, they said I didn't have a clue, but they saw just what I did, now they trying to do it too.
Trying to go to heaven, I like living with a view.
So I'm trying to build a building, maybe copper Bentley too. I guess you see I'm eating, but still want a lot of food.
I guess the harvest plenty and the workers always fuel. Oh, good timing. 30 seconds. I hope they don't play us.
Yo, you like this one?
I hope they don't play us, man. So get ready. Get ready. So Oracle, again, you're expecting 16.9. I'll have the numbers here for you. EPS is supposed to be 170 to 174. We'll see what those RPOs say. But yeah, it should be out now. With Audio Oracle, got it. Net income 3.7, EPS 127, revenue 17.2. They killed it. Yeah, they said versus guidance of 19 to 21. Where's the EPS? That was in line. Software revenue 6.12. So they beat on software revenue. Hardware revenue, they missed slightly. Services revenue 144. They beat on that. Net revenue was 3.72. I don't have that estimate. But again, they killed it on top line, and then EPS hit the high end of the guidance. Let me see the adjusted. Adjusted EPS 179. So yeah, they beat even on that. Operating income 7.4 billion. I think they were expecting 6.5. And then where's the margin? But it looks like beat on all fronts. I don't have the let me read for the guidance. They adjusted beats estimates. So they beat on every segment except for hardware. Remaining performance obligations 553 billion. So they went down by 3 billion. Total revenue 17.2. Let me see if I could get a guide. First quarter 15 years it grew. Total rev comps were up. Cloud revenue up 44. GAAP operating income was 5.5 billion. Remaining up 325. Most of the increase is a large-scale AI contracts where Oracle does not expect to have to raise any funds to support. Capital funding, they announced 50 billion. We do not expect to issue any additional bonds beyond this amount in 26. They raised 30 billion through investment-grade bonds with an oversubscribed. Now building more SaaS. Okay, here's the guidance. Revenue expected to grow 18 to 20 or 19 to 21 for next quarter. I think that's a little bit. They give estimates. Cloud revenue expected to go between 44 and 45, and then non-GAAP earnings 192 and be between 196 to $2 a share. So yeah, they guided up on EPS, but then again, it depends on constant currency or not. For fiscal year, they expect revenues to be 67 billion. That's in line. And expenditures to be 50 billion, so they're not spending more. For 2027, they're raising fiscal guidance to 90 billion in revenue. So they raised their 2027 guide. And then their cash dividend. So yeah, guidance was a little bit higher on the next quarter, but again, constant currency depends. And then they raised to $90 billion in 2027. I got to check how that stacks up. Estimates. Please hold while I connect your revenue. I think they were at 86 billion for full year revenue. So yeah, they raised $4 billion and then they didn't raise their capex. So good for now. I should have kept one of those IGVs, that one. It's solid, but I mean, again, it does like depend on too if you believe the RPO. The RPOs only went down by 3 billion. So they still are expecting $500 billion in performance obligations. They said they don't need to fund it. Again, they're raising the guidance next quarter, still about 2% higher. Again, they gave a revenue number, or they gave a, what's it called number? They gave a percentage, but that percentage was at like 16. So if they're doing 19 or so, it's pretty good. But I think the fact they're not spending more, and then they didn't raise guidance total on the year, but for next year, meaning that they might be able to return profit a little faster. Trump deploying anti-drug trafficking tech and missiles to eliminate ships mining Hormuz Strait. So is there a mine? Oh, man. This is so hard. So hard, my friends. Well, oil's not moving. But yeah, Oracle, not bad. It's a Truth Social. Let's see. 1 minute ago, if Iran has put out any mines and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed, the military will be at levels never seen before. It's the same tweet, and he said, additionally, we are using the same tech and missile capabilities deployed against drug traffickers to permanently eliminate any boat or ship attempting to mine the Hormuz Strait. They will be dealt with quickly and violently. Beware, President Trump. It's the same one. He posted the same thing, but now they added that they will fucking mine the strait and blow your ass to smithereens with their drug trafficking tech. Well, oil's still up. I mean, SPY didn't really react. It kind of like admits it, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's still this weird vagueness of we don't know if they did that or not. But yeah, again, Oracle beat. So that was Oracle beat on all of them. Again, even the licensing and then the remaining performance obligations still up. And then they raised total rev guidance, but that's for 2027. But again, that speeds up the timeline a little bit. It's not bad. What's the percentage on Oracle? I don't think that's that big, to be honest with you. So Oracle, wait till the call. Because that's only up 6%. So they have another 10 more bucks they could move, or they're going to come right back down, unfortunately. It does say, doesn't it sound like they put mines out there? Priced in was 12%. So none of those options are going to hit, even at 160. You need like another 10 more bucks, unfortunately. It goes to 170. That's or like what? Yeah, 170, you'll be at 1 standard deviation. So wait till the call. I don't know when the conference call is going to start. But yeah, it was a beat. It was a beat. No scary spending more money. They didn't say anything about raising more money. But yeah, it just, there's still the overhang of whether or not you believe it. And then they raised the 2027 guide, which could change some of the CDSs. But like I was saying, you kind of need like a fucking blowout. The call starts at 2. Unfortunately, I will have to be at the gym by then. So I love you, Chad. At least Oracle is still like up, kind of. I don't know, depending on when you got it. But yeah, man, well, we'll find out. We will find out. Iran Syed Abbas Aragachi said claims that Iran planned to attack U.S. are sheer and utter lie, alleging that accusation was used to justify a military operation engineered by Israel and funded by ordinary Americans. Sources. And then you're like, that's exactly, Josh. I'm like, okay, I'm reading the headline, man. That's what Iran says. That's what Iran says. I know. Wait, wouldn't it be risky for Iran to remove the mines, though? What if they're like, no, don't shoot. I'm taking the mine out. Big misunderstanding. No. The mine, I came to remove the mine. How you make a drug boat of me? I want to remove the mine. The mine is not there, but I'll remove it. How can I remove it if you shoot it? If it's there, I'll kill you. If you take it back, I'll take it back. I won't do it. If it's there. If it's not there, don't make sure it's not there. I have a good drug boat, anti-drug boat. Who knew? You could use it for bombs too, I guess. Okay, these guys. Don't play with me. You'll see a force we've never done. Spy popper. Well, we'll find out. All right, man. Well, there's Oracle. It hit 161. You need a lot more, though, to hit one standard deviation. So you're not out of the woods just yet, brothers. You're not out of the woods just yet. So, Chad, wait till the earnings call. Hopefully Larry and friends don't mess it up. And again, you got most of it. And everything's is pretty good so far. I mean, we'll see how tonight plays out with all the war and the back and forth. But God bless you. God bless America. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed your evening, your weekend, everything. But let's see what tomorrow. It's only Tuesday, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's only Tuesday. It's only Tuesday. So God bless you. Thank you for your time. May the Lord be with you. I'll play you one more track and then we'll go, just in case anything else happens. Futures are going up a little bit. So let's see.
Depot on the beat. It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, don't fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price are going up, but the ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place yet. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we sown. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time to waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with deposits, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heated if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claiming shit, I called that, and I made the grip. He fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Chatadonia, enjoy your day. I love you all. God bless America. And finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. You are the light, my friends. The light is important. Oh my good Chad. Finger to the sky, baby. That's it. To God be the glory. All day, every day. Have a good one, man. And peace out. I'll post you guys a little watch list on the shorts for the trading fraternity on the Instagram too, since some of y'all like Instagram. But make sure you all remember, though, that none of this content would be available if it wasn't for our sponsors at Long Term Monthly, okay? They didn't pay me $7,000. They paid me more. You see, Long Term Monthly, Because of long-term monthly, I don't have to bend the knee to anybody, and I haven't for many decades now at this point. So, Jesus! Long-term monthly, thank you. Please enjoy this message.
Your volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Now I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term